Good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing Leonard. It's Wednesday. It's January 28th. And no, we're not combining trial days 6, 7. I know, I have a 13-year-old too. We're combining trial days 7, 8. And then maybe tomorrow we'll get to 9. Who knows? But what I can tell you is that we're going to be glad that we are condensing trial day 7, which was Friday last week, right before Snowmageddon. Remember, the court optimistically wanted to get that done, and that didn't happen. So Friday, January 23rd was day 7 of trial, and then the snow. And then today, court is resuming on Wednesday, the 28th. Remember, the court at the end of the day, Friday, well, actually, spoilers, we'll wait. We're going to wait for that, because we'll take a look at what the court said to the defense at the end of the day on Friday, because it sets the tone. And there's not enough Zoom room in the world to get through what's happening today, because today is still just a slogging day in court. From everything I've taken a look at, I'm like, we're going to need more room. We're going to need a bigger boat. We're going to need bigger Zoom room. We're just going to need more Zoom room to get through today, because back at basically where they were from Friday, same witnesses on the stand from Friday, and they haven't gotten to cross-examination of that witness yet. I have thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts. So let's go to court. I have a few moments from Friday that we're gonna just do together, and then we've got day 8 waiting for us. Yay. Yay. We're gonna just do it together. At least we're together, Law Nerds, because wow, it's something. I imagine the jurors at this point have just put down their notebooks and are just like, and I think we're already there too. So we're going to roll the intro, and we're going to get into a recap of day 7, and then we will get into live court with adequate room to put everybody at least 1.25 speed, and then we will get to court live. Sound like a plan? All right. Let me know where you're coming in from, how much snow is still on the ground, and what you're drinking, and we're going to go to court because we love Judge A. And now we're too invested. It's like the last 3 seasons of a TV show that you used to love, and then you're like, what are they even doing? But I'm here till the end. Like, I'm already too invested. I'm literally in too deep, and now I'm stuck, and there's nothing I can do. Full in too deep. Let's go. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. Because I'm in too deep. I thought that was going to show you court. Guess what? It sure didn't. It sure didn't show you court. Emily, you were optimistic that the technology would work well. Look, the technology for us has worked better than the technology for the defense. And we saw some of this the last day of court, and we saw on Thursday, and we saw a lot of this in court Friday. We're not going to see all of it together because I'm going to just zoom. But the defense had their expert up at the podium multiple times during the day trying to like help them out. It was something. It was really something. It's Robin Lindsay in the chat is having a brown sugar cappuccino. So am I. That's exactly what I'm doing. That's exactly same Z's. Emily, would you rather talk about anything now than this witness? Kinda, yeah. But he's a twalker, and he's going to talk. So actually, let's do a little bit of an overview. The defense on Friday, January 23rd, knowing that the court was trying to beat a snowstorm so that this case could be done, took the most painful amount of time to do everything. It seems that the defense is still confused about some aspects of foundation. And remember, The foundation as to the extractions of the devices was stipulated to. The prosecution said, you do not need to prove to us, and we are not asking you to prove that there's foundation. We agree. Miller extracted the devices. We gave you the extractions. We agree. However, that does not fix other evidentiary issues. That gets you past foundation. It's authentic. That's an extraction. However, if you want to admit an extracted email, you need to deal with any hearsay objections to the email. You need to deal with authentication of the email. If you're trying to say the email was written by a person, it doesn't matter that it was extracted off of the device. You need to also tie it together with how you know in other ways and overcome the hearsay. The foundation is just one part of getting something admitted. So the defense has really struggled with this and has wasted quite a lot of time dealing with the foundation that largely the prosecution is stipulated to. And we're not going to cover it. We're going to summarize it. But in court on Friday, it seems the defense has some type of PowerPoint, but it's not really, but it is. And it's just showing like screen caps of different things, including map plot points. But when they are dealing with map plot points, they have a screen cap of the plot point, but not where it was derived from. So remember in the Walsh case, when they were showing where places were on a map, and then they were showing from this phone extraction, it was this data, like here's the data and here's how we show it. They didn't do that. They didn't do that. So instead of saying, here's the map plot point and here's the data it came from, they just had a map plot point and then asked the expert, well, where did this come from? He's like, well, it either came from this extraction, or this extraction. Guess what? That's not adequate foundation. You have to tell the prosecution where it came from, because what if you inverted the numbers and it's the wrong plot point? What if it's really not in that extraction? So the expert took screen caps of things and then used the information to do map plots without showing where it came from. And at one point on Friday, the defense, who is marking each and every page of the PowerPoint separately as its own exhibit, each page, every page, each and every page, each one. And as they're doing that, they have a page with the screen cap, and then the next page has something circled. And if you remember 100 million years ago, when the prosecution's expert had the photos from the crime scene and was trying to circle them, and the defense was like, no, she didn't make the circle. The computer made the circle. And then the prosecution was like, okay. And then grabbed different fresh screen caps and then had her circle them on the podium. So at one point in the day on Friday, the defense goes to admit it, and the prosecution says, well, he didn't make the circle himself, but we don't have any objection. And I was like, damn. And you know what? At times, the prosecution, speaking of objections, have definitely put me over the top. And on that one, I was like, fucking valid. Absolutely valid. Absolutely valid. Because how is the defense going to go full petty style on, but your blood spatter expert didn't physically draw the circle? The computer drew the circle on the screen cap, and make them redo it on the podium, knowing that you're going to spend 2+ days with an expert who has a PowerPoint where nothing's labeled and sometimes there's circles. Really? You haven't even lost the forest for the tree. You've hit the tree on a speeder and not realized that you're in a coma at this point, because I don't know what is even happening. But the he didn't make the circle. I was like, yes, valid. Absolutely valid. So the defense expert on Friday is still on the stand. They have not gotten to cross-examination. I have a lot of issues with the testimony, and my issues with this expert's testimony is that I find some of the PowerPoints to be incredibly misleading because they are not labeled. And my frustration with this expert is that he is saying that certain things are from the laptop and certain things are from the cell phone, and almost trying to merge that user activity together. Someone can be on a computer and someone else can be on a phone simultaneously in different parts of a home. Yes, someone can also be on their computer and on their phone at the same time. But it is hard for me to understand how you're saying on the laptop, somebody's creating the FetLife account, and on the phone, somebody's Googling like Lululemon leggings and Frozen, the musical tickets, and they're on the laptop and on the phone together at the same time. So as this expert is saying that he believes that it was Christine Banfield that created the FetLife account, that she's the one that created the Gmail account, that the user activity shows she never lost control of her devices, he's saying things like, well, there's this activity on the phone and this activity on the laptop, but on the screens they are showing, the information is displayed the same way. So the information from the laptop and the information from the phone are displayed the same way, but it's not labeled where it's coming from. And I find that to be difficult to follow and misleading. And there is a point that we are going to look at today when that became apparent, but it's a frustrating slog of testimony. So before we jump into a summary of Lidsky's testimony Friday or further, they called Detective Miller back to the stand and asked Detective Miller again. They asked Detective Miller again, did you extract all the devices? The prosecution stipulated to the extraction. The extraction's not the problem. The prosecution stipulated to the extraction, but they brought Miller back on the stand to retread the same ground of did you extract these? We're skipping it. We're not doing that. Negative, Ghost Rider. The pattern is full. We're not doing that. So Miller was recalled again at the beginning of the day on Friday. And then expert Lidsky is back on the stand. We're going to take a look at this real quick. So welcome, everybody.
So calling your attention to
let me move
into evidence as Defense Exhibit 120.
And yeah, they barely said his name again.
121.
They barely said his name again. So this is from Friday.
122 and 123. Are you familiar with those exhibits?
That was me.
I am.
And have you had an opportunity to...
Sorry about that. Chat, my deepest apologies. I forgot that we weren't at 1.25 speed. Sorry, everybody. We weren't at 1.25 speed.
Reviewed those exhibits?
I have.
And state to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what did you do in your review as a digital forensic examiner?
Well, as Detective Miller indicated, these portable cases facilitate everybody to visualize the data from the respective devices, ourselves included. We use these and we're able to look at both user accessible files, like what you would see on your phone. We're also able to see the data behind the data frequently, which can be informative depending on the nature of the investigation.
And do you understand these items to be verified data extractions performed by Detective Miller using appropriate tools and best practices?
I do. I've reviewed his reports and came to the conclusion that he did everything exactly the way he should have and the way he was trained to do it using the tools that are approved by the industry and accepted by the courts.
And do these items, specifically the exhibits, provide us an opportunity to review the raw data extracted from their respective devices in a forensically sound manner?
They do. So the nature of the case, in addition to giving us visibility, bless you.
Yes, chat. He asked Miller how he did the extractions, and then he called this expert back up and said, can you explain to us how Miller did the extractions and was that done properly? He's covering it for the third time because he doesn't understand the stipulation to the extractions aren't going to cover the other evidentiary issues.
Into all of the data on the device. We can't alter anything, and that's what makes it forensically sound. That's what the term, how the term is defined. So anyone using this can't add anything. We can't delete anything. We can't change anything. If there was a virus on the device, it stays sandboxed within the case. It does not spread to our computers. So it's helpful in a lot of ways.
And so is this considered a safe environment in the world of digital forensics?
It is, and that's the nature, the forensic and forensically sound. It prevents, it's not like blood evidence, but it prevents cross-contamination so that what's on here is on here exactly the way it was when the device was either imaged or acquired when Detective Miller did it back contemporaneous to the event back in 2023.
Based upon your review of this data, were you able to draw any opinions related to this case?
I was.
And what were those opinions?
That catfishing did not occur.
And did you produce any
So that is the headline of this expert's testimony that went on for almost the entirety of the day Friday and is still going today. What is your conclusion? That catfishing did not occur. And each time he discusses it, he talks about not losing control of the devices. So, as we get beyond that, there is a period of his testimony that I'm going to summarize before we jump to the next part of his testimony we're going to cover. And the first thing that they looked at is the creation of the Gmail account that corresponds to the FetLife account. And he makes the conclusion that whoever's in charge of the Gmail account is in charge of the FetLife account, is in charge of the Telegram. That conclusion I don't disagree with, but I think more than one person can have access to that Gmail account. Right? Who's got the password to the Gmail account? And the question that I have that has not been answered yet is, did Christine Banfield's cell phone ever access the second Gmail account? And they are going to refer to it sometimes as like the subject Gmail account. There are two Gmail accounts, just so you guys have them in your mind. The one with the numbers in it is the one that was created second in January. The one without the numbers in it is the one that it seemed that Christine Banfield uses her personal Gmail account. So the personal Gmail account is, her name RN. I've got it written down here somewhere, but it's already completely left my mind. C Banfield RN is her regular Gmail account, the one that was on her computer the longest, etc. The CBRN 920 account is the subject Gmail account that created the FetLife account, the Telegram account, and others. So the first swath of information that this expert goes over is that on January 17th, Christine Banfield took a selfie of herself in a swimsuit. It was a full swimsuit. The selfie looks like it was in maybe a gym locker room where there was a pool. There's a Little Mermaid pool toy on the counter. And she Facebook messages that photo where, hair's wet. You can see the phone a little bit in the thing, the way that we take photos in the mirror when we don't know how to do it all cute and still show your face. She takes a picture on her phone, January 17th around 7 p.m. She sends that with Facebook Messenger to her husband with the title New Swimsuit. Later that night on her laptop is logged in. They do not say if there's multiple profiles or not, but her laptop is logged in at 9:59 p.m. Then the Gmail account that is her normal Gmail account is accessed. They do not say if it's logged in or not. They do not say if the tab is open and it's accessed. And what was interesting to me is that when the inbox was accessed, whoever accessed it looked at the inbox briefly, looked at drafts, and looked at sent mail. When's the last time you've looked at drafts and sent mail in your own email account? Just let me know. So the email account was accessed, looked at draft, and sent mail. Then Facebook was accessed. We'll come back to that later. Christine's Facebook. Y'all let me know if on your personal computer if your Facebook account stays logged in. Just let me know if your Facebook account stays logged in. Let me know. So then Facebook's accessed, then the suspect email is accessed, then the FetLife account is created. He uses that series of events to say, look, Christine was on her personal Gmail account checking her sent mail. And then she was on her personal Facebook account. And then all of a sudden, the FetLife account is created with this other Gmail account, and this other Gmail account is logged in. And he's arguing that that period of time is too close for Christine to be on the Gmail account, Christine to be on the Facebook account, and then Christine's computer to be taken and have the FetLife account created. Nowhere in that does he leave the possibility that someone else had the login for the computer, looked at the sent messages, and then looked at Facebook. I have a theory about that, but I'm going to see where we go in cross-examination. And then the email for FetLife is accessed, then FetLife is created. In addition to that, the Facebook Messenger is accessed at 10:30. And Facebook Messenger is accessed with the photo of the bathing suit. That photo is downloaded. The fake Gmail or the second Gmail, the subject email, then takes that bathing suit photo and emails it to itself. So the photo, somebody grabs it from Facebook Messenger. Who knows it's in Facebook Messenger? Well, Christine, because she sent it. Who'd she send it to in Facebook Messenger? Her husband. So the computer downloads the photo, the Gmail with the numbers in it emails the photo to itself. That photo goes through an editing program. No discussion of whether the metadata was removed from the photo in that editing program. We don't know. But then the metadata shows that it went to a photo editing program. And then that photo was uploaded to the FetLife account. All on the same night. My question being, if it's your photo from your phone, why download it from a Facebook Messenger? Just a question. But the expert keeps saying, look, Christine, and the prosecution keeps objecting and saying user, look, Christine is on her Gmail account. She's on her Facebook account. And then there's no time for the computer to get yoinked and for the CBRN account. And he bases this on Juliana's statements. So we believe Juliana's statements. Okay. He bases this on Juliana's statements and says, well, Juliana said that when they were on the laptop, they only accessed the Gmail account, the FetLife account, and Telegram. Oh, boo-boo. Okay. So because Juliana said, and we never saw the entirety of Juliana's initial proffers. They didn't really ask about this much. But Juliana's like, no, when we get into it, we only go to that Gmail and we only go to FetLife. So he's taking Juliana's statement and narrowing it down to say, therefore, any access to Facebook, any access to the sent emails on the other Gmail account. Anything else on the computer is not Banfield or Juliana. Oh, okay. But I think what the defense is doing by spending multiple days with this witness is the defense has now gotten so granular, the defense has actually almost pulled the jury in to say, we're going to prove to you that it was Christine on her devices. But that invites the juror in their mind to go, well, you didn't prove to me it was Christine on the devices. The defense doesn't have to prove anything. But now that the defense is saying to the jury, we're going to prove to you it was Christine on her devices, the jury's allowed to hold them to that. The defense doesn't have to do that. But it feels like they're trying to. It feels like they're trying to pull the jury along with them to say, look, it was Christine. The prosecution kept their case simple, maybe too simple. But I imagine when the prosecution gets to closing, they're going to say, we didn't need 3 days of an expert to tell you what happened on these devices. It makes sense to you. And the defense is like, no, we're going to show you it was Christine. Okay. That information and that way of testifying continues throughout. So throughout the expert testimony, they talk about the date that the FetLife account was created. They talk about the fact that Christine had a calendar event for getting a proposal to have the windows replaced, and that was in her phone calendar app. But we already heard from the window salesman, so I don't know if that helps. They spent quite a lot of time on it for a point that I don't think really matters. They also tried to show that there were times where it looked too close in time for Christine to be switching between what she's using and the FetLife use. And there's a really interesting interaction with the prosecution about that. So I am going to zoom us in the court day to show you that interaction with the prosecutor. Why? Because I thought it was funny. And I thought it highlighted some of the issues I have with this testimony. So y'all hang with me real quick while we zoom to our next point in this video. And we're going to get to our next timestamp to take a look at this as they are talking about the fact that Christine was switching between information too fast for it to make sense that somebody else was using it. So we are... Let's see. Right. We're going to get into that line of questioning. The problem I had with this line of questioning, the expert keeps saying, hey, there's only 24 seconds between this. There's only 24 seconds between when someone is on Christine Banfield's laptop on her work website and when FetLife is accessed. So the argument from him, or the conclusion from him, is 24 seconds. There's only 24 seconds between this being accessed and that being accessed. No one's going to, you can't just take the computer in 24 seconds. It's too fast. So he's using that as the grounding point to prove that Christine must have been the one interacting on the FetLife account. The cats have left litter on my desk. So continuing on in that argument, and I had to get to where the prosecution objects to this because I thought it was funny.
160.
I'm sorry, say again.
160.
160.
Sir,
Yeah.
you're referencing...
Tabs are gonna matter.
Defense exhibit
Again.
number 160.
Yes.
And what's the significance of that toward your conclusions?
So for this and the next 3 or 4 slides, the respective devices, I can't speak to the people holding them, but for a time at the beginning of this event window, the main devices of the 3 involved parties were in 3 different places.
I will just say, Deputy Queen. Yes, that is the deputy sitting behind the defendant's last name. Deputy Queen. Deputy Queen has this expression the whole day. The whole day. Deputy Queen is the vibiest vibe the entire day of court. The whole day. The only reason I'm not mad at them showing the defendant all day is because this deputy was just face all day. So for a trial with Judge A and Deputy Queen, I'm in. Despite the pain, full mood.
Is one of the inferences I draw from the data that I analyzed. That is important if you advance maybe one slide, please.
This was the whole day. See, when I tell you they are screenshots with no labeling. Okay.
161.
Yes, thank you. So that's important because at this particular time here with this slide at 10:58 and 24 seconds.
So now we are on February 20th.
Ms. Banfield's computer is logging in to her email, an email account associated with Ms. Banfield. So at this time, neither Mr. Banfield's nor Ms. Magalhães' devices are present in the house. So the conclusion I draw from that is that there was only one related party to this investigation at home at
Emily, is this the subject email? No. This is Christine's own email that was logged in. Okay. I didn't hear him say if this was from the computer or from the phone, though. And you know what the problem is? Well, as we saw in the Walsh case, it syncs. So her devices sync.
is that there was only
Okay.
one related party to this investigation at home at the time. So the laptop
Judge,
is,
objection, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
We'll just leave it at that. Is
Okay.
there another, do you wish for me to show the other slides?
you can move forward one, two, sorry.
Two.
Yeah, if you can go one.
That would be
Sorry.
164, I believe, Judge.
One more, my apologies.
One more back.
No, keep going forward.
Okay. 165?
No, one more.
Is that one? I'm sorry,
That's
Judge.
164.
Okay, so 165.
I'm sorry. I'll let you know when we're there. There. If you go back to the blue screen, please.
Yes, sir.
Maybe it's just my Karen Reed trauma. Maybe it's not. But this artifact information shows a URL. The title of the page is Innova Remote Access from 2/20/2023 at 11:07:49 p.m. And the artifact type is Chrome Last Tabs. This expert does not say if there was any interaction with this website other than Chrome being opened and then 24 seconds later, another site being accessed. So you open the laptop and the tabs open? Okay. Okay. Okay.
166. That's 166.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that what you,
Now, if you tell me that someone was accessing Christine's remote access login and logging into work and like checking her schedule, maybe I feel differently. But there was no testimony of that.
Yes, thank you.
166, thank you.
Sorry for the journey.
You're not sorry for the journey, but we are.
So again, bless you, this tells me that we have, what I see is Ms. Banfield's laptop is in use with a remote access to a website associated with her work. The the activity on this device began while other devices weren't in the house.
Judge, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
Sustained, we need to stick to devices.
Okay.
I thought I said devices.
You said other people in the house.
I thought I said other devices in the house. My apologies.
Well, let's just say what you meant to say, and then we'll
So this is a current time when other relevant devices are not in the house. And the
And Judge, I'm going to object as to foundation. This slide indicates that the website is a Chrome last tab. The witness is assuming that it's being interacted with, but that is inaccurate from the information on the screen. I do not believe he's laid any foundation to suggest that there is an actual interaction with this website occurring at 11:07.
Foundation.
Okay. Sir, what was the basis for, this is already in evidence, correct, Aaron?
It is.
Yes.
What is your basis for your assertion that this was a law?
She's just started her cross-examination in her objections. And I'm not even mad at it anymore because you know what? Also fair.
Login and access.
It's a fair point.
I'm sorry, sir. What did you say to the prosecution? What did you just say? What did you just say when she said this is a last tab and we have no information about whether this tab is being interacted with? What did you say? Your response to that was?
Access.
It's a fair point. I can't tell what happened past this. I cannot tell if a user went forward with accessing the site beyond just visiting, just getting to the page.
So other than it being the last tab, you can't say anything else about it? Other than it was the last tab. So you're sitting up there as an expert, and the conclusions that you are making, I don't know if you're going to be able to back up on cross. I really don't.
Okay. And I'm sorry, so continue your...
Yeah, so
Right. We're going to zoom a little bit more as he talks more about the timing of this on February 20th, because he comes to some conclusions. That last tab plays into the conclusions. What's on the screen now are some Telegram messages back and forth.
second to are in different instances of Telegram's activation on the laptop. And I think they're either right before or right after this slide. I think before.
You know what would be really helpful? The slides were numbered. He has no idea where in this presentation anything is. He doesn't seem to have a version of his presentation with him either. So quite a lot of the day, he's like, oh no, back to, oh no, forward. Oh no, it's not this slide.
Right. So
We are in the weeds. We are lost and wandering.
You're referencing 179. Is this one of the conversations?
it is.
And Your Honor, has this been moved into
Yes,
evidence?
179 is in evidence.
And sir, would you like me to show the other conversations?
Well, just that for the corroboration effect, we can see the blue.
Objection. What's the corroboration effect? Because this just corroborates that a phone call was had over Telegram on the laptop and then followed up with the Anastasia account saying it was really great talking to you. I loved hearing your sexy voice. I'm so excited. Have a wonderful night. And then the response from the other individual says same.
Conversation bubble occurred at essentially midnight, 12:44 a.m. on the 21st. If you go back one slide, you'll see the associated Telegram activity when the Telegram app was open on the laptop.
Okay. And that's what you just described on this particular exhibit is in UTC time.
Correct. So it's just corroboration. We have Telegram activity on the laptop, and we have a Telegram conversation occurring contemporaneous to each of the instances of activation of Telegram use.
And I can go back to the other slide that you were referencing.
If you think it would be helpful, I'm fine.
Sir, what were your conclusions based upon your digital forensic analysis of February 20th, 2023?
I didn't see anything here to suggest device takeover. I didn't see anything here to suggest misattribution.
Thank you, sir.
So he is saying, I don't see anything here that suggests misattribution. I don't see anything that suggests that the person using the device is not the person who says they're using the device. And that continues throughout the entirety of the testimony. He also talks about the two-factor authentication and says in his testimony that the text messages from the two-factor authentication weren't all the way deleted, but it was very difficult to understand as he was trying to talk about whether or not somebody would have seen them when they opened their text. Because remember, Juliana said when they got the two-factor authentication for Telegram that Banfield went and deleted it. But as he was trying to explain that it wasn't deleted and somebody could see it, it was unclear to me, because we had gone through all of this testimony, whether it would still show up on text or if the conversation was swiped out or whatever the Android equivalent of swiped out is. And so it was really hard for me to tell, but he was saying those weren't deleted. So I still don't know what to take away from all of that two-factor authentication conversation, because it was so choppy in the way it was presented and it was so confusing. I found it incredibly confusing. So we are going to jump to one other part, and I just lost where my timestamp was on that. So I'm going to find it real quick. Thank you, chat, for jump around with me, because it is needed, because there is a moment where the judge is talking to the defense, and we need to see that moment together. But the defense has another witness on this day who is going to end up being remote. Let's see. And with the witness being remote, let me get to that conversation with the court, because the witness is in Nashville, was concerned about getting to Virginia for testimony and getting back, and was worried that they might lose power, which, fair, there's still over like 130,000 customers or households without power here in Nashville, and it's been very cold. So the remote witness, the court was talking about having the remote witness come in, and whether or not the remote witness could come in and how that was going to work. And I want to just get us to that real quick interaction with the court, because it was a lot of back and forth of whether this remote witness will be able to testify and how. And we are going to summarize that testimony. What we're not going to summarize is the court talking to the defense about it, because this happens in the morning after the jury instruction debacle and nobody's ready. Then the court starts talking about whether this witness can be remote. And then counsel has to leave and call the witness, and then come back and tell the court, and then leave and call the witness. And so before we get into this witness, we just have to look at how this discussion happens as the defense is coming in and out of the courtroom, talking about whether or not this expert can testify remotely. And the prosecution didn't object. And because it's the defense offering it, remember, if the prosecution wanted to bring in a remote witness, generally they couldn't do that. You have the absolute constitutional right to confront and cross-examine witnesses. The prosecution saying, we're going to bring we're going to bring a remote witness. The defense can object and say, not a chance. This is the defense choosing to do it. They can do so. The prosecution didn't object. And I will say the technology in this courtroom is pretty baller because it is a giant screen that just comes out of the division or the partition next to the witness stand and just raises a massive screen in the courtroom. It's the fucking coolest thing I've ever seen. I've never seen a courtroom so technologically advanced. It's a huge courtroom. It was really cool. But the defense trying to figure out what they're going to do with the witness that's going to be remote. Look at how big this courtroom is. A witness that's going to be remote and trying to figure that all out is a
Yes, sir.
lot.
All right, we'll go ahead and send your witness the link now.
Yes.
And then whenever you're ready for him, if you could give us a little heads up beforehand so we can get everything set up in the courtroom. We might take a break right before that. Also, Shannon's going to ask IT to be in the courtroom at that time with the help of the remote witness. I know you have been professed as a technology guy, at least self-professed as a technology guy, but I would feel more comfortable if IT was in the courtroom to assist you with any
Yes.
matters with the remote witness.
I 100%.
We want a heads up to call your remote witness, and we want to have IT in the courtroom. We know you are a self-professed tech guy, but we want to have IT in the room. Oh yes, a few days ago, the defense said that he's a techie guy, just like the judge is just a snarky court. But the defense said, "But Your Honor, I don't have them printed out. I'm a technology guy." And so he was trying to kind of tease her about it, and she teased him right back, saying, "I know you're a self-professed techie guy, but we're going to have IT in the courtroom." Take a note real quick that this is 10:05. This is 10:05 that the court says this. And it seems that at that point, the remote witness logs in. So we're going to just jump real quick to what happens with that witness being called, because it is something else. So we are going to jump further in the day before we get to the end of the day. Let's see where we are. I want to make sure we get the timestamp so we're not wasting y'all's time. But I do love that we get a tour of the portraits in the courtroom. Whoever's the pool photographer in here, it's really fantastic. So they're up at sidebar, and then the court says, essentially, you've had your witness waiting here all day. You've had your witness waiting here
What's your witness's name?
all day. But look at the TV coming out of the...
Here, I can show you.
Barreiro?
Barrie.
Look at this. It's so freaking
Barreiro, can you
cool.
hear me, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. We're just gonna wait for the jury to come in and then I'll swear you in, sir, okay? And once I swear you in, we'll change the position of the
Right?
monitor so you'll be able to see Mr. Carroll, okay?
It's so cool. I just wanted to show you. It was so cool. I thought that was the best part of this day. The thing is that the court told the defense that they were going to switch witnesses. I think I missed that part when the jury went out, because the court told the defense, you're going to change witnesses.
Okay.
Of course. Do we want the FetLife documents?
I don't.
Does it
I just don't remember what part it was. I'm just going to summarize it. The court told the defense that you've had witnesses here all day and you're going to need to switch and do your remote witness. You're going to have to switch and do your remote witness. The court cut him off and was like, this witness has been waiting all day long. You're going to have to switch. And he's like, I wasn't quite ready to switch witnesses. I hadn't told him we were going to switch witnesses. And the court says we're going to switch witnesses. The witness that was called is an audio expert. Am I shocked that they're in Nashville? No. Like, there's a whole bunch of high schools here where they have like different tracks. Our high school was just like, go to school, take these classes. they have so many more options. It's awesome. But they have different tracks, and audio design and sound recording is a huge part of life here in Nashville. So he is the auditory or the audio expert, Nick Barreiro. He comes in to testify that he did audio analysis of the hang up 911 call. Sometimes I've called it like the accidental 911 call, but the hang up 911 call. And he talks about the fact that he looked at the short hang up 911 call where you can hear the automatic voice giving the time and date, the dispatcher, and 1.4 seconds of what he says is an apparent groaning sound or a groaning sound. Remember, Juliana testified that that was the victim, Joseph Ryan, after he had been shot on that 911 call, and that she had called too early, and Christine was like, call 911, and she just like responded and called 911. And he said he also reviewed an exemplar titled Lily 3 that had a dog barking and making some other noises. Well, there's no foundation for that exemplar audio. There's no exemplar for that audio. There's no foundation for that exemplar audio. So it seems that the defense wanted the audio expert to compare an exemplar of the dog. I'm assuming Lily's the family dog. We don't know. There's no foundation. And wanted him to compare that with a graph to the 911 call. But the expert who sat on Zoom from 10 a.m. Eastern until after 4 p.m. Eastern couldn't complete his testimony. We're going to take a look at that real quick. We're going to take a look at that real quick. So let me just cue that up. Because we're gonna look at that together. It's just gonna take me a minute because this stream was long, and I want to be able to clip that in cleanly. All right, so let's take a look at the end of defense audio expert Nick Barreiro. If I said Guarino, it's because now all of the cases that we've done have merged into one giant case in my brain. So this is the end of that testimony. I'm still at 1.25 speed.
With just the 911 call.
So the 911 call can be broken up into.
Also, now that you've heard him speak for just one moment, dude has the best audio setup. The entire room is soundproofed. I want to know so much more about his setup. We just don't have time.
The beginning is the dispatch. Well, it's an automated voice talking about the date and time, and then it's the dispatcher's voice answering the call. And there's a little bit of background noise during that when the dispatcher's answering. And then there's this brief. Just the sound is great. It's about a second and a half. I think it's 1.4 seconds of what could be a groaning sound, and that is really the only portion of the recording that I did anything with. So I ignored the
right. Ignored the other things, focused on that 1.4 seconds and the exemplar from the 1.4 seconds. Oh, I zoomed too fast. Sorry, I zoomed too fast.
So it's really just that 1.4 seconds in the middle of the call where that apparent groaning sound is that I focused on in that recording.
Okay. There's been a foundation objection relating
move your
to...
microphone back up. Move your microphone. Thank you.
There's been a foundation objection relating to the Lily 3 file that you've received. So we're going to have to get evidence as to the foundation before we can continue on with your examination.
Okay.
I'm not certain when that will be, but are you willing to get back on at the appropriate time?
Yes, sir.
You could
All right, is there
you
any
could see his joy leave
Not
his
this
body.
time.
All right.
No one in Nashville is hoping their power's still out, except for this poor expert who's like, yeah, no, power's still out. Sorry, y'all. There's one customer left without power, and it's me. It's me. Yeah, it's me. I have no power. My bad. Sat on Zoom the entire day for the defense to have no idea how he's going to get the exemplar of the dog into evidence. If the defense knew that foundation was going to be an issue, he would have told the court, we are not ready for this expert today. Sun Sea and Sand Views, can't he charge them for that? Oh, he'll charge them his rate for the entire day. Oh, yes, he will. He'll charge them his rate for the entire day. 100%. Oh, 100%. But the defense could have just said, Your Honor, if this witness can be remote, we're going to have to do it when we resume. We haven't laid the foundation for what we need yet. But the defense didn't even know that it seems the defense didn't recognize that he was going to need foundation for what the fuck is this other audio clip that you're having him compare and contrast? Because who knows? So then we get to the end of the day on Friday. Guess what the defense does after that? Guess what the defense does after that? He calls his expert, Lidsky, back to the stand to do almost nothing. And I think there was one moment that I didn't bring up yet. Hold on. Let me find it. There was one other moment that we needed to take a look at before we get to the end of the day Friday. So chat, thank you for your indulgence. I'm used to just letting it roll, but we have one more that I'm thinking of that we need to get to. So let me find where I have too many notes. Emily, you have too many notes. Where's your other timestamp? All right, there is one more moment that I need to queue up real quick, where the court chats with Mr. Carroll, because the defense walks around. I'm just actually going to skip it and get to the end of the day. The defense at one point just starts walking around the courtroom and not questioning a witness. And the judge says to him, Mr. Carroll, we have a juror that needs to leave at 5. Can we please move it along? And calls him out in front of the jury. He's wandering around the courtroom doing nothing for minutes at a time. And he's just walking around. I have no idea what he's doing, but he's just walking around the courtroom. And the court's like, we have to go. We have a juror that needs to leave. Can you imagine being stuck in court for this entire day of nothing? Knowing that Snowmageddon's coming and being like, look, I've already missed milk, eggs, bread, but Ruffles, Dr. Pepper in my area, but I need to just go get some snow snacks. Can I just go get some snow snacks? Of course they want to get home on Friday. They agreed to come in extra on Friday because they knew that, a snowstorm was coming. And then they sit through an entire day of some of the most excruciatingly presented evidence I've ever seen and granular detail. And I can only attribute it to the defense not being well prepared. We have seen defense cases that has gotten into technical detail. When it is organized, you can present it well. Your experts can present summary exhibits, but the attorney has to have a good grasp of that information to know what's important and what's not. When you cannot synthesize the information to know what's important and what's not important, you throw everything in and then nothing's important. And it feels like that's where we're at with the defense, is that...
Acquaintances,
Sorry, I'm going to zoom past this. It feels like where we're at with the defense on Friday is that the defense has not parsed for the jury what is important and what is not important and has thrown everything at the wall. So at the end of day 4, no. At the end of day 7, Friday, the jurors heard a lot of objections and a lot of back and forth and saw slides that had screen caps of a lot of technical information. And the defense kept saying, why is this important? Why is this important to your investigation? Because the jurors can't tell what it matters. And it seems that the defense expert's conclusion is that there was no catfishing here, that Christine Banfield was in control of her devices, because at the time things are going on at the laptop, things are also going on the phone, and that there were 2-factor authentication codes sent to the phone that weren't deleted, and that Christine's original Gmail account was accessed close in time to the new Gmail account with the numbers when FetLife was created, and that she had taken a selfie earlier in the evening and someone went to Facebook Messenger and downloaded the selfie and then put it in the second Gmail account and then emailed it to themselves and then ran it through a photo program and then put it up on FetLife. So she was in charge of her devices and never lost dominion and control of her devices. And that Juliana said that the laptop was just put by the door. But some of the user activity shows that in the evening, in the prior year to the murder, Christine would be on her laptop in the evening. So this is the end of the day Friday. Before we get into today's day in court, I still don't know if we've left enough Zoom room for today, but we'll do our best.
Start at 10 on whatever day we come back. A couple things. Please use this extra time to reboot a little bit and get more organized. The wheels were coming off there, and I don't want to waste the jury's time anymore or witnesses' time, or for that matter, my time. Just remember that you are responsible for your record to keep it clean, not me, not Shannon. Okay, so please be wary of your exhibits and your numbers and what you are. Moving forward, I expect, and this is what I expect from all attorneys moving forward, I want all exhibits pre-numbered and in electronic format separately in separate files with the exhibit number already titled on that file. Okay, and make sure you have all your witnesses lined up and ready to go. Does that make sense to everybody?
It does.
Okay, we've got it. And make sure, Mr. Carroll, I think we need all your exhibits from today. Did we get the video to you?
Judge, your clerk kindly provided the one item. I am still missing all of defense exhibits today.
So we need to send all the exhibits in those same separate files by exhibit number to the Commonwealth and also to us. When you send the exhibits to us, if they're not in the separate file.
And yes, chat, unless Judge A has a rule that we have not seen before, one PowerPoint can be marked as one exhibit, page, exhibit 10, pages 1 through 50. However, then you would have to give your exhibits to the prosecution in advance, and then you would have to determine which pages are in and which pages are out, which we saw quite a lot in the Reed case. We saw arguments over PowerPoints and demonstratives, and we saw experts pulling out different pages and then marking them as a full exhibit with pages XYZ removed. Yes, you can do that, but it means you have to do it in advance. So he is marking every single page of the PowerPoint, which is essentially just screenshots on a background with no labeling. So if the jury goes to look at them, they don't know if they're from a laptop, a phone, which laptop, which phone. No one knows.
Are numbered. Shannon stays here for 2 hours to get it all done so she can take care of it because she can't leave until all of that is
Which
taken care of.
sucks for her.
So you have to get it to us as soon as possible to take care of it. I just need more organization. I really do. Okay. Does that make sense? Everybody got it? All right.
Deputy Queen's over it. Deputy Queen's got the arms crossed. Deputy Queen is like, get me out of this courtroom. Get me out of this courtroom immediately. Emily, did you minimize your screen so everybody could see Deputy Queen more? I did.
See you next week.
Yeah, I did. Because the entire day. So, that was Friday, day 7. And now we're going to day 8 together. We are not in real time because that's not going to happen, law nerds. It's just I'm going to set the expectation now. I can't do this trial in real time. I can't. I will rage quit. The court in real time is at lunch. Hopefully that will give us enough room to boot scoot past the difficulties. The attorneys came in for the morning. Let's change our day here. Oh, you know what we should do? We should fly to Virginia. You know what? Let's fly to Virginia and get into real time. Shall we? Let's do it. Welcome to court resuming on Wednesday, January 28th for day 8 of the Banfield case. Emily, you said you weren't doing gavel to gavel trial coverage. I know. And yet, here we are in Fairfax County because some things are too difficult to watch by yourself. And this case is one of them. On Friday, before court left for, winter storm. Is it Fern? Is it Fran? Winter storm, a lot of fucking ice and no power in Nashville, snow all over the place. Court was closed Monday, Tuesday, resumed Wednesday. The court told the defense, hey, buddy, you're going to need to get organized. You're going to need to get your exhibits organized. We need you to be ready to go. You have 5 days. Huzzah. Remember Thursday when the court's like, can we be done tomorrow? I would love to be done tomorrow. Thursday, the court was so optimistic. Thursday, I would love to be done tomorrow. You have 3 witnesses left? And the defense is like, oh, Your Honor, it's going to take some time. I'll see what I can do. And the judge is like, let's finish evidence Friday, and then we can come back from the storm and have closing arguments, and we're all good to go. Let's do that. Nope. So Friday, they recalled Miller. They called their tech expert, private investigator to say that there was no catfishing, Lidsky. They called an audio expert. They didn't have the foundation for the audio expert to do their expert analysis. So they called him and then said, just kidding, we're going to have to do this again some other time. And then they began the day today. I am going to skip through the first half hour because they went to sidebar for a half an hour before they started the day. And then where did they start the day? They recalled Lidsky. Because they have days and days and days left of tech that they want to go through. So, welcome to the days and days and days of tech that they want to go through. Here we are, everybody, in real time. I worked with our setup a little bit, so we had a refeed. So let me back this up because I wanted to make sure we had closed captioning because it was absolutely necessary for our purposes. So there is one point, I've learned my mistakes, but there is one point in this where my feed that I'm recording for y'all stops because I made the critical error of walking into my office with my headphones on. I was listening to a little music before the court day as I was grabbing timestamps, and the feed thought that my headphones were a microphone and then stopped. This whole morning, Lidsky was trying to help the defense do whatever. So you'll see one quirk with the feed. It's something we're trying to work out so we have a smoother experience for y'all when we stream trials to make sure that we don't lose closed captioning. So yeah, here's the defense expert as they are waiting to start the day, trying to figure out, I know, maybe Queen will be back after lunch. On Thursday, Queen was there a half day. Look, you know what? If you're the deputies, you're going to your boss and you're like, I'll do this for half a day. I'm not doing this for more than half a day. You've got half a day with me, and that's it.
Can you take this, Dan, sir?
The jury's in the courtroom. Lidsky's still standing next to the defense attorney, helping him with his laptop. And the judge is like, can you go to the witness stand? Off to a great start, everybody. Off to
Just a
great
reminder,
start.
you're still under oath, okay?
Just a reminder, Emily, go to 1.25. 1.25.
Morning, sir. Mr. Harry Lidsky.
Good morning. Yes,
Do
I
we have a
am.
microphone too, please?
Good morning, sir.
There we go.
Mr. Lidsky, can you see the screen before you?
I don't have anything. Yes, there it is. Yes.
In terms of foundation, these are the, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you are looking at right now?
This is a T-Mobile responsive record, I believe, to a search warrant issued by the Fairfax County Police Department and the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. This is cell tower location.
They didn't do any summary of what happened on Friday because they didn't do any summary of what happened Friday. Because why would they?
Information for
Because why would
Mr.
they?
Banfield's phone.
And sir, I'm going to slide down. Do you see the highlighted portion?
I do. This is filtered in particular for the evening of January 9th, 2023. And there's one record in particular. These are in UTC time, so it's reflective of January 10th in the early morning, but it's January 9th for the conversion.
Your Honor, move that in as
We've now gone back in time. We had been at February 20th. We've now gone back in time to January 9th.
Defense Exhibit 294.
Any objection?
I can have the court's indulgence for just one moment.
The prosecution's like, we haven't been provided anything. And we don't know what's happening either. So we're back with January 9th. Yeah, we're just going to 1.5 this.
Bit
294.
294. Thank you. No objection.
All right, 294 in evidence.
I don't have shade for the prosecution
Sir,
needing time.
Can you explain for the ladies
Because
and
it's
gentlemen of the
so
jury,
disorganized.
4381 and what the significance of that is relating to your digital forensics analysis?
Yes, I can. And I misspoke a moment ago. This is for Ms. Magalhães' mobile phone, not Mr. Banfield's. So row 40.
That's what you want for the tech expert. That's what you want. That's what you want. I'm sorry. Wrong phone. Great.
4381,
Good.
which is highlighted, is just a data session point that T-Mobile logged with location information. The second column from the left, start time, is the beginning of the data session.
Before you go back to no screen viewing for the rest of the day, which I don't blame you. Whatever else you're doing, please do it. Do not let this be the only thing. Even if it's just chatting with chat, do not let this be the only thing. But come back for just a second to take a look at the way that the defense has chosen to express this data for the jurors in an Excel spreadsheet where the lines aren't even delineated by color so that everything just merges together. But there's an exhibit number at the top, guys. There's an exhibit number at the top. Some progress has been made. Have we distilled the information to make it more helpful and useful for the jury? No. But we put a number at the top. So there we go, everybody. Welcome to day 8 of trial.
And the column 2, its right end time, is the ending. For locational information in this regard, the beginning time is what I'm focused on.
And sir, I'm going to have you look at.
My eyes are crossing because it just all blurs together. Okay. I don't know what the defense is asking him to take a look at because he stopped speaking mid-sentence. Because there are going to be inevitable questions in the chat about, is this grounds for appeal? No. The defense attorney, though his strategy is confusing and difficult to follow, has a strategy, has called witnesses, and is providing a defense.
So I'm going to have you identify what would be marked as Defendant's Exhibit 295.
I see it.
Can you identify that?
This is just a Google map of the Herndon area with an annotation of the approximate location of the Banfield residence on Stablebrook Way. Also, the tower that handled the data session on the previous slide marked with a red pin.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 295.
Any objection? No objection, 295.
And so, sir, the jury is waiting to see that. Explain what that previous slide is relating to what you've put in Defense Exhibit 295 and what that shows.
So on the left-hand side, the icon of the house or structure is designed.
A lot of you are like, what strategy? I don't, I'm having a difficult time parsing the strategy. It might be throw everything at it to poke holes. The problem is throwing everything at it is just going to lead the defense to be like, okay, but you're just trying to, could lead the jury to be like, you're just trying to confuse us. It's really, really frustrating. And at this point, the jurors have to be irritated. They have to be. I can't imagine that they don't feel like their time is being wasted because there's not much to be gleaned from this. Okay, so can you just, they had the ability to make a demonstrative exhibit that said, the laptop is logging in at this time. Juliana's phone is here. Brendan's phone is here. So the laptop's being used when they're not in the home. If the laptop's being used when they're not in the home to log into FetLife, game over. Show me that. But you need to make it clear. I don't think they can. I don't think that's what the evidence will bear out. But if that's there, show me that. If the timing is too close, just say, this is what the computer's doing. But even when he says this is what the computer's doing, he's not. He's saying, look, that's the last tab. And then there's 34 seconds. And then this is the new tab. Okay, so you're telling me that somebody opened a laptop and logged into it and Chrome was still open? And?
To represent the approximate location of the Banfield residence. And the red pin, which is in sort of the middle of Stratton Woods Park, towards the upper right-hand side, is the location of the T-Mobile cell tower that handled the data session from the previous slide.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares which tower things are pinging off of. Nobody cares. I'm sure it's a nice park. The Lifetime looks like it's gorgeous. Nobody cares. Nobody cares where the tower is. It's not relevant for this case.
Your Honor, I'm moving on to what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 296.
And if it is
Were you able to
relevant,
see that
the
slide?
defense hasn't pointed out how the towers are relevant,
Same.
unless you're saying the tower handoff proves that somebody couldn't be somewhere. I'm at 1.5. I'm at 1.5 speed. This is the first 3 questions of the beginning of the day today after the court said you had 5 days to get your shit together. Emily, has my internet frozen? No. We're still waiting for the defense to ask the next question. So am I still waiting? Imagine how awkward this is in the courtroom.
Sir, will you be able to
Imagine
see the,
how awkward this
next
is in the
slide?
courtroom.
Identified as Defense Exhibit 296.
What are
I
we,
am.
three questions in?
Can you identify that slide?
I can. This is a screenshot of the portable case digital forensic platform for Ms. Banfield's laptop for January 9th, 2023
Oh, no,
from,
Chad.
I believe, noon.
We
through
weren't
midnight.
paused. Mm-mm.
And what is the significance of this document?
That there was no data, no usage of the laptop during that time period on January 9th.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 296.
Any objection? Can you make it just the full screen? Because I can't have the other slides.
Yes, Your Honor.
being shown to the jury.
So when Juliana wasn't home, the laptop wasn't used? And? Is the time period clear? No. He just said on January 9th, during that time period, the laptop was not used. And all the silence you're hearing in court is the pause for the next question.
My apologies, Judge. I can't seem to move that next slide. May I ask the expert for help with this?
All right.
McKenna, no. McKenna in the chat said this is 1.25. No. No. This is 1.5. We're at 1.5. I have never seen a witness get off the stand, walk into the well, and try to help the defense with an exhibit. I have never seen that happen. Ever. Emily, it's quiet in court. Yes, the witness got off the stand. Okay, Chad, it's worth looking at Judge A's face. It's worth looking at Judge A's face. I did just pause. It's worth looking at Judge A's face. The witness is in the well next to the lawyer, helping him with his tech. They were at sidebar for 30 minutes before the jury came in.
Can you go back one? We were on 296.
And these are the first questions.
There you go.
There you go.
Any objection to 296?
No, ma'am.
All right, 296 in evidence.
Friday. I hope we can all be more organized when we get back to court. Nope. Just nope.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Move the microphone back, please.
if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what
She asked him to grab his mic, and that's what happened.
is this Exhibit 296 show with regard to your digital forensics analysis?
So I analyzed the data usage from the laptop on this particular date, January 9th, particularly the evening, but again, filtered this to go back to, I think, approximately noon. And there was no data usage whatsoever on the laptop for this time period.
So the laptop wasn't used during the period of time that no one says it was being used? Okay. Okay.
I'm going to move on to
Okay.
the next slide.
Okay. Emily, why? I don't know why. I don't know why this is what they're doing. I do not know.
297. Sir, do you see this slide before you?
I do.
Can you identify it?
This is part of the Google production in response to a search warrant showing the activity from January 9th, 2023 in the evening, particularly the 11:10 startup or creation of the alleged suspect Gmail account.
And you're going to move that in as defense exhibit number 297?
Any objection?
No objection.
297 evidence.
The defense seems to think that their strategy for today is, what does this show? Mm-hmm.
So going from left to right, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that's displayed and what the significance of it is.
So on the left, the highlight is just for the Google login history. In the center, the third row down highlighted is a particular entry of note, the IP address, which is the home, the Banfield home IP address. A login is both the creation of the account and the first login happening contemporaneously, again, January 9th, 2020.
So instead of making a discernible PowerPoint, we're looking at whatever this document is, showing that the laptop was used to create the email address. Everyone agrees that the laptop was used to create this email address. What people don't agree on is who did this.
At approximately 11:10 p.m.
But look, it's labeled.
And on the lower right, we can see a notation for the CDRN 920 at Gmail account. And that's what this record's reflecting.
And so what are your conclusions
So this is showing the creation of the second Gmail, the one with the numbers.
based upon your analysis of defense exhibit 297?
So if you could jump back to 295.
Good. Great. Sure. Let's just jump
So given
around.
the location of Ms. Magalhães' device at approximately 11:08 p.m. From this cell tower and its distance from the residence, my conclusion is that she was not home at the time the Gmail account was created.
Objection calls for speculation. The witness can testify to her phone not being present in the house.
Sir, can you,
Did Juliana ever testify that she was home when this was created or that she knew that he created it? Because my memory is that Juliana testified that he created the second account and she wasn't sure what email was used. She didn't know if it was Gmail or Hotmail or Yahoo or whatever because he created it. And she said he created an account. Well, what did he use to create the account? She's like, I don't know.
explain to the jury in terms of the devices?
So my conclusion is that Ms. Magalhães' device was not in the residence at 11:10 p.m. when the Gmail account, the alleged suspect Gmail account was created.
That's what she said.
I'm going to move on to the next slide.
That's consistent.
Exhibit 298.
With the conclusion is that's what she said, but not in a funny way. That's consistent with what she said.
Sir, can you identify this slide?
Good.
If opened, this would be the Discord.
Judge, I'm going to object to the description of what happens when we open it. Let's open it.
Sir, can you identify this
Oh
298
boy.
has been opened? What, if anything, can you identify this as something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
Here it only says Microsoft Edge PDF document.
Oh, sorry, Judge.
Document's not open.
It opened on my laptop.
Wonderful. That's great. Love that for you. Chat would like to see it. Chat's just waiting for counsel to just go, chat, we cooked. Like that's what we're waiting
So
for
this
at this
is
point.
what I received as the Discord responsive documents to a search warrant issued by the Fairfax County Police Department and the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. This is for Ms. Magalhães' Discord account. And this is the subscriber information with IP addresses corresponding with login events to that account.
And sir,
And
are there any particular login events that you're interested in terms of your analysis of this particular day?
So again, these are UTC records. So if we scroll down to January 10th, 2023, we will see a relevant login for the period of time that we're discussing.
Nancy in the chat asked, can the judge give the defense a time limit on this one witness? Not easily. That would be a very appealable issue. And by the way, they're waiting for something to happen in court. I didn't pause it to talk.
You see the highlighted portion, sir?
I do.
I'm going to try to not pause it to talk.
Relating to your analysis of the
Because-
circumstances?
It is.
Okay, and what, if anything, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Actually, can I move that in as
I'm going to pause right now on the what if anything. Does that tell the jury? Unlike civil cases, when we are dealing with different constitutional rights, the judge has a much more difficult time limiting the way the defense puts on their case. The judge can lean on the prosecution a little bit more, but when we are coming to the defense's constitutional rights, there's not a ton the court can do to tell the defense to move it. She can maybe attempt to hold the defense in contempt, but she has asked the defense to be more organized. She has not ordered him to do anything. She cannot tell the lawyers how to try their case. She can strongly advise them. She can say, no, I'm not giving you a recess to do this or that. No, you can't approach. You need to continue. But she can't say, counsel, your 3 days are up. No more case for you. If the defense wants to do this witness for another 5 days, the court would talk to them about it. But yeah, there's not much the court can do to limit the defense. They are his constitutional rights. And when you're dealing with criminal and someone facing potentially life without parole in prison, the judge cutting off witnesses that aren't for issues of foundation and what have you becomes a massive appellate issue because it's improper. So Judge A is in a tough spot. But I think we're going to start seeing her say, we told this jury through this date. We're going to lose this jury. And then if the defense can't get it together, if you are going beyond the juror's date, Judge A ends up in a position where if jurors absolutely cannot serve beyond the dates that they were qualified for, you end up in the situation of having to declare a mistrial if you lose the jury and starting all over again. So.
Defense Exhibit 298.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
98 evidence.
There's not a lot Judge A can do.
Identifying that highlighted portion, is that the relevant portion relating to your analysis of the January 9th analysis?
It is.
And explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this fits within your analysis and remind them what is January 9th in terms of its significance.
Compound.
So again, January 9th was the, January 9th at 11:10 p.m. was the date and time where the alleged suspect Gmail account was created at the Banfield residence. I used these records to
Look, you guys. Look, it's January 9th at 11:10 p.m. Juliana was on Discord.
supplement my other investigative work as a form of corroboration. So Ms. Magalhães' device was a few miles away from the Banfield location at 408. This is, again, Discord is not device specific, but Discord has Ms. Magalhães' account transitioning from a T-Mobile service in the line, the 327 entry at 208.127.225.10. That's a T-Mobile provided IP address, and it's shifting to the home IP address at 11:11 and 30 seconds p.m. On January 9th. So that was used to try to ascertain a time where her device returned home.
And does that, and what,
Juliana
if anything,
phone
can you
home at
conclude to a reasonable
11:11.
degree of scientific certainty
Great.
as to January 9th?
I think this is our best window into the time Mrs. Magalhães' device arrived back home.
And I think perhaps you said this, but when was the,
Yeah, he tried to explain the conversion from UTC. He just didn't do it well.
suspect Gmail account created?
It was created at 11:10 p.m. So 88 seconds prior to this event.
Okay, and was there,
So the Gmail was created
is there
before
anything
she
else
got
related to
home,
January
like she
9th on
said.
the defense exhibits
Okay.
up to 298?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
Emily, did you pause the stream? No. Mm-mm. No, I'm at 1.5 speed, and this is the pausing between questions. Yep, it's not your internet. I can't believe how long between questions. .404 counsel not found?
So I'm going to ask you.
I can't imagine
to
how
look at
long
the
these
slide
pauses
before.
are.
Can you see that?
Not in
I
1.5
can, but
speed.
not in presentation mode. Okay,
Can you see that slide?
I can.
So what have we learned? Juliana
Can you see that slide?
was not
Okay.
home exactly as the second Gmail was being created, which is consistent with
Sir,
her
if you
testimony.
could look at what would be marked as Defendant's Exhibit 237.
Oh boy.
I see it.
Can you identify that?
I can. This is a Google responsive document to a search warrant, again, with the alleged suspect Gmail account reflecting a login on February 13th, 2023.
Okay. You're going to move that in as Defense Exhibit 237.
Any objection?
Just this slide, no objection.
237.
Ned said there's 14,000 watchers
Sir,
watching
if you
paint
could
dry.
explain to the
No,
ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of this slide going.
there are 14,000 law nerds waiting to see when I crash out. What if any rage quit? But it's live trial, so who knows? Maybe Judge A will be snarky again. Yep, we're just waiting. We're waiting. We're just waiting.
From left to right is relating to February 13th, 2023.
Again, on the left, we have highlighted just this particular data set, which is the Google login history. The top row in the middle reflects the particular login we're discussing now. The IP address is the Banfield residence. It's a login February 13th, 2023 at 7:33 and 12 seconds a.m. From a Windows computer.
This is a login to the second Gmail in February.
And again, this is to the alleged suspect Gmail account, not Ms. Banfield's sort of true name account.
And what's the significance?
That there was a login to the alleged suspect account on this morning.
Your Honor,
And?
move to Defense Exhibit 238. So do you identify that exhibit?
I do. This is a login a few minutes later at 7:45 a.m. to Ms. Banfield's actual email account, her sort of
That's
personal
why.
account, for lack of a better term.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 238.
Any objection? No objection, 238.
Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of this defense exhibit and what
Sure.
the 3 columns essentially mean?
Sure. So unlike the prior exhibit, this is to Ms. Banfield's actual account, the C Banfield RN at Gmail account. So I highlighted this.
Chad, this is the PowerPoint he made. The information is not parsed in any way. We don't know if this was synced, and it shows that the browsers were switched. So the one account was logged in on Mozilla, the other account was accessed on, it looks like Chrome. So did someone log in, or did they access the account that was already logged in on the tab? Because they're using 2 different browsers. And you could be logged in on 2 different browsers to 2 different Gmail accounts. So was it a login?
That's significant because, again, we're seeing a movement in and out of the suspect, the alleged suspect account, and the real
It says
personal
log
account
in,
belonging to Ms. Banfield.
which
I have
is
some,
helpful.
with
Oh, the defense is scrolling.
regard to the catfishing theory, I see
Great.
some consistency issues here.
So he is saying that there was a login at 7:33 and then a different login at 7:45, and that the time is too close. But all of this on type for the rest of the time continues to say login. So was someone logging in, or were they logged in and stayed logged into Gmail? Because that goes till for the rest of the day, even when IP addresses change, which is probably when somebody went to work.
Your Honor, we move on to Defense Exhibit number 239. Sir, can you see that exhibit?
Again,
And can you identify it as an exhibit and what the foundation of that is?
this is on the same morning of February 13th, 2023. It's a few minutes later, 7:48, approximately 7:48 and 41 seconds a.m. And this is a login now back to the alleged suspect Gmail account.
And in looking at these last 3 slides, the time is important in terms of analysis, correct?
It is.
What's the significance to your analysis?
Well, in a 15-minute window, we've gone from the alleged suspect account to the known attributable account with Ms. Banfield, and now back to the suspect account.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 239.
Any objection? No objection.
So
And I apologize, if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury
How do we
the
know
significance of how 237, 238, and 239 connect.
Judge, objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
it is. Good job, counsel.
Sir, on the right-hand side, it indicates, or what, if anything, does that
He's going to ask again. The prosecution's just trying to save everyone's sanity at this point, which, you know, for that, well done. But, okay.
indicate that artifact?
On the right-hand side, we have the IP address, which hasn't changed. It's a login. These are all logins, the date and time. This is now the 7:48 event. And then in the evidence information, a few lines down, the source is the determining record for whether or not this is from a C Banfield RN account or the CBRN 920 suspect account. And that's just, to tell them apart.
Okay. The artifact type, they are saying Google login history. So he is saying the Google login history is showing that these are all logins, and that someone is logging in to the Gmail account under Christine's name, and then logging into the account that's used for FetLife, and then logging back into the one under Christine's name.
And
I'm curious about the Mozilla details, having an Apple note here because the only one with an Apple device is Juliana. So when these are the Google histories, which device is he attributing these to? Because this is from Google's return. So Google is saying this is when things were logged in. But some of the logins are on Mozilla. And then I'm real curious about what this says at the end here, because Christine's computer is Windows. Her and her husband both have Android devices. And the only one with an Apple device is Juliana. So are these just different devices? Notice that the device tab is empty. Huh. I have some questions.
If you can, explain the significance of the CB Banfield RN account and the CB RN 920 account.
The C. Banfield RN account is what I've come to know as Ms. Banfield's legitimate sort of personal email. The CBRN 920 account is the one we've been referring to as the alleged suspect account. That's the one that was created to set up FetLife and then to facilitate communication on Telegram as part of the meeting with Mr. Ryan.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
It doesn't say what devices are being
This
used.
will be identified as Defense Exhibit 186.
I already have 186 in evidence. Is that?
I believe, Judge, that's the same exhibit, and it's just been included in this.
Like the
But it's-
login
but
history
the
doesn't
186
help without the devices.
And, Your Honor, I believe this has been moved into evidence?
Yes, it's in
Okay.
evidence. Being displayed.
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
Okay, and what, if anything, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury regarding your analysis of this?
So these are FetLife communications. These are for outbound communication or messages from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield. These are all in the morning of February 13th, and they're all in or around overlapping with the time frames of the Gmail login accounts or login events that we were just discussing.
And identifying
What? I'm going to put him at 1.25 because I actually do want to understand what he's saying, and the way it's being presented is really, really difficult. These are 4 outbound FetLife messages. I'm curious about this.
Communication or messages from
So
the
we're at
account purporting to be
1.25.
that of Ms. Banfield. These are all in the morning of February 13th, and they're all in or around overlapping with the time frames of the Gmail login accounts or login events that we were just discussing.
and identifying them. How are you identifying whom is speaking to whom?
So the far left hand.
I'm going to crash out. If we're just looking at the web traffic and not attributing it to a device in a case with 60 devices, what the fuck does it matter? So there are outbound messages at the same time that there are Google logins. From which device? Okay, but we're going to read these messages. So this is February 13th, 2023 at 7:37. I don't know what this last column says, but it says new here, ? The top message says, that's good. I think we will be, That's good. I think we will be planning something before your surgery. I'm so excited. You are in a great shape, and I appreciate that you take care of yourself. Well, this time I'll let you tell me about your ideas. I'm curious. Winky smiley face. I'm looking forward to meet you, to see you, to taste you, and be used and abused by you. Are we at song lyrics now? Emily, you could have read that in a much different way. No, chat, it's a murder trial. No matter how painful this questioning is. The next message is, you got my eyes then. I know that if you do jujitsu, you're good in pinning down and all these stuff. That's what I'm looking for and excited about. You really got me excited. Winky face, tongue sticking out emoji. Well, not emoji, typed. You know what I mean. Now my question is, what type of toy, tools, restraints do you have? Would you mind sending me pictures of them? Winky smiley. Well, jujitsu. Also, why toy singular? Emily, focus. That sounds amazing / fun and exactly what I'm looking for. I got excited just reading this and picturing the scenario. Would you mind sending me pictures of your toys, tools? Question marks. Chat. More or less cringy than the Higgins texts?
And column.
Let me know.
163-63905.
You let me know.
That is the user account that's associated with the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield.
Also, if anything, do you know what I have learned from this? Is that if the logins to the FetLife Gmail account are happening from an Apple device that belongs to Juliana, for you, does that track with these messages? Or is that beyond your imagining that at the time that it looks like an Apple device is logging into that Gmail, that these FetLife conversations are also Juliana's?
And those are all outgoing comments?
They are. This has been filtered just to reflect the outbound ones.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 241. Sir, can you identify that?
I can.
And if you can explain, is this, how did you come to receive this? And how
God,
did
I
you
kind of
rely upon
regret
it in your analysis?
1.25. We're going to see how long I can
This
handle
was
this.
a document received from the Treasury Department's Inspector General office. It was provided to the Fairfax County Police Department and provided to me as part of a stipulation of records. This particular record is for the Easy Pass toll device that was assigned to Mr. Banfield.
And is that identified in the third column?
As the transponder or plate number?
Yes.
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you rely upon in this particular document?
The location of Mr. Banfield's transponder, presumably his assigned work vehicle.
So you're telling me when those FetLife messages were sent, Banfield was driving? I'm shocked that he's not the one who wrote what we just read. I'm stunned. Yeah.
Vehicle, in particular on the morning of February 13th.
Judge, I'm going to object to the presumption that it's his assigned work vehicle. If he can testify to specifically which vehicle it's assigned to based on his knowledge and review, then certainly, but if he's speculating, objection.
SANE foundation.
Sir, can you
Do you know that's his work car?
Her Honor, how it is that you've
Also, her law enforcement officers identified that as his assigned work car. But it's fair to say, do we know he was driving his work car with the transponder? You have his phone. His phone probably does it too. So why not just track his phone and not the transponder on the car?
identified it as Mr. Banfield's document?
We're going back to 1.5.
The Treasury Inspector General's office assigned it, yes.
And in terms of
I regret everything.
the documents that you received, what, if anything, were they, what, if anything, identified to Mr. Banfield's Treasury vehicle?
Emily,
It's a
When
record
you
they
do
keep track
crash
of. They have these assigned out to personnel,
it'll be the what if anything that
they-
causes it.
pay for the account.
And so in looking at these records, how did you utilize them in your digital forensic analysis?
Well, it's an easy pass transponder, so it can be associated with location information, and that's the purpose I used it for on this morning on February 13th.
Why didn't you
Your
just
Honor, I
use
note
the
that in
phone?
Defense Exhibit number 241.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
241 in evidence.
And
So
what, can you tell from the morning of February 13th, 2023?
So there were
he was driving
4
for-
entries of on that date. two eastbound on the Dulles Toll Road and two westbound later on the Dulles Toll Road. These are in East Coast time, so there's no conversion. So the first entry and column B is the transaction date, not to be confused with column A, which is the posting date. So we have an entry that's boxed in green on the morning of the 13th at 6:05 a.m. And it says that this transponder and the vehicle it was in entered the Dulles Toll Road heading in the eastbound direction at the Centerville entry point. Sorry. The column, the road just above, they're out of order.
That's fantastic.
Is, at 6:12.
That's good.
So line 21 or row 21 shows us that the same transponder and the vehicle in which it was installed passed through the Dulles mainline toll plaza that is near Tyson's.
Awesome.
Or in Tyson's at 6:12 a.m. heading east. Rows 23 and 24 are the corresponding return trip into the main line heading westerly and then Fairfax Parkway, also heading westerly. Looks like an exit at 11:35. So
Good.
the transponder was past Tyson's heading east at 6:12 and didn't return until 11:35.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
Great. I bet it's gonna illuminate things for us, counsel. I bet that's gonna help. Sure. What I said earlier about
So do you
parsing
see the slide before
information.
you, Defense Exhibit 242?
I do.
And what did you see there?
So these are T-Mobile provided location records for Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This particular section highlighted is for, again, the morning of February 13th, 2023, and these are in UTC time.
And so what does that convert to?
So the first entry begins at 6:17 a.m. There's a subsequent entry at 6:22 a.m., 6:29 a.m., and then it jumps forward to 10:35 a.m.
So
And what, if
He's
anything, can Your Honor,
driving?
Defense Exhibit 242?
Any objection?
Judge, I hate to do this, but if you can scroll to the top to show
Sure.
that it's identified as Mr. Banfield's phone.
So the phone and the transponder are heading to work. But where's Juliana during this period of time? Because there are two of them. Showing that just one of them's out of the house doesn't really
Oh, no. Thank you. No objection.
do much
That
other
is
than
evidence.
solidify what Juliana has said this whole time.
So the highlighted portion is what you were previously identifying?
It was, yes.
And just pointing out.
I don't know.
Let's see if I can move
Oh,
it.
good. That's
Pointing
much
out the
it's
column,
much easier to see. That's really
column E.
fantastic.
What is that?
Column E is the date and time of the beginning of this particular session that T-Mobile logged, and the to the right towards column M is the location of the cell tower that handled this data transmission.
And this was in UTC time?
These are all in UTC time.
So subtract 5 hours?
Correct.
And what, if anything, can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based upon?
He didn't even convert these and put them on a separate PowerPoint slide. Bold strategy.
These records?
That Mr. Banfield's mobile device was not at or near the residence at the time of the Gmail logins or the FetLife messages we saw in previous slides.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
Part of why I'm so mad is that I feel a little bad for the defendant.
Your Honor, this,
And,
would be identified as exhibit.
I really
Defense
don't like the
Exhibit
facts of this
242.
case. But
Oh, I'm sorry.
this is
243. Let me move on to.
this is painful to watch. It is horribly presented.
Defense
And
Exhibit 243. Sir, do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and
the defense highlighting of this information continues to highlight that what Juliana said is how this is going down. There were times when we can't be in the same place at the same time doing this. Okay. And?
this is, explain what that is showing there on the screen.
Oh, he can't
So
just,
the PDF is not open.
defendant can't just fire his lawyer. This is privately retained counsel
These are
in the middle of trial.
AT&T wireless records that correspond to
Ah.
Mr. Banfield's work issued mobile device. So
You're riding out on the horse you came in on. Yeah. Dance with the one you brought. You give me your best analogy for that. Nope. You get what you get and you don't get upset.
The
That's where we're at.
same kind of records as we just saw with T-Mobile. This is AT&T for a different phone.
Sir, I'm going to scroll to the highlighted portions and have you identify them.
Oh, a public defender would never do this. This is not. A public defender working in this courthouse would never piss off Judge A this much.
And these are the documents that you received from the Commonwealth
He would have probably been
Discovery.
better
They are. I believe these were obtained
With,
also with a search warrant.
a public defender. But a public defender is probably not going to tell him necessarily what he wants to hear. So. Chat, what if anything have we learned this morning? That the 5 days did not in fact help counsel put it all together in a much more usable way. Mm-hmm. Did I put us back at 1.5? I think I did. I can't even tell anymore. Yeah, we're at 1.5.
Sir, can you see the screen?
Again,
And are these documents that were utilized in your digital forensics analysis?
they are.
And what's the significance
I
of
mean,
this particular
even
screen?
Daryl Brooks would
And
have
this is
had
the AT&T
more of a
wireless,
theory than this.
corresponding location information from Mr. Banfield's IRS phone. And this particular page is location information for February 13th, 2023 at 10:13 in the morning.
Here, I move that in as defense exhibit number 243.
Any objection?
No objection.
243.
exhibit number 243.
Sir, I'm on page 1,602 of 1,757 records. What
Fantastic, counsel. That's great.
particular columns were of interest to you in your analysis?
That's great.
So on the left-hand side, obviously, we have the date and time in UTC.
That's
Part to the
fantastic.
right, we have Latin long coordinates for the cell location, and that is what I was looking at for my analysis, the actual physical location.
And sir, do you need me to scroll up?
I don't. I'm fine with this.
Okay. And
I'm glad
this,
somebody is.
This was part of your analysis as to the
Did he synthesize the information in any way, chat? No, he did not. No, he did not.
whereabouts of Mr. Banfield on February 13th.
At least his devices, yes.
Okay.
If you wanted to test
And
your reader
what if anything
prescription,
can
though,
conclude
this is
based
what you
upon
do it with.
What you've presented.
That Mr. Banfield's easy passing vehicle, his personal phone, and his work phone were in Maryland from a period about 6:49, 6:50 through after 10 a.m. on the morning of February 13th.
Here, now I'm going to move on to the next slide.
So you have
Sir, can you
proved
identify that slide?
that the FetLife messages that seem like they were written by Juliana, with the login that could only really come from Juliana's phone if it came from Apple, happened while Banfield wasn't around. Wow.
Again, it's just a Google map with the timing of the FetLife exchanges annotated.
And sir,
Why is there a Google map with the FetLife
what
exchanges?
what is this exhibit intending to show?
I was intending on annotating the location of the various devices and times that I analyzed, just to show sort of a east to west progression of the devices that morning.
You're going to identify this as defense exhibit 244 and move it into evidence?
Any objection?
Judge, in its current format, it contains annotations that have not been created by the witness in court, so we would object.
What's your objection?
Hearsay.
Excuse me?
Whoop, there it is. It came back to bite you in the ass. But Your Honor, these annotations were, the witness looks so mad. Buddy, defense counsel caused this. Defense counsel caused this with the blood expert. And the one thing you can say about Judge A, I don't always agree with all of Judge A's rulings, but the one thing you can say about Judge A is consistent. So if one side is bringing those objections and trying to keep it out, the other side gets to do it. Your Honor, these were made outside of court, just like our blood spatter expert. So if our blood spatter expert can't bring in annotations with a circle around which blood stain she's looking at, neither can you, my guy. Neither can you.
Hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement.
All right.
Your Honor, I believe that he's already testified to these FetLife exchanges, which are just the timing of it. And
No, counsel, it's the annotations that she has a problem with. You opened that can of worms.
the intent is to show the travel, which we've taken away from the previous objectionable.
Judge, this is the same problem we had with the graph exhibits. Counsel.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Sir,
Sustained.
at the time of the FetLife exchanges, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where Mr. Banfield's devices were at the relevant times?
They were in the vicinity of Cheltenham, Maryland,
And what's in Cheltenham, Maryland?
the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center.
Great.
And the previous slides that
Crocker, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Welcome to all our new members who are now thrilled that they're not on slow mode in the chat. And thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. I'm going to try to keep them rolling and just pull up super chats over the long pauses we're
we
going to
were
get.
talking
But
about.
I just saw that and wanted to say
Reference those.
thank you. So, look, guys, Banfield's
Defense Exhibit 186.
doing work-related
What are
things.
those?
These are the
Woohoo!
FetLife messages that were sent on the morning of February 13th, 2023.
And sir, at the time that the FetLife, Defense Exhibit 239, was that one of the FetLife exchanges?
Judge, asked and answered. We've been through these exhibits.
All right, I'll sustain as asked and answered.
Okay.
Thank God for the prosecution at this point. Excuse me,
So
we've
let's
been
move on to
there.
January 23rd.
We've been there.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Defense Exhibit 245. Sir, can you identify that slide and what it contains? Actually, just identify it as something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis.
It is. This is part of the Google responsive documentation I received through a stipulation reflecting a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account on January 23rd.
And Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 245.
No objection.
245 in evidence.
Sir, please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of these three columns are based upon your analysis of January 23rd, 2023.
For those of you listening in the background, they just panned back to catch a defendant yawning. I'm not surprised, and I don't begrudge him for it. It was a very fast yawn because we're in 1.5 speed, but yeah.
Yeah, so on the left, just reflecting the
Yep.
login history, the highlighted
Yeah,
row
buddy,
in the
if
middle,
you're yawning,
is
imagine
the
how
one
the
we're
jury
discussing
feels.
Here, January 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:22 p.m. On the right, we see the IP address, which is the Banfield residence. It's a login. And in the evidence information, we're confirming that this is to the CDRN 920 Gmail account.
And these are artifacts that you analyzed
We have now somehow gone from February 13th, where we learned that messages were sent while the defendant was at a training center, back to January 23rd. Cool.
relating to January 23rd.
They are.
And so what's the significance of January 23rd in terms of the devices?
In this particular instance, it is a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, which is, obviously relevant given the nature of the investigation.
Here, I'm going to move on.
It's interesting to me. Are all of the logins to the second Gmail account from Mozilla? And I'm just curious if it's easier to either be on Mozilla in like a privacy mode or easier to wipe the browser history or whatever. I'm curious. But it looks like all of those logins to the second Gmail are from Mozilla, and all of the logins to the Gmail that is the victim's full name are from Chrome.
To the next slide.
So that's something I'm going to be keeping an eye
So
on,
can you
just
identify
because
These are outbound FetLife messages from
We're,
the account
we have
reporting
lots of
Ms. Banfield,
lots of data.
up from the similar time frame, January 23rd, 2023, around 11:30 p.m.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 191.
It's already in evidence.
And sir, what's the significance of these messages relating to the timing of the devices?
Just that they were happening about the same time as the login to the alleged suspect Gmail account.
Here, I'm going to move on to what will be identified as Defense Exhibit 247. Sir, can you identify Defense Exhibit 247?
This is a great question. In the chat, Purple Wolf said it's funny that they did not use VPN or incognito mode. She said she thought they might have used an incognito mode, but I don't know if they did. I think if they had tried to put a VPN on the computer Christine also uses for work, because she has like a work VPN that she uses, that it could potentially have caused some problems for her logging into her work device. And that might have been a red flag for her. So I think that might have been difficult for them to put a VPN on her laptop.
Again, you have to open the Excel spreadsheet.
I'm sorry.
You have to open the Excel spreadsheet. It just says Excel on here.
Your Honor, actually, I think we identified the spreadsheet independently in this. This would be Defense Exhibit 248.
Right, it's the first time we've seen
Okay,
248.
okay.
So we are skipping 247.
Yeah, 247 was the icon. That was the.
246, 246 and 247, or 248.
Let me just clarify, Your Honor. 246 was already, I'm sorry. That was 191.
91 is in evidence.
247 was just the icon, Judge, and I think that's,
Okay, so 248 is where we're at.
yes.
Okay.
The only icon
So
in this
can you
trial,
identify,
Your Honor,
this exhibit?
counsel,
I can. This is a screenshot of
Judge A and Deputy
the
Queen.
full document, which is 247, which is a large spreadsheet provided by Google in response to a Commonwealth search warrant or law enforcement search warrant.
Good.
This is Google's geofence location, that is geolocation information pursuant to Mr. Banfield's mobile device. And it's it runs from, I think, January 18th through February 20th.
A
And it's,
screenshot.
20 or 30,000 rows of data.
Your Honor, I'm going to move that in as Defense Exhibit 248.
How many?
Just toward your,
Okay.
that might make it easier. Mr. Lidsky.
30,000 rows of data. The prosecution's like, can I speed this up? 30,000 rows of data. Okay, counsel, what did, Your Honor, if I may, I love that the prosecution's just like, can I help?
48.
Any objection?
Judge, can I just toward your,
Okay.
that might make it easier. Mr. Lidsky, I'm looking
Can I just voir dire? That might make it easier. What? Your Honor, can I jump in and ask the witness a few questions to see if I have an objection? I've never seen counsel make an objection, ask to voir dire, and the jury still stay there. Ever.
at what appears to be a screenshot of an inset, something you clicked on. If I look at the header at the very top of the screen, is that the root document from which you have pulled this screenshot?
It is.
Okay,
and-
so Google search warrant return 6923, specifically location for brendanbanfield@gmail.com.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
No
you.
objection.
All right, 248 in evidence.
The issue is, and that went pretty fast, the court allowed it. The issue is that unlike other cases, this witness did not identify what document he pulled things from. There are 60 devices in this case. So if he does not address that this came from this specific return, then it makes it really hard for the prosecution. And the prosecution didn't have these documents in advance. They probably could have moved to keep them all out if they wanted to. They didn't. So now we're slogging through it. But he should have identified this came from this record, from this return. And that's why she voir dired the witness, to see exactly which return it came from. For some of you, you're like 60 or 16. No, it was clarified in testimony yesterday that it was 66 devices. We have no clarity on what all of those are.
So I'm going to try to find the portion that you relied upon.
I have never seen anything like this case.
This is just a screenshot, so it's not going to move. I think on the next slide,
Okay.
you may have that.
What's the significance of the documents in Defense Exhibit 248?
So again, these are the responsive documents provided by Google. They provide location information for the device on which this data was collected. That is Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This screenshot is just at the very start of the spreadsheet. So it shows the column headings and the information that Ms. Sands just ran through. And above that, we see the folder structure as it was provided in discovery.
I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 249.
What's the jury going to take from that?
Any objection to 249?
No, ma'am.
249 evidence?
Sir,
Chat, yes. It's the job of the expert to take large volumes of information and distill it to the jury in a meaningful way. Instead, he's just throwing it all at them. And maybe the goal is confusion? Like, here's all this data. Ha-ha. Great.
what, if anything, did you review relating to this
Fantastic.
particular screen of the Google return?
Yeah, so this is just a screenshot of the same records now advanced to the particular day in question. That is January 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:35 p.m. Obviously, these records are in UTC and require our 5-hour conversion.
And so what's the accurate time with that conversion?
11.
Asked and answered. He testified as 11.
Sustain.
What's the significance of this, sir?
This reflects the position of Mr. Banfield's device on that date and time.
And what, if anything, can you opine about his position at that point?
His device was not home.
Here, I'm going to move to the next slide. I'm sorry, that 249 is in evidence, correct?
Correct.
Sir, can you identify exhibit 250?
This is just a Google map with an icon of the Banfield residence and its approximate location.
And what, if anything, can you, in terms of this map and the previous data forensics, digital forensics that you looked at, what can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty relating to this map?
Again, Mr. Banfield's device was not at home during the relevant period of the Gmail login or the FetLife messages. I'm able to annotate his approximate location on here corresponding to the Google location information.
He's jumping between different days, which is confusing. And the thing is, he could have annotated the slide with the plot, longitude, latitude, with that it was pulled from this line, from this document, from this return, and just noted it on the slide. So then the state knows where it is in the records and moved on. The attorney, it seems, was not clear enough on how to relate and correlate the documents together to tell the expert how to do that. You would hope that your expert would know, but he did not tell him what the issue was, because I am not sure that the defense understood the issue on Friday well enough to accurately direct this witness, because the only issue the prosecution had is, where are you getting the longitude, latitude data from? Show us where it's coming from before you plot it on the map. Don't just show the plot on the map. And instead, he is showing them the entire file, a screenshot of the file, and then. It's brutal to sit through. And I can't imagine it's going to be easy for the jury to glean anything from.
If desired.
Your Honor, can we have him identify, based upon his analysis, where on this map Mr. Banfield was at the time? Yes.
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Thank you.
I should have just waited till he was looking at his notes. Fair. So it's fair. He did this whole defense lost the plot a few days ago. That's fair. Oh, good.
So there were two
Paper flipping.
entries about here. I have these logged at 11:19 and 11:21 respectively. And then one.
There are two entries about here. Anyone clear where here is? Because there's nothing he's showing us. Great.
Just short of home, sort of in the neighborhood at 11:29 p.m. on the night of the 23rd.
And what's the relevant login for the Gmail?
If we could
Great.
go back a few slides, my apologies.
Just let
There's
me
not
know.
enough
Your Honor,
apologies
do I,
for this.
In order to preserve that slide,
You want to mark that as 250A?
Oh,
Can we
he
do
might have marked it on the
258?
screen. That would have been helpful.
You're right,
We just don't see it. But if he finger
move
touched
that
it on the
as,
screen like the
almost or defense exhibit 258.
prosecution expert did, then that's great.
Judge, is there any way for the witness to identify the times? We have 3 different times associated with 3 different circles, but nothing to clarify from this exhibit.
Of course.
Good.
So there's no objection to 250 or 250A?
No, ma'am.
Ellis 8387 in the chat said, excited to spend my 37th birthday with EDB and the Lawnards. Do you regret it yet, or are we still good? Well,
Those are
North
all
Texas
PM.
continues to thaw out. Those are all in the evening. those, the date and time of the plots. Great,
Should be able to clear it now. Yes.
great.
Am I able to move the
You can
exhibit?
move it. Yes,
Okay.
it just clears this. Okay, good.
Sir, let me know.
Chelsea said, do you think they'll call the defendant last? If they do, he can always change his mind. I don't know if he changed his mind during the snow or not, but yes, they
We can see, so
can.
the last annotation before Mr. Banfield's device arrived home was 11:29 p.m. We can see here that the login to the alleged suspect Gmail account was at 11:22 p.m. And if you advance one slide, please, we can look at the FetLife messages as well. So we can see here there was one at 11:28 p.m. and the second at 11:35 p.m.
I would love to see when the phone connected to the Wi-Fi, but
And sir, what can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty on as to the digital forensic analysis
What day?
on that day?
That Mr. Banfield's mobile device was not at the house at the time the Gmail account was logged into, the alleged suspect Gmail account was logged into, and was not at the house at the time where at least one FetLife outbound message was sent.
Here, I'm going to move to the next slide.
was
So let's talk
Juliana
about
there?
January 30th. And on to the next slide, Judge. Defense Exhibit 251. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you rely upon in your digital forensic analysis relating to this slide?
But was
This is
Juliana
another
there?
Google responsive document showing a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, which occurred on January 30th, 2023 at approximately 10:36 p.m.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 251.
Any objection? No objection. 251.
Your Honor, move on to the next slide.
I really wish the camera would
Sir,
show
can
us
you
the
see the
slides,
slide
even though
before
the
you?
slides kind of suck.
Again,
And what, if anything, did you rely on in your digital forensic analysis
Sarah, yes, it is.
in this case?
this is another piece of the Google responsive documents. It's from the same evening, January 30th, 2023, now at 11:03 p.m.
We're
This
back
is a
to January
login,
30th.
another login to the
Great.
CBRN 920 at Gmail account. That's the alleged suspect Gmail account. So we have two logins this evening.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 252.
Any objection? No objection. 252.
Your Honor, I move on to the next slide.
All right.
Sir, can you identify what has been marked and introduced as Defense Exhibit 194?
It's already in evidence.
Yes, thank you.
So yeah, these are two outbound FetLife messages from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield's from the same evening, January 30th, 2023 at 10:47 and 10:58 p.m. respectively.
And what's the significance of those times related to the previous artifacts that you've analyzed and testified to the jury about?
It's the same evening around the same time.
And Nicole
All right,
asked,
move on to
what am I using over
next
the
slide, Defense
remarkable?
Exhibit 247.
The Supernote. We have a link in the description for the Supernote. I really, really enjoy the organization of it. You have a lot of different options on how to sync it. The pens are fantastic. They have a ceramic nib, so the nibs don't wear out all the time, which was an issue I had with the Remarkable. I absolutely
Your
love
Honor,
the
I'm going to move on
Supernote.
to Defense Exhibit 248.
They're
It's already
great.
in evidence.
But the pens
So
are
can you
they're like
identify?
a fancier pen.
I'm sorry, you said it was already in evidence.
It's already in evidence.
So what is this artifact in terms of your digital forensic analysis?
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained.
Yes, chat, we are at 1.5 speed. The swiftness of objection asked and answered sustained, but it was still very quick. The judge is like, we're not going to continue retreading the same ground. Your job is to make it clear, not to repeat it 700 times. Move on. Just move on.
What, if anything, actually, if you've already testified to it, I'll move on to the next one.
DC
I'm
Perry,
going to move on to Defense
Yep.
Exhibit 255.
I'm happy to be in the background while y'all get back to work today.
Sir, do you recognize this exhibit?
Oh,
I do.
Dawn, I'm sorry.
What's
That
the
is
significance
confusing.
of this particular exhibit for your digital forensic analysis?
These are the same Google responsive geolocation records aligned with Mr. Banfield's personal mobile device. This is just a different, we're looking at it here for January 30th, 2023.
Again?
And in terms of the previous slide, 248, is that for the same time frame?
No, this is just the records themselves showing the attribution and their original location.
So it's the same?
Your Honor, I move into evidence Defense Exhibit 255.
Any objection? No objection. 255.
I feel so badly for this jury that it really,
Move to
truly
Defense
is
Exhibit 250, Judge.
hard to sit through this testimony. And we're on
Pardon,
1.5
Sir,
speed.
in terms of the previous
And I
analysis
can't.
that you've done on the documents and the records, can you explain how that, what 250 is relating to your analysis?
This is just the Google map showing the approximate location of the Banfield residence. And I can annotate the location from the prior 2 slides if so desired.
Okay. Go ahead and mark the locations that you've identified in your analysis.
May I refer to my notes again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
250B.
250B, yes.
So Debbie in the chat said that her husband's name is Joseph Ryan. So every time we talk about Joseph Ryan in this chat, he looks up and is like, "What? Not you, Joseph." That would be very confusing.
And sir, can you explain your annotations to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Junebug said Banfield should have
Yes, these are
slipped
just
on
the approximate
Juliana.
locations, corresponding to the records we
She got to it first.
reviewed showing where Mr. Banfield's mobile device was on the evening of the 30th.
Okay, and those are the, what's the relevant
So just like the prosecution expert, he now has to draw them on. With the time himself, which didn't have to be a thing. The defense made it a thing. Does it matter to you that Banfield's not at home when those FetLife accounts that we talked about 7,000 years ago today happened?
time relating to the digital activity?
If we could go back a couple slides.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, please. Yes, please.
There's no objection to.
No objection.
Mindy in the chat asked, how is this allowed when the device was blank?
Judge, I won't go back.
I
until
don't
you tell
think
me.
we saw any devices that were completely blank. There were extractions from quite a lot of devices in this. I don't think any of them were completely blank. So, yeah.
This is fine. We can see both here. So again, we can see that we had a Google login to the suspect Gmail account at 10:36. We had a second one at 11:03. And if we go forward we have FetLife exchanges, outbound FetLife exchanges at 10:47 and 10:58. And then,
We've done
as I
this.
just annotated, at 10:52, Mr. Banfield's device was in Reston.
These are later messages. Okay. Different FetLife messages. I can't see them clearly enough to read them, so hold on.
Nearer to the Lifetime Fitness location than it was to the residence.
Oh, and they never got clear enough for us to read, so that is what it is. But he said that these were outbound messages and that Banfield was closer to Lifetime. No, they're definitely ignoring where Juliana is.
10:58. And then, as I just annotated,
Yeah, I can't read
at
those.
10:52, Mr. Banfield's device was
Sorry, chat.
in Reston, nearer to the Lifetime Fitness location than it was to the residence.
Really hard to see those. Just because it
Sorry.
never, the screen never clarified in the way that the pool camera was trying to focus on those. I literally just could not see them
On
well enough.
February 7th, 2023. Your Honor, I'm going to move to.
Oh God, are we changing
the next
days?
slide, which is going to be Defense Exhibit 257. Sir, can you identify that?
Again,
And
Are we
what, if
gonna
anything, does that
Keep bouncing around, or are we
what,
going to
if
just
anything, did you look at in
stick
your
on
digital forensic
February?
analysis, and is it showing on the slide?
Google responsive record showing another login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, this one on February 7th, 2023 at 10:02 p.m.
Here, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 257.
Any objection?
Objection.
257 evidence.
And how does this tie into the events of February 7th?
Just reflecting that there was a login to the suspect Gmail account on this date at this time.
And just as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's the relationship between the logins to the Gmail account and the other accounts that are used?
If you think the jury doesn't know at this point, I would be so offended as a juror to keep saying, can you just remind the jury what this is? I would be so offended. It's like, sir, we're not stupid. We're just done. I would be so mad. What's the relation of the Gmail accounts? Oh, okay.
So the Gmail account was used to set up and kick off the other two accounts. However, I've established that there were recurring
Have you?
logins to the Gmail account for things like account maintenance, email inbox deletion, inbox review, new messages, things of that nature.
Here, I'm going to move to the next slide, which
Okay. February 7th at 11 p.m. At 10:02, 11 p.m. The second Gmail account was logged into. Good.
I believe we've previously had Defense Exhibit 199. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'd move 257 into evidence.
257. All right.
Is it,
Yes, we already moved it in.
has it already been shown to the jury?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
That's 199, which is.
He doesn't know what he's shown to the jury.
Sir, do you recognize this?
He doesn't know what was shown to the jury.
What's the significance of this in terms of timing on the other items that you've shown?
These are the outbound FetLife messages from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield on February 7th, 2023, around the same time as the Gmail login we were just discussing at 10:08, 10:12, and 10:15.
Chat, I'm not leaving you. I just need to move my heater real
I'm going to
quick.
move on to Defense Exhibit 247.
I'm still here. I needed my
48 is already
heater.
evidence.
Yes. Sir, what is this in relation to your,
Judge asked and answered.
I think it's a different day, Judge, so it's a different question. What's the significance of your analysis of this?
Your Honor, same shit, different day. Great. Fantastic. And yes, my office is cold and I'm sitting over here going, I said, burr.
Particular
It's
record that's
cold
already
in
in
here.
evidence
There must be
as
some
Defense
clothes
Exhibit
in the
248.
atmosphere.
This was
I said,
actually
burr.
just to illustrate the record
It's
itself. I
cold
believe the
in
next
here.
slide is the one with the
Your Honor, move to
corresponding location information.
Defense Exhibit 260.
Hmm.
Sir, do you identify that?
I do, yes.
And what is this document?
This is, again, the Google responsive geolocation information associated with Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This is for the reflective of the evening of February 7th, 2023 at approximately 10:12 p.m.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 260.
Wait. Let me guess. Let's tap into the collective consciousness. Let me guess. Was he still at the gym? While Juliana was at the house? Like when she testified that sometimes he would be at the gym and she would be at the house sending messages? Let me guess. Is that what's happening? You know who hasn't been to the gym, counsel? Me. I've been stuck in this trial with you because you keep asking the same question the same way. He's basically just repeating what happened on Friday. And I wish the prosecutor would say, Your Honor, asked and answered Friday. We did this Friday. Yeah.
Sir, does that highlighted box support what you just testified to?
It does. That's one of the corresponding points.
What other points were you looking at in that document?
The one immediately below it
Great.
at
Great.
3:12 and 49 seconds Zulu. So that would be about 10:13 p.m. on the evening of the 9th. The one above it as well. All three rows, 16309, the highlighted one, and 16311 are actually identical geolocation points.
Okay.
Stationary.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 261.
Objection. You keep promising to move on and
Sir, do
you
identify this
don't.
exhibit?
I do. This is a Google map, traditional or default map view with the Banfield house approximate location. Also included is a satellite view of a related area on this map as well, which correspond to the geolocation points I just mentioned on the previous slide.
And are you able to, based upon the previous slide, identify where the geolocation of the device that you were analyzing is?
I am. Yes.
And can you mark on the map where that was?
Again, may I refer to my notes again, Your Honor?
Sorry, Your Honor. May we move this in as Defense Exhibit 261?
Any objection?
No objection.
61.
So those three stationary points are right down here at the bottom of the map. They were from 10:10 to 10:13. And it turns out
they did splice the map, road view, and 3D world view on this exhibit. So that's new. Yay.
as we can see from the image on the right, it's at a gas station, not terribly far from home. And that would explain, in my experience in training, the stationary nature of the three successive location points.
And what's the significance of the login and any communications on FetLife and the timing?
And Mr. Banfield's device was not at home during any of that activity.
How long did he hang out at the gas station for, though? Ooh, there's a Japanese head spa? Love. Sorry. Focus. How long did he hang out at the gas station for? He was stationary at the gas station. How long? Because we know that he hung out at the McDonald's, too, waiting for the right time. So was he chilling at the gas station after 10 p.m., waiting to get home until it was done? How long was it there? Also, okay, no, Emily. Yes, we all need a spa day, but
Your Honor, I would identify that as Defense Exhibit 261A.
No objection. 261A.
I'm just curious how long he was hanging out there. Chet, the amount of you that just said chilling like a villain is hilarious.
Oh, yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess of 15 minutes. Again, to talk to anybody about the case and do any outside research.
Oh, Tracy in the chat asked Japanese head spa, what is that? Oh, chat will let you know. There are some YouTube channels that will make you addicted to this if you've not seen ASMR Twix.
That's the case with anybody or testimony. And Mr. Carroll, if you could grab those printed sheets from below you, I'd appreciate it. We'll come back then at 11:45, okay? All rise.
Judge A is like, I'm the fuck out of here. ASMR Twix will catch you up. And Sophia went to ASMR Twix's head spa and does like a whole thing. It's a whole other side of YouTube. Just lots of fun, but like deep massagey cleaning of your scalp. Fantastic. All of the things. Let's skip the morning break. Emily, do you have a summary of that? No, I don't. No. Mm-mm. No way to summarize that. We're
Because of this.
yeah, we're just skipping the morning break.
And then I'm like, oh,
So I don't even know what there is to summarize. Banfield's phone.
Then I can ask her to just leave it.
Banfield's phone wasn't at home.
Because at this point,
Banfield's phone wasn't at home at times that the FetLife account was sending outbound messages. So
I'm going to ask you to identify Defendant 17th, 2023.
oh, hold on, we're back on February 17th because it's not organized. So it's just not organized in any way. And it's really
On to February 17th,
tough.
2023.
Okay, we've moved on to February 17th from
I'm gonna
February
ask you to
7th.
identify Defendant Exhibit 262. Can you identify that?
Again,
And is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
it is. This is the Google responsive records showing the account login. This one in particular is on February 17th, 2023 at approximately 11:20 p.m. And this is to the alleged suspect Gmail account.
I move that in as Defense Exhibit 262.
No objection. 262 in evidence.
And sir, what's the significance of this slide and the artifacts that it contains?
It's a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account from the Banfield residence.
You're going to move on to slide number, Defense Exhibit 263. Sir, do you identify this exhibit?
I do.
And how is it that you identify this exhibit?
This is another part of the Google responsive records. This is another login, a second login to the same alleged suspect account, just 4 minutes later, 11:23 p.m. 3 minutes
Move
later.
that in as
Why
Defense
would
Exhibit
you-
263.
Why would you log out and then log in 3 minutes later? I just don't think those things mean what you think they mean. I really don't think that they are all separate logins. But he keeps saying they're separate logins. Okay.
Any objection? No objection. 263.
And what's
3
the
minutes later.
significance of that in relation to the previous Exhibit 262?
It's just on the same evening, around the same time.
Here, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 181. I believe that's been introduced into evidence.
181 is in evidence, yes.
Sir, in the context of 262 and 263, Have you seen this exhibit before?
I have.
Okay, what's the
These are FetLife messages from February 17th, 2023 at 23:24. It looks like the subject title is hello and the return title is hi there. He keeps saying that both messages are outbound messages, but in context, it seems like one's an outbound, one's an inbound, but this tech expert keeps saying these are both outbound messages. Maybe they are. It's just confusing. So message number 1 says, I'm doing great. How about you? I'm an ICU nurse. The second one says, hey, smiley face. I understand everything in life is a cycle, and at some point we end one to start another. But that's nice. Thank you for sharing. Huh? Some of you in chat are like, they're outbound for each other. They're different message chains. They fair, because otherwise the inbound would be hearsay. That's fair. Totally fair. The rest of that message said, oh yeah, I heard a lot of people telling me how excited they got/get seeing a nurse in the scrub. A lot of porn videos about that as well for people that enjoy that. Winky smiley face. Finally Friday. I work days. I don't know if Christine would refer to nurses as a nurse in the scrub. And I also don't know if Christine would be discussing whether or not there was a lot of scrub videos, because what we heard from the other witness is that in all of Christine's devices, what there wasn't was a history of looking at any porn at all. So I press X to doubt. And chat's just sitting here going, no, I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't. Yeah. Chat, I'm with you.
significance in relation to those other logins?
These are 2 outbound FetLife messages.
That was me messing up the feed. My fault. When I walked in and my headphones were on.
On the same date.
It pauses twice and then I fix
Is
it.
there any identifying characteristics to these
That's me.
messages?
These are both outbound from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the slide to Defense Exhibit 247.
Thank you, chat, for singing along. Hanging out the passenger side of my best friend's ride.
Here, I'm going to move the slide to Defense Exhibit 248.
At the end of this trial, I'm putting up a playlist in the Laundered Lounge. We're going to just have to do it. We need one.
Sir, this is Defense Exhibit 248, which has already been introduced into evidence. What's the significance of this
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
related to, it's a specific date, Judge. if I
Judge,
may.
the next slide is the
The next
specific
slide will
date.
be the specific date. There we go.
I'm living for it.
Sir,
Get
do
it,
you see Defense
counsel.
Exhibit 260?
Get it. Get it, counsel. Asked and answered. Asked and answered. Asked and answered. Get it.
I do.
And I believe that's been introduced into evidence, Judge?
No.
No, okay. Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mr. Lidsky, what is it that we're looking at here, this particular slide?
So this is a part of the Google geolocation responsive records associated with Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This particular line highlighted is for the evening of February 17th at about 11:21 p.m.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 266.
All right,
No objection.
266 now.
And what you've just testified to is in the highlighted box?
The highlighted box and the 2 rows after it.
Great. That's
Can you
that's
identify
a
those
real
rows that you're referring to
helpful
for ladies and the jury?
distillation of
Particularly
information.
crossed it out. That row, which is 11:29 p.m. That row, 2 rows above it. If you look at column E, particularly on row 24887 or 24886 rather, You can see the number 4,684. That's a really large radius. To me, through my training and experience, that is an inaccurate measurement. I don't, I just typically avoid those. I ignore them when I'm doing my analysis. So I'm skipping that row. The row after it is informative. And the row before, two before the highlighted box is also informative for this analysis.
You're going to move on to the next slide.
Okay.
Defense Exhibit 250.
Even the defendant is staring at the screen at
And so
counsel
what's the
table going,
significance of this
what?
exhibit as to your analysis?
Objection asked and answered. It's in evidence.
Let's see
Yes.
what that is, if you just want to ask him.
Yes.
Yes.
As your analysis that you previously given to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how does it apply to this particular slide?
Sure. I can annotate the location of Mr. Banfield's mobile device as provided by Google as an approximation, relative to when the device arrived home.
And so, Your Honor, may he annotate with the times as well?
If you want to make it 250C?
250C, yes.
I'm still at 1.5 speed.
And what, if anything, does that indicate?
So that's the last geolocation point reported before the device reports basically in the house, at the house.
And how do you analyze the arrival in the house? What do you look at?
Well, if we go back to the large spreadsheet, we can see coordinates that actually plot to the house itself.
Before we do any sort of moving, is there anything related to your analysis beyond that marking as well as the numbers that are next to it?
So the earlier points were back towards Reston. So I just jumped ahead at the last one before the device.
Yes, chat. He could have created a slide that showed what time the messages were being sent and what time the mobile device came home. Now, we haven't even gotten into talking about clock drift and if the time on the cell phone records and the time on the FetLife messages and the time on the Gmail records are all the same time, because some of these things come down to seconds. Nobody's asked about any of that. Nope.
Registered in the house.
Not at all.
Your Honor,
You can move, it's okay.
yes.
So no, there's no summary, there's no summarizing, there's
Is that the information you were
no
referring to, sir?
distillation.
Yes, if I can annotate on this if helpful. But so this whole swath here, 38.9404 and
Awesome.
977.4056, those are essentially in the house. So if we look above that, any numbers that differ for those, just as a shortcut, some easy analysis,
Great.
reflect locations outside of the house, away from the house. So
Counsel, when you're talking about technology, we really don't want shortcuts to the analysis. We'd like it distilled, please. Thanks.
it's fairly easy
Thanks.
to look at a spreadsheet like this and just go down the column and where we see the switch over from a different number, bless you, to those to the numbers I just referenced. That's sort of a breaking point of when the device arrived home.
Your Honor, I'd identify that with the markings as
It's fairly easy to just look at where it switches, but you've now drawn over what date we're on, because these are all February 18th. Weren't we just talking about February
Defense
17th?
Exhibit 266A.
Okay.
Sir, is there something else that you were referencing relating to the original map?
No.
Okay. I'll wait until.
Go ahead.
Your feet didn't freeze, chat. Your feet didn't freeze. No. It's counsel's 404ing trying to ask the next question. All right. As much as I would love an awkward pause,
It's already in evidence.
And sorry, in evidence.
I'm going to zoom.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And it's been moved into evidence. What's the significance of the artifact information relating to the picture that's before you?
This is the photo that Mrs. Banfield took of herself on January 17th at 7:20, approximately 7:20 p.m. This photo.
I'm going to pause real quick because they put the photo on the screen. I talked about this earlier today when I was summarizing day 7 before we moved on to day 8. This is the photo that was taken on Christine Banfield's device, was Facebook messaged from Christine Banfield's Facebook Messenger to Brendan Banfield's Facebook Messenger with new bathing suit. This is the restroom I described as looking like it might be at like a gym or a pool or something like that. And this is the one that has the little mermaid toy on the counter. This photo was then downloaded from Facebook Messenger to the laptop. The second Gmail account with the numbers that's used for FetLife emailed that photo to itself. Then that photo was opened and put in a photo editor. Then that photo was put up on FetLife later this day. So this is at 7 p.m. All the stuff happened later. So if the defense wants me to believe that this is the photo that she took to post to FetLife vis-a-vis a photo that she took to send to her husband and be like, hey, I got a new swimsuit, you're going to have to go a long fucking way. You're going to have to go a long fucking way to convince me that the intent of this photo was to post onto FetLife. But sure, counsel, go off. Sure. Sure. Give it a try.
Would ultimately be cropped and uploaded and used on the FetLife website in connection with the account creation there on the same date.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit.
So if anyone was curious what that photo was, this is the photo that she took and Facebook messaged to her husband. That I do believe that she did. Took it with her photo and Facebook messaged it to her husband. Right.
128.
Sorry, evidence.
Sir, do you see the slide that's before you that's already been admitted into evidence?
Yeah, this was just when Mrs. Banfield shared the same photo we just saw on the last slide.
Judge, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. Ask and answer.
Sir, I think we've already seen this. Let me move on to the next slide, Your Honor, which is defense exhibit 299.
Okay.
Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
Again,
And what are the, what did you use this exhibit for in your analysis?
this is part of the digital forensic analysis from Mrs. Banfield's laptop. This just shows essentially the start of the session. It's a Windows logon event at approximately 9:59 p.m. on January 17th.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 299.
Any objection? No objection, 299?
And what's the significance of this with the previous exhibits that were put into evidence?
Well, this is Mrs. Banfield's laptop. It's the security identifier associated with her user profile on the laptop, and it's really just the start of a session.
So we were just talking about February 17th. The date on this record says January 17th. So without any indication, they have just switched up from February 17th to January 17th. And if I were sitting on the jury, I would be sitting there with my arms crossed. Because why are you playing in my face? We have now jumped back to January 17th, which is when she took that photo.
Basically a logon event. So it's, other than being the same date and later in the evening, it doesn't really tie to the first two exhibits.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit number 300. And sir, what, if anything, did you review and analyze relating to this exhibit?
The bouncing
This is
around of
also
time
from
is
Mrs. Banfield's laptop.
awful.
This is just part of the logon sequence where the laptop is joining the home Wi-Fi on the night of the 17th. I believe we discussed some of this last week. It was just less formal than it is presented here.
And are there individual identifiers as to the logon?
same as I presented last week, would immediately have me out of my chair saying, asked and answered.
And as to the time and what the search is?
This is the evening of January 17th. It's also at approximately 9:59. It's within a second or two of the logon event, which is normal. Once we start up our computer, it does a lot in the background to include grabbing a known Wi-Fi if it's in a location.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 300.
Any objection? No objection, 300.
I object. Why are we bouncing back and forth between February and January?
Defense exhibit 301. Sir, can you identify that?
Again,
And what, if anything, did you utilize of that data in your digital forensics analysis?
it's from the same laptop. It's just showing a Google website visit, opening up probably with Chrome.
Probably.
Again, just to sort of establish baseline
Probably. Can you tell from the records or not?
activity as the computer is starting up.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 301.
Any objection? No objection, 301.
Sir, can you identify what will be marked as defense exhibit number 302?
Again,
And what, if anything, do you recognize this information?
I do.
And what is this information?
This is part of the Google responsive documentation from the search warrant, and this just reflects a Google search that was conducted on the same evening on January 17th, 2023, around the same time, shortly after what we just saw the computer from starting up, or at least Mrs. Banfield's account logging on. This is at 9:59 and 52 seconds.
They did all of this on
and
Friday.
it's just the search term was Google search.
Your Honor,
They
I
did
move that in as defense exhibit
all
number
of this on
302.
Friday.
Any objection? No objection.
Yeah, asked and
Now,
answered.
sir, what's
I have
the
an objection.
significance of this in
Objection.
relation to the other?
What the fuck? Why did we move on to February 17th and then move back to January 17th again? I fucking object.
Logins and searches that you've discussed in this date frame.
So again, this is a search conducted under Mrs. Banfield's sort of personal account. We can see on the right-hand side, about in the middle, under evidence information, the source, we can see that it's the cbanfieldrn@gmail account, and I'm happy to circle that if it's helpful.
Nothing's
So it's
helpful
just
at this
Where it is on the
point.
screen.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, counsel. This particular document showing the exact same information they went over Friday, this document was not shown. I don't know if this document's helpful at all, but this one was not shown on Friday. Okay,
It's on the far right-hand column under the details,
great.
a little bit above, I guess, the midway point under evidence information source. And that's where we look to determine which account was registering the activity with Google servers on this date at this time.
So a different return showing the exact same information
Defense exhibit number 303.
from the accounts from the laptop. Okay.
And sir, what, if anything, is this in relation to your digital forensic analysis of this date of January 17th, 2023?
So this is a navigation to the Facebook website using Google Chrome on Mrs. Banfield's laptop. And this occurred at 10:01 p.m. on the 17th.
Here, I move that in as defense exhibit number 303.
Any objection? No objection, 303.
Asked and answered. Asked and answered. Of my own motion, chat, I am skipping until we're not on January 17th. They covered all of this on Friday. We summarized it on Friday. The laptop logs in, goes to Christine's Gmail, that was her full name, goes to her drafts and her sent messages, goes to Facebook Messenger, downloads the photo, the FetLife Gmail, emails the photo back and forth. Then it goes to a photo program. Then it gets uploaded onto FetLife. And I object, we're not doing it again. We're not doing it again. Sir, what's significance? And he's going to say the significant here. We'll let him answer the significance. And the significance is going to be Christine's Facebook was accessed close in time to the FetLife account being accessed. Okay.
Residence from a Windows computer.
And in terms of the timing of the previous logins and what's the significance of 10:03?
These are, I believe, presented in chronological order, and these are in close in time, rapid succession. I think we saw the
You believe?
login to the computer itself at 9:59. 10:01, we're in a Google search, or 10:01, we're into Facebook, downloading media or navigating the media rather, and now 10:03, we're into the Gmail account.
I I'm going to move to slide Defense Exhibit 306.
The defense is trying to make, or is going to argue, that that means that because the non-subject Gmail was accessed and the Facebook was accessed and media was downloaded and then the other Gmail was accessed, that means Christine must have been on and then they were on, but there's no time for the laptop to change hands in between. That is the sum and substance of what that argument is. They covered they showed this exact exhibit on Friday. The fact that he keeps saying probably is also frustrating, but yes, the photo was downloaded. Okay, this is a new exhibit about the photo. Okay.
What it is we're looking at here.
So this, these are part of the Google responsive documents. This is the attachment to an email sent from the alleged suspect Gmail account to the alleged suspect Gmail account. It's the same file attachment to this email that was downloaded to the laptop on the previous exhibit.
And so emailing from the same email to the same email, what's the significance of that?
It's a way to send yourself data, send yourself, in this case, a picture.
And what, if anything, can you conclude regarding the artifacts in this slide?
It's the same picture that was downloaded from Mrs. Banfield's Facebook account a minute or so earlier.
Here, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit number 308. Sir, can you identify this exhibit? And what, if anything, did you rely upon in your digital forensics analysis in this case?
So this is analysis from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device, her phone, and it's just communication occurring at about 10:04 p.m.
Here, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 308. And sir,
at least today, they are parsing which device and trying to parse between who's on the phone or the phone activity and the computer activity, because it all blended together on Friday, and I found it to be incredibly misleading. But at least they are parsing between what's going on the phone and what's going on the laptop. And I'm not saying that you can't be on your phone and your computer at the same time. However, it's going to give the jury more clear information that there was phone activity going on at the same time as laptop activity. Because I think that can cut both ways, and maybe that's what the defense is just looking for, being like, look, there's a reasonable explanation that she's searching for new leggings and tickets to go see Frozen on her phone while also editing a photo of herself to upload to FetLife to have an encounter outside of her marriage. Yeah. She's just full let it go. Sure.
how does this, other than the timing of it, fit into the previous slides that you've analyzed?
The timing to me is most noteworthy. It shows that somebody is awake and using this device at the same time the other device is being used to exchange information that is centric to this investigation.
Here, I'm going to move to defense exhibit number 309. Sir, can you identify this slide?
I can.
And what, if anything, does this show as part of your digital forensic examination?
This is about 40 minutes later in the evening, approximately 10:46 p.m. And this is back on the laptop and the initiation of the Photos app within Windows.
And the timing of that, is that significant relating to your investigation?
It is related to the FetLife account creation, yes.
And is that what January 17th is in terms of the connection to this case?
It is, yes.
Here I move this defense exhibit number 309 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection, 309.
Okay.
Here I'm move to the next slide, defense exhibit 310. Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And explain, or can you just identify how it was used in your analysis?
This is part of the FetLife response to the search warrant that they received. It's the sort of most complete representation of the document that I can provide. It shows the location of the files provided, the raw files provided by FetLife, and then the particular text file associated with the account creation at FetLife.
Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit number 310.
Any objection? No objection. 310.
And sir, in looking at this slide, which you've identified, is the, can you just guide the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to the area where the, you've described each of these things, where it is in the file, what the location information is, and what was received from FetLife?
Sure. The text box to the right of the screen, or the right middle of the screen, is what FetLife actually provides. It's the raw data. It's a little choppy and tough to read. The columns of the associated data that they've collected and are reporting here is at the top. I realize it's wrapped around, which makes it worse, but we can see the user ID that we discussed earlier this morning, 163-63905.
Choppy and hard to read, huh? It's choppy and hard to read? All right. We're going to, no. We're going to move forward until we get past January 17th again. Chat, I know that court is on real time. Don't worry. We will get caught up to real time today. Do not worry. I promise. For those of you that are like, Emily, we want to get caught up to real time. Don't worry. We will. I will send out an app notification when we are caught up to real time. I will send an app notification when we get to cross of this witness. Don't worry. We will catch up to real time. But also the feed I am using that has closed caption is just a little bit behind real time. So don't worry. We'll get there. We'll get there today. Don't worry. Thank you for no spoilers, chat. Hang in. We're going to get to real time today. We're not going to miss anything. We're not going to miss anything. But I also want to use the feed with closed caption. It's easier, especially when the testimony is, and we need a little zoom room. So don't worry. We're going to move. We're going to move. But it's only fair to hear what the defense expert has to say. We're going to see some of that on cross too. So don't worry. We're not going anywhere, chat.
For it.
We're not going.
Objection.
We're not going anywhere. Don't worry.
To the characterization of the
Sustain the
evidence.
I'm
objection.
sorry. This is how FetLife captures the uploading of an image. So we can see JPG or JPEG, which is an image file. We see the date and the time. Aside from
Yeah, we're zooming right past that. And chat's like, it's not, this defense expert's not fair to us. That's fair. That's fair. Chat, all of you that want to give spoilers, I know what you're saying. Yes, I am aware. I'm aware. Don't worry, we'll get there. Thank you for not spoiling. We're going to just stay here. We're going to catch up. So we have now seen this photo 17,000 times. They have now jumped back to what's going on the phone. They covered all of this Friday. The phone is Googling.
On in arriving at conclusions with regard to January 17th, 2023.
Yeah, this was just, again, this is from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device. This is for context.
On Friday, he did not clarify that this was happening on the mobile device. I think it's helpful that he did. But when I said looking at Lululemon leggings and tickets for Frozen, the phone is doing that at 10:45.
This is to see at this important time, as far as the accounts in play in this investigation are in focus of what was going on with the other devices. And this is just a look into what was happening.
New Fed account, new leggings, who this? Not even looking for new toys for your new adventures. No, new leggings, who this?
On Mrs. Banfield's cellular phone at the time that other activity was happening on her laptop.
And the highlighted area is that have a relation to the artifact and the details on the right side of this?
It does. And for timing perspective, this is 10:43 p.m., approximately 10:43, 10:44 p.m. It appears to be benign, other than it might be informative as to what, we have a user on this device, somebody who's clearly awake. It seems to be benign in the topic, that is the site that was visited, which appears to be shopping.
Judge, I'm sorry.
Somebody is awake on the phone, though.
At this point, I would like to object as asked and answered. I mean, my notes reflect that we went over this
Yes, I'll
several days ago.
sustain the
Thank you.
objection. Ask and answer.
There we go. My notes reflect we went over this on Friday. Yes, we did. Went over it on Friday. Thanks, counsel. They're still on it, though, because that last highlight showed that they were still looking at it. We are going to zoom past this until they move on to a different date. Now they're moving on to the 23rd. We'll see.
Your Honor,
If anything
identifying-
happens on the
Can Your Honor see
23rd.
Defense Exhibit 317.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can you see the exhibit 317, defense exhibit on your screen?
I can.
Okay. And we've moved on to February 23rd, 2023. What if anything, did you rely upon in your digital forensic analysis relating to this particular, well, first of all, let's identify this as you use this information in order to do your digital forensic analysis?
Yes, this is part of what I analyzed.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 317.
Any objection? No objection. 317.
Sir, what, if anything, did you rely upon in examining these artifacts?
This is analysis of Mr. Banfield's mobile device, and it's just a look at some of the activity that was occurring on the evening of February 23rd. And this is between 8:45 p.m. and 9:23 p.m., approximately 9:23 p.m.
All right, move on to
And?
defense exhibit number 318.
And
Sir, can you see that slide?
I can.
And was this something that you analyzed as part of your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, may I move defendant exhibit 318 into evidence?
Any objection? No objection. 318.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you utilized this information contained in this slide in your digital forensic analysis?
Yeah, this is a similar snapshot, only into the phone of Ms. Magalhães. About the same window in time as the beginning at approximately 9:24 p.m., down at the bottom through approximately 9:43 p.m. The highlighted entry we can see on the artifact type is a biome user activity. This is the user of.
you guys, Juliana was on her phone in the evening. See, she was on her phone in the evening.
Bottom, there's 9
What is the point of your analysis?
mobile device. At the top, there's activity at about 8:51 p.m. and at the bottom, there's 9:25. I think, not to telegraph the next slide, but I think it continues. But same thing, we're just looking at what each respective device was doing at this time.
And the highlighted
Why?
portion relates directly to the artifact information that's on the right-hand side.
It does, and I think I only highlighted that one to show where the screen cuts off to set up the next slide.
Why?
It doesn't hold significance otherwise, to my knowledge.
Your Honor, I
Why?
move to defense exhibit 320.
Why?
Sir, can you identify that?
I can, yeah.
Is that
This is,
something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
yes.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 320.
Any objection? No objection. 320.
Mr. Lidsky, can you explain to the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury what the significance of
Saying please explain this to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury over and over and over and over doesn't mean that they're going to understand.
this particular artifact and the results that you're showing on this slide?
Yeah, so this is just a continuation of the activity we were looking at on the previous slide. This particular data set not only shows this time on this date, but this is focused on communication. The highlighted artifact, which I think is the same one from the previous slide,
Good.
I found is something related
Exact same as the previous slide. Good.
possibly to Mrs. Banfield's work. But again, this is really just showing a sort of a bit of what I call a nonstop or continuous activity in the time frame reflected. That is here from about 9:25 p.m. through about 9:40 or 9:41 p.m.
And if you can just describe, you indicated that you found something that could possibly be linked to Ms. Banfield's work. What were you talking about?
Well, the particular artifact that's highlighted, you can see over on the right, is an exchange with a contact name that has a Nova PICU in it. I'm familiar with that as where she was working.
Now, February 23rd is significant in terms of your analysis. How?
Y'all, she had a communication with someone from work. Okay.
I'm sure I'm missing something, but those come to mind.
We'll carry on. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to...
Megan in the chat asked, is this today? Yes, we are earlier in the day today, and we are zooming through to
Sir,
catch up in real
Can
time
you
to
identify
today.
Defense Exhibit 321?
I can.
And is that something that you utilized in your digital forensic
Because-
analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit
We,
321.
No objection. No objection. 321.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
yeah.
obviously there's a highlighted portion, but how does that interact with the artifacts and the evidence information that's on the right-hand side?
Yeah. So, my analysis on this particular date, at this particular time,
What
my
day?
analysis showed that all
What
relevant
time?
devices were at home. So we have what I believe is 3 adults in the house. We have 4 devices that are in focus here, 3 mobile phones and a laptop. This is the laptop, and we're looking at about the same period of time here. This first artifact is at approximately 9:34 p.m. and the last one that's visible on this slide is 10:22 p.m.
And who's the
Objection, Your Honor. He said it was visible on this slide.
owner of the laptop?
This is Ms. Banfield's laptop.
Okay. I'll move on to defense.
This is a little hard to read, but what I see is February 23rd, 2023, a Google search, he says, is from the laptop. I think that says 9:34 p.m. And it looks like the search is kid-friendly resorts, Dominican Republic. And then it looks like there's a lot of related traffic with Best Family Resorts, Dominican Republic, hotels in Punta Cana, best place to find all-inclusive resorts, leisure vacation packages, cheap Caribbean, majestic elegance, Punta Cana. So the night before this happened, someone on the laptop is looking for kid-friendly resorts in the Dominican. Was she trying to find a family vacation as he is trying to find if Joseph Ryan is coming to the house? Because why is the defense choosing to highlight this? Because everything we've seen from this is she took a bathing suit picture to show her husband her new bathing suit. And then a month later, if this is her on the laptop, which they're trying to say that it is she the one looking for kid-friendly resorts in the Dominican? Or is he looking to take a little vacay after all of this? But yes, I don't disbelieve that Christine Banfield was also using her laptop at different periods in time. This laptop's not being used for the FetLife messages.
Exhibit 322. Sir, can you identify that?
Again,
Is that something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
it is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 322.
No objection. 322.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what it is we're looking at and the relationship between the highlighted portion and the artifact and evidence information on the right-hand side.
Of course. So this is part of the Google responsive records. As part of this
Wow.
investigation, Google logged this particular search, this Google search, and this is associated with Ms. Banfield's true name account, the C Banfield RN at Gmail account. We can see on the source information over on the right-hand column about midway down.
But what device?
And this is a search for kid-friendly resorts in the Dominican Republic. This was on February 23rd, 2023, at approximately 9:34 and 15 seconds. If you care to back up one slide, we'll see this corresponds to what we saw on the laptop. Should be within a second or two.
Okay, let me see if I can do that.
So
Judge, I'll stipulate that they're the same time.
the Gmail account that is her regular Gmail account, the Gmail account is logged in at the same time they're doing this.
Right?
Why highlight
So
that?
this is corroboration that the activity on the laptop is what actually happened on Google servers.
Your Honor, move on to Defendant's Exhibit 323.
Okay.
Sir, can you identify this slide?
Again,
And is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
it is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 323.
No objection. 23.
Now, sir, there's a highlighted portion which, does that correspond with the artifact and evidence information on the right?
It is. This was another Google search initiated by the user of this device on this.
Same Google search. Same Google search. Same Google search. Same Google login. Same Google search. I'm fast forwarding through this. And now we're pulling up Android communications.
And the significance of the content of the artifacts.
So Again, same evening, February 23rd, at about 9:34 p.m. It looks like it's part of a group exchange. Seems to be it's possibly related to work.
You're the expert. Seems to be possibly.
Bulletin board reference. This is from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit number 326.
So on the phone?
Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can.
And is this something that you rely upon in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that into defense exhibit number 326.
Any objection?
No objection.
326.
Sir, is this the laptop?
It is.
Okay, and what if anything relating to the highlighted portion and the artifacts that you're showing on the right-hand side?
So this is an activation of the Telegram app at 9:35, approximately 9:35 p.m. on the evening of the 23rd. We just looked at other devices at 9:34 and change. They were engaged in Google searches for resorts in the Dominican, on the phone, text messages with friends or colleagues. And now we have Telegram activation in use on the laptop at 9.
Wait. He just said that the Google searches for the resorts in the Dominican were from the phone. Earlier, he said they were from the laptop. Which is it? Because if they were synced, can you tell us which one it is? Because you've now said two totally different things.
9:35 and 16 seconds.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to defendant's exhibit number 327. I'm sorry, did I introduce that in
Yes,
evidence?
it's in
Okay,
evidence.
sorry. Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
Is that a digital artifact that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is. It's just a close-up, more detail of the Telegram information from the previous slide.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 327.
Any objection?
No objection.
327.
Sir, if you can, what is it that's significant to you as a digital forensic examiner as to the artifact information and the information on this slide?
Well, Telegram use is of obvious import to me. That was a central component to the investigation or my review and analysis. The timing also contemporaneous to the other activity we observed across devices from associated with the three users in this account.
So Telegram communication at 9:35:16 to 9:37:16 p.m. February 23rd, 2023, the evening before the murder.
Investigation. This particular activation only ran for about 2 minutes. We see a start and end time. So Telegram was active from 9:35 and 16 seconds to 9:37 and 5 seconds. So just under 2 minutes.
And this was on the laptop?
This was from the laptop, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to what will be marked as defense exhibit 328.
All right.
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And where does this originate from?
This is from the Telegram exchange that I believe was extracted by Detective Miller from Mr. Ryan's phone.
And what, if any, Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 328.
Any objection?
No objection.
328.
And sir, this is well, what, if anything, is significant about this towards your analysis as to the digital forensics analysis in this case?
So with the blue text exchange or the blue message exchange on the left-hand side dated February 24th, 2023 at 2:35 and 47 seconds a.m. That's what corresponds to the timing if we back our 5 hours out. That is 9:35 from the previous evening. So this particular exchange corresponds with the
So these are communications through Telegram. He is saying they are UTC. Back that up. The Anastasia account said, sorry, I couldn't get online yesterday. Okay.
Telegram activation we saw on the laptop. With Mr. Ryan's device, the blue.
And then a message giving the address of the home.
Are messages associated with the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield.
And is there significance? Well, what's the device that appears with both parties?
There's not a device attribution available to us on this particular slide.
So they don't
There's a
know.
correlation between Telegram.
These Telegram messages came from victim Ryan's phone.
Telegram active on the laptop, and we have these messages at the same time.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the slide to what will be defense exhibit 213, which I think has already been introduced.
Okay.
This, I guess, conversation on FetLife?
I did.
Was that part of your analysis?
On Telegram.
I'm sorry, on Telegram.
Yes.
What, if anything, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of these artifacts?
This is the next page from the previous slide, so it's just a continuation. We see, if we recall, that Telegram was active from 9:35 to 9:37.
So same
The
thing.
4 blue box messages from the previous slide and the 2 here, or the 2 from the previous slide and 2 here are
So same
line
thing.
up with that timing.
So same thing.
I'm going to move on to what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 330.
The Telegram messages there. Hold on, where was it? It jumped so fast. No, one of the messages said, "I'm ready." That was the one I saw. Hold on. I actually wanted to see the message because if we learn anything in this case, it's going to just be from the digital evidence. The message from the Anastasia account says, "Looks like you are ready." Then it says, "I'm ready." And then the green box is hard to see. I think it says same here, but there we go.
Marked as Defense Exhibit 330. Identify this slide.
Again,
And is this related to your analysis in digital forensics, or your digital forensic analysis in this case?
it is.
And there's a highlighted portion there. Well, Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 330.
Any objection?
330
Sir, can you point out
pages
for
of
the ladies
this.
and gentlemen of the jury, there's a highlighted portion. Does that relate to the artifact and evidence information on the right-hand side?
It is. This is back to the laptop. So this is a continuation of the website activity that was occurring on the laptop on this particular date and time. If we look actually at the first 5 rows, and there's some repetition here, but we see activity, we see
So this is at 9:37. So he is saying that the Telegram messages are happening at the same time these Google searches are happening. But earlier he said that these Google searches were happening from the phone. So I am now confused about the Google searches. And I am also confused if defendant is planning a celebratory trip or if victim is planning a trip.
the kid-friendly resort search. We see the 21 best family resort searches that we discussed earlier, both at 9:34, 17 seconds apart. And then we have a gap. We saw Telegram being used from 9:35 to 9:37. And then here, this highlighted artifact at 9:37 and 45 seconds, we have what I would call an immediate resumption of the vacation destination searches right after the Telegram conversation was completed and the Telegram app was closed.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 331.
But are those synced?
Sir, can you identify that?
Because earlier in the tabs, Friday in the tabs showing searches, a lot of the tabs said that they were synced. So it was really hard to see if they were from which device. And he's now referenced these being from the phone and the laptop. But what he's trying to say is that the behavior on the laptop shows that Christina's using the laptop for the FetLife account. Okay. That's what he's saying. These are the same searches on the screen. Oh no, this one's about a restaurant and then Cheap Caribbean. These are the same, but notice they don't show us the tab at the end. I'm zooming past all of this because we understand what he's saying. He is saying that if this is all happening on the laptop, and he's said it two different ways, that she is using the FetLife account. That's what he's saying. They're still talking about the searches for the Dominican Republic. Now we are looking at the phone. Let's hear what he says about that.
Device, her cellular phone. This is a message to Mr. Banfield's device at 11:01, approximately 11:02 p.m. If we look, we can see the highlighted row. If we look above that, we see the last activity on the device, at least with regard to communication, that occurred at 9:51 p.m. So there's a gap, at least in communication on the mobile phone until about 11. The message that was sent through Facebook messaging was a link to the Royalton Resorts Punta Cana website. So we saw that was the last artifact observed on the laptop. So I see connectivity. I see searches.
That's actually helpful. That from the last search on the laptop, he's saying it's the laptop. I still have questions about whether it's the phone and synced. That Facebook Messenger is sending a link from that search from her to Banfield. It's more likely that she's the one searching it. So I have questions about whether the Googles are synced.
Almost 90 minutes
The Google
of searches,
are
mostly
synced.
for resorts in the Dominican Republic on the laptop. And now the first thing we see within minutes of the end of the activity on the laptop is a message related to those, I'd say related to those searches on the phone.
That is an interesting piece of information. That piece of information, it is still not super clear. That piece of information is interesting.
Defense Exhibit 334. Sir, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what, if anything, was related to your investigation in this slide?
This is one of the crime scene photos provided, taken by the Fairfax County Police Department, I believe Detective Leach's unit or he himself. This is from the kitchen area of a wall calendar.
And here I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 334.
Any objection?
No objection.
334.
Sir, what, if anything, is significant in terms of the picture that you have before you as Defense Exhibit 334?
Well, the next slide. So this is the sort of investigative.
A number of you in chat, and this is what I love, live chat. A number of you in chat are like, Emily, wait, you said this was interesting. Help. Okay, sorry. The kid art has it just hit me in the stomach with them switching to the wall calendar for a second. The point that I thought was interesting is that this expert has said, well, two things. He said that all those searches about child-friendly resorts in the Dominican were from the laptop, and then he said phone activity, and then he said laptop again. But it seems that he is connecting the searches regarding kid-friendly resorts in the Dominican Republic to the laptop. Again, we know that there was some synced activity between Google devices signed in. He said that right after those searches were happening on the laptop, that Christine Banfield's phone took one of those links on Facebook Messenger and Facebook Messengered it to Brendan Banfield. So it's interesting to me if she's the one doing those searches. I'm still unclear if she's doing those searches on the phone or the laptop, but it's close in time to when those searches are happening that she is taking it, or someone on her phone is taking it to Facebook Messenger and then to him. So we'll see. So now we're going to the wall calendar, a photo of the wall calendar in the family kitchen.
Work, take a general picture, and then of things of interest, we zoom in and take successive pictures. So the next slide, I think we'll give a clearer.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on
Answer.
to what would be identified as Defense Exhibit 335.
335.
Sir, can you identify that?
Again,
And what, if anything, and was this something that you used as part of your analysis in this case?
I did.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit number 335.
No objection.
335.
So, sir, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this piece of evidence,
Counsel. What is it?
part of your digital forensic analysis?
Well, again, this is another crime scene photo, closer in view, so we can see what's actually on the calendar.
Of what?
This is one of a few pictures, but in the top left here, we can see the Royalton Barreiro Splash Water Park is written on the calendar. And so, again, contextually, an artifact on a computer or in a text message may not, they can.
I'm pausing so that we can look at the calendar. We are looking at what looks like 4 calendars, and it looks like the slide that we're looking at shows, or the aspect that we're looking at has notes, and then the months start after that, with February being to the left, then March. And the photo shows that someone has great handwriting, that there is a wedding in April that someone was planning to go to, that there was something under the wedding, that there is a birthday list of Cinderella dress, Aurora dress, and high heels. And then there is a note of Royalton, he said Navarro Splash Water Park. So he's correlating what was written on the calendar to the Google searches that were done.
can mean something, they might not mean something. The fact that we saw extensive research, or I observed extensive research on the laptop about resorts, immediately transferred over to the phone and communicated from Mrs. Banfield's device to Mr. Banfield's device, and now calendar entry, although it's without date or month.
Was the Royalton Splash Water Park one of the things in the Google searches or nah?
To me, it seems like it was a part of a vacation plan.
And are there any other aspects to this calendar that you relied upon?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit number 336.
I don't know
What
what's
findings is
worse
this?
for the defense. I really don't. I don't know if it's worse if they're searching it or if it's worse that she's searching family-friendly vacations in the Dominican and he and Juliana are making sure that Joseph Ryan has the address to come to the house the next morning. But the defense is going to try to connect that to say that Christine was using the FetLife account, that Christine was the one engaging in those conversations with Joseph Ryan, and that this was not activity of Banfield and Juliana. However, there is still a big issue about the syncing. And
This is just an even closer view of the particular piece of it.
this, of all of the testimony we've seen, if it was more clear about the laptop usage to search for the Dominican resorts, if it is the laptop, and then immediately switching over to the Telegram messages close in time indicates that the person on the laptop searching for the resorts and the person using Telegram could be the same person. Now, could Christine have asked Juliana, hey, can you search some resorts in the Dominican? We want to take a vacation. I mean, sure. But we didn't see any testimony about that. And the defense is trying to look for something. We've got to be almost done with this, right?
Information.
Your Honor, move that into defense exhibit 336.
We've got to be almost done with this.
No, Judge.
All right, 336.
We're on the
Your Honor, move on to
23rd.
defense exhibit 337. Sir,
We gotta
can
be
you
almost
identify
done.
this defense exhibit 337? Is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit number 337.
Any objection?
No objection.
337.
Is this, what device is this relating to, sir?
This is Mrs. Banfield's laptop.
Okay, and there's a highlighted area. Does that correspond with the artifacts and evidence information
Hang in there,
on the
Chad.
right-hand side?
It
We're
does.
going to get to
What
the
if
rest of the
anything else
day.
is
Don't worry.
significant, in your analysis, if you could just let the ladies and gentlemen of the jury know.
So this is another Telegram activation at approximately 10:59 p.m. on the night of the 23rd. It runs for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Melissa in the chat said, I'm literally listening to this on the plane to Punta Cana. Melissa, have the best time in Punta Cana. And yeah, have the best time.
We're going to move on to defense exhibit number 338. Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can. It's the same artifact from the previous slide, just a close-up with, in case the detail is more.
Same. It's the same. Okay, wait. Here's something new. This is from February 23rd, 2023, 10:59:42 p.m. This is showing Telegram usage, he says, on the laptop between 10:59 p.m. and 11:02. We've seen this now demonstrated 4 different ways. I'm going to zoom past it. The next one, wait, where did it go? I zoomed too past. They picked up another one. Oh, that wasn't it. There was one more that was on the screen for a half a second. The next one shows Telegram desktop from 11:06 p.m. to 11:49 p.m. on February 23rd, 2023. Okay. So that's another Telegram session. And we are moving on to more exhibits from Telegram desktop. And I am zooming to try to get to the Telegram conversation. And then they are showing that there is a Telegram conversation that was extracted from Joe Ryan's phone going on at the same time. It looks like the bubble in blue said, how long does it take for you to get to my place? And then the chat bubble at the bottom in green says 25 minutes. And then they are zooming in The first message in green says, have to say that seeing your address made my heart beat faster. Which is it's just so sad. Yesterday, when the witnesses were talking about this being a setup, and you see Joe Ryan having these conversations saying, you know, I'm excited. But again, they are saying that this is not a setup, that this was what Christine was doing on the phone. She was simultaneously searching for kid-friendly resorts in the Dominican Republic and messaging Joseph Ryan about the first encounter the next morning on her husband's birthday. So these are going on at 11:49 p.m. This is a new exhibit that I have not seen yet. It has her information at the top. It looks like a CV, so I'm curious what he's going to ask about that.
Access to what appears to be Mrs. Banfield's resume on the laptop. And it was done in the middle of the activity we just discussed, the middle of the telegram activation, the middle of the telegram exchanges between the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield and Mr. Ryan.
So on the laptop, Christine Banfield's CV was pulled up while the telegram exchanges were happening. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to slide Defendant's Exhibit 343.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Judge, did I introduce the last one?
Yes.
Evidence? Okay, thank you. Sir, can you see the Exhibit 343 on your screen?
I can.
Okay, and this is an artifact that you relied upon in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 343.
Any objection? No objection, 343.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this artifact fits into your testimony up to this point?
This is a login, as reported by Google, to the alleged suspect Gmail account, the CBRN 920 Gmail account, occurring from a Windows computer within the Banfield residence on the evening of February 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:09 p.m.
Which computer? And is there more than one?
Move to the next slide, which is Defendant's Exhibit 344.
So,
Sir, can you identify Defendant's Exhibit 344?
I can.
And the highlighted portion, does that correspond?
it'll be interesting to see how the defense ties this all together with who was using the laptop and if there's questions about who was using the laptop.
With the artifact information?
It does.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 344.
Okay, 344. No.
What, if anything, can you explain as to your digital forensic analysis and how this was
Counsel.
utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
So this is from analysis of Ms. Magalhães' mobile device. And so not just the artifact that's highlighted, but the few or couple after it as well. This just shows what was going on her device.
So Juliana's phone was on Facebook Messenger at 11:08 p.m.
At the time of the Google login we just looked at, which I believe was just shy of 11:09 p.m. So her device was engaged, it looks like, in message exchanges on Facebook. We also see a launch of the Facebook Messenger app. We see the phone going from portrait to landscape, orientation, and all of the other artifacts sort of surrounding this. These are in chronological order.
So Juliana is using her phone at the same time.
I think I will, so it's probably a good time.
All right, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this point. Again, don't do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody, okay? Thank you.
All right, and we're at lunch. Law nerds, you've been incredibly patient. We are on day 8, zooming towards real time in court. We are still in the direct examination of the defense expert who they recalled, who testified all day Friday. Half of what was testified to was repetitive and redundant to Friday. And at the closer to lunch end, they are now at the evening of February 23rd discussing what was going on between devices. There were Google searches regarding the Dominican Republic and resorts in Punta Cana and kid-friendly resorts. Christine Banfield was at times using her phone. It is unclear to me if the searches that they are saying are from the laptop are synced, because all of the Google searches are connected to Christine Banfield's regular Gmail account, not the second Gmail account with the numbers. And we haven't seen the end of the slides that they've been putting up to see if it indicates that it's synced or not. So I have questions there. The defense was just starting to ask about what Juliana was doing on her device at the same time Telegram messages are happening between Joseph Ryan and the Anastasia user on Telegram. And Joe Ryan is saying, I saw your address. It's going to take me about 25 minutes to get there. And Juliana's phone is bopping around on Facebook Messenger and Netflix and other things. So that's where we are in time. As they got to what's being done on what devices, it is not any more clear than it was on Friday. But as we are getting closer in time to who's doing the searches for the Dominican, I think the defense is going to try to argue, see, she was doing the searches for the Dominican, and then Christine Banfield's phone took one of those search links and Facebook messaged it to Brendan Banfield's Facebook Messenger in very, very quick succession to the Telegram chats that were happening. I still have a question about the syncing, but we will see. This is where the defense is going to try to show that the user of the laptop, the user of the FetLife account, the user of the Telegram is all Christine Banfield. So we're going to zoom past lunch. We're not taking a break because, chat, I know things are going on in court in real time. Don't worry, we're going to get there all together. But we're almost there. We're almost there, I think, with the defense expert, because I know this witness is going to finish today. So we're going to zoom past lunch as we get closer to catching up in real time. So hang in there, chat. Ride with me. We got it. We got this. Look, it's going to be great when it's over. We're going to be like, this witness is finally done. It's going to be fantastic. Hang in there, guys. Hang in there. All right. Let's zoom right past lunch and get back to court. I swear when this counsel says no further questions,
What, if anything, did you?
I'm going to be giddy with excitement. I'm going to be giddy with excitement. We're still at 1.5
All right,
speed.
your next question.
Thank you, Your
Mm-hmm.
Honor. Defense Exhibit 344 was already introduced, correct?
It's in evidence.
Thank
We're
you.
still at 1.4 speed. 1.5 speed,
So looking
sorry.
at Defense Exhibit 344,
I can't believe they're on 344 exhibits.
what, if anything, did you review as part of your digital forensic analysis?
This is analysis from the mobile device of Ms. Magalhães. And this particular artifact and the ones just before it and just after are all occurring around 11:08, 11:09, and various seconds. There are some redundancies in here. Many artifacts you'll see repeated twice. They're just different parts of the phone responding to a user action. And we can see just below the blue highlighted artifact, which is a Facebook message being sent by Ms. Magalhães. We can see that the Facebook Messenger application is being launched around the same time, both before.
Juliana's on the phone. Before lunch, you said Juliana was on her phone. You said somebody's using Juliana's phone on Facebook Messenger at the same time that the other messages are happening. Okay, we are getting to other messages. Let's take a look at what these are. I just skipped through him telling us 7 different ways that Juliana's phone was getting on Facebook Messenger. Great.
In the morning, if that works. And then we have the response to that on the morning of the 23rd. And then we have a response from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield late in the evening on the 23rd as well. So it's a back and forth discussing a potential get together.
What program are these in? Okay. I think these are the FetLife messages. It's hard to see on the screen, but We're gonna do our best. Hold on. Let me try to move me real quick.
This is on FetLife.
This is on FetLife. They moved them into another program because there's no way FetLife sent this back to them in Excel or Notepad or whatever this is. Excellent. Looking forward to hearing from you and also looking forward to using your body thoroughly. So if you were to come over and I left the door open and you come upstairs to find me in bed in my room, what would you plan to do to me? Looking like my next available is Friday, 2:24 in the morning, if that works. Hey there, unfortunately, I'm not available tomorrow morning. Hate work getting in the way of fun. Our mornings/daytime usually available, or evening nights as well. As for you'll just have to leave the door open and wait for me in your bedroom and find out the right way. Oh, as for what I'll do to you. The next one says mornings are normally best for me. Weekends almost never work out.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defendant's Exhibit 346.
And then they're moving on.
Sir, can you identify the items in the slide, Defendant's Exhibit number 346, and if they are items that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
They are. This is a portion of the FetLife responsive documents pursuant to the search warrant.
If I could just hold it for 1 second, Your Honor, I'd move that into Defendant's Exhibit 346.
Any objection?
No objection.
346.
Sorry, please go ahead, Mr. Lidsky.
No.
If you can tell, let me give you a question. If you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is you relied upon as to this slide in your digital forensic analysis in this case.
So this was somebody initiated a password reset of the FetLife account on the night of February 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:14 p.m.
There was a password reset of the FetLife account on February 23rd. At what time? That's interesting.
Of February 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:14 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which is Defendant's Exhibit 347.
Interesting.
Sir, can you see this slide?
Again,
And is this something you relied on in your digital forensic analysis?
it is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 347.
Any objection?
No objection.
347.
Sir, what can you point out, or what was the important part of this artifact and the matching results that show?
So this is analysis from Ms. Magalhães' mobile device. And starting at the top, we can see user attributable activity consistently from approximately 11:13 p.m. Right through to a launch of Netflix, which is the highlighted row at 11:14 and 21 seconds. So all of this activity was occurring on her device, Ms. Magalhães' device, at the time the password was being reset to the FetLife account.
Interesting. We don't see Banfield's account. Interesting. Interesting. We don't see Banfield's account. Right?
My other opinion is that catfishing did not occur. We have
Let me back up to get to his opinion. Juliana is putting Netflix on the phone. Y'all, have you ever put Netflix on the phone and then done something on the computer? No, Leonard, you haven't, because you have me on your phone while you're doing stuff on the computer. Right. Uh-huh. Weird.
Scientific certainty as to the use of devices on this day.
I have
Can you provide that?
consistent with my other opinions that catfishing did not occur. We have a-
Objection. Conclusion as to the ultimate issue here. You can
Wait.
testify.
What's your objection? What's your approach?
He said
Objection.
it,
Speculation.
Let's go.
he said it like 3 times already. He said catfishing did not occur. I guess the prosecution's objecting.
straight through slides from the evening of February 20th.
The prosecution's objecting to it now, but he said it at the top of the day on Friday.
So I based that opinion on what we've seen throughout the slides from the evening of February 23rd. We saw the laptop from log on around 10 p.m. straight through until almost 11 p.m., where aside from a brief injection of Telegram usage at 9:35 p.m., we saw searches exclusively for the Dominican resorts. Right about 11 o'clock p.m., we saw the activity on the laptop stop and the phone start with regard to the resorts. And so the resort searches ran up through 11 p.m., transferred over to the phone where we saw a text message between Mrs. Banfield's device and Mr. Banfield's device on Facebook Messenger regarding the resort. So I've, based on the connectivity between the topics, The idea that somebody was independently using the laptop to search for resorts, and Mrs. Banfield, alone with her phone, happened upon the same resort.
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
So the laptop,
Wait for another question. Sustain the objection.
In terms of connectivity of devices,
So you're telling me that someone can't stop using the laptop, go get on their phone in another area of the house, and then someone else can be on the laptop? Because when police got there in the morning, the laptop was sitting on the kitchen island. Okay.
is what's important in the analysis of digital forensics.
well, with digital forensics, as it pertains to this investigation, I'm looking for that break. I'm looking for, was one user absent from a device for an extended period of time that might present an opportunity for the device to be misappropriated by another person who then used it for a different purpose. I didn't see that. I saw continuous activity for the 90-minute period leading up to 11 o'clock on the laptop. Then I saw activity continuous both in topic and in use on the phone regarding the resorts. At 11 o'clock, 10:59 and change on the laptop, it began a sustained period of use with the Telegram app and extended communication between the account purporting to be that of Christine Banfield and that of Joe Ryan. So those three aspects of the analysis inform the conclusion that I've arrived at.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to February 24th.
We've got to be almost there. We've got to be almost there. I'm still at
February
1.5.
24th, 2023.
I
That
do.
was a
And was
long.
this something that you utilized
Pause.
in your analysis of digital forensics?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 348.
Any objection? 348?
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at and what it is that you relied on in arriving at your conclusions regarding February 24th, 2023?
Truly, what are we looking at?
This is analysis from Mrs. Banfield's laptop from the morning of February 24th, 2023. This is a Telegram activation. That is, the app is opened and in use at 6:03 a.m., approximately 6:03 a.m. that morning.
And
So Telegram on the morning of the 24th, early in the morning. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit number 349. Sir, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And did you use this in your analysis of digital forensics in this case?
I do. I did.
Your Honor, I move in defendant's exhibit number 349.
Any objection? No objection. 349.
Sir, what, if any, significance is this particular slide compared to the previous artifact?
The previous artifact was Telegram being activated on the laptop. And here are corresponding messages from the relevant accounts. That is the one purporting to be that of Christine Banfield and that of Joe Ryan.
I'm going to move to, I'm going to move to the next slide, which would be defense exhibit 350. Sir, can you see that slide?
Again,
And can you identify it?
I can. This is essentially the same as 348, just to reflect the
Same?
end time of the Telegram activation.
Your Honor, move this in as defense exhibit number 350.
Any objection? No objection.
The same.
And
Same.
what's the significant portions of this exhibit?
Yeah, just re-showing it with focus now at the end. Again, going in chronological order. We have the start at 6:03, then we saw some messages.
So the Telegram conversations start at 6:03, which this slide does not show. It does not show because it cuts off on the side. Hopefully they show us the whole exhibit, but we can't see that it starts at 6:03 and ends at whatever time. Okay.
This is the end of the Telegram desktop activation, at least this instance of it, occurring at approximately 6:26 a.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to exhibit number
Okay.
351.
6:03 to 6:26
Sir, can you see this
on
exhibit?
Telegram on the
And
laptop.
Can you identify it?
Again,
And was this something that you utilized in your analysis of the digital forensics in this case?
it is.
Your Honor, move this in as defense exhibit 351.
Any objection? No objection. 351.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is it that you utilize from this to help inform your opinions?
This is analysis from Ms. Magalhães' cell phone, and this shows the first steps, or the first physical activity that the device recorded on the morning of February 24th, 2023. Even though the first row is highlighted, which is step activity recorded by the phone itself, the second line down also includes activity from her Apple Watch, which was imported into the phone. So you'll see, we can see phone and watch recorded movement.
Her phone activity that morning starts at 6:25 a.m.
What's the significance of the times in this analysis?
Well, according to her phone, the first steps she took that morning were 22 minutes after the Telegram application was used on Miss Banfield's device, her laptop.
What about his phone? What about his phone? Lauren in the chat said, is there healthcare data? Yes, we have now found the healthcare data. Okay. But okay. So if the phone and the watch are not on the person, okay.
Your Honor, I would move to defense exhibit number 352.
What about his?
Sir, can you see that defense exhibit number 352?
I can.
And is that something you relied on in your analysis for this case?
It is.
And Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 352.
Any objection? No objection. 352.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury relating to 352 the significance of this document and this data?
Sure. In trying to apply some context in analyzing different aspects of the devices available to me, in this case, we can see a bit of a defined break, I think, in
What
sort of
device?
inactivity to user attributable activity on Ms. Magalhães' cell phone. So this analysis from her cell phone. So everything above.
So Juliana's cell phone? We're looking at Juliana's cell phone again?
Above the blue highlighted row is sort of background activity that the phone might initiate on its own, but the first user-initiated activity, and an unlock is a user-initiated activity, doesn't occur until 6:27 on the morning of the 24th, and that's in proximity, I'd say, to the motion activity we saw on the prior slide.
And when you're talking about unlock activity, is that something that requires action?
It is. iPhones unlock only when a user causes it to unlock.
They're awfully silent about his phone. So we've heard about Juliana's phone as we try to see what else is going on the morning of February 24th.
Sir, if you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you relied upon and what was part of your analysis relating to this case.
Sure. Again, this is from Ms. Magalhães' cell phone. I think I alluded to this a moment ago.
Still
This
her
is just to
phone.
reflect her watch. A bit off in timing from her phone, but similarly in the 6:30-ish hour, recording his first steps of the morning.
Did you sync the clocks?
Your Honor, I'm going to move to defense exhibit 354. Sir, do you recognize this picture?
I do.
And
What
if
is it?
anything, did you utilize this picture for in your analysis?
Just for relative location of Mr. Banfield on this morning at a point in time.
Location. When was his phone first active?
Your Honor, I may move this in as defense exhibit 354.
Any objection? No objection. 354.
Your Honor, I move forward with the slide to defense exhibit 355. Sir, is this a slide that you relied upon in your investigation of this case?
These
It is.
questions.
It's part of the surveillance video from McDonald's.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit 355.
Any objection? No objection.
Yeah, I
And what if-
object.
what if-
We know he was at fucking McDonald's. We know he was at McDonald's. I'm skipping all of this. We know he was at McDonald's. When did his phone first record activity in the morning? Oh, you're not going to tell me? Great. Skip, 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 skip. We know he was at McDonald's. There's not enough Zoom room in the world. There's not enough Zoom room in the world.
I can. So this slide and the one before it, if you want to jump back to it,
No.
one reflects, the first one reflected the steps Ms. Magalhães took that morning between approximately 7:18 and 7:24 a.m. This particular slide reflects the steps recorded by her watch between approximately 7:23 a.m. and 7:24 a.m. Both devices are consistent in that they recorded steps up to around 7:24 a.m. And then they didn't.
Sir, I'm going to take this opportunity to go back, as you indicated in the other slide. And can you point out for the ladies and gentlemen jury what your comparison was?
Sure. So, and these are the phone steps. They start a bit earlier. The successive 3 rows are watch steps incrementally.
The Apple Watch steps are sometimes on the watch, sometimes on the phone between 7:24 a.m. and 8 o'clock a.m. It shows a gap in activity from 7:19 a.m. to 7:24 a.m. And sometimes the timing, it looks like the time got a little funky between the watch, the way the watch is recorded and the way that the phone is recorded, but we know what Juliana was doing in the morning. So this is Juliana's Apple Watch. Again, she's moving around at 7:24 in the morning. I have no questions that she's moving around at 7:24 in the morning. Is anyone confused that Juliana's walking around at that time? No. They're going back to an analysis of her cell phone showing that Juliana was parked in the car and that her device shows that her car was parked. In the cul-de-sac. We're going to skip to my Lou. Let's see if this is still her phone.
Has a cell phone reporting the activity recorded by her Apple Watch. So this again shows the resumption of steps in and around 7:42 a.m. on the morning of the 24th.
She's still taking steps at 7:42 a.m. Juliana's phone. Chat just said florals in spring. Groundbreaking. Yeah. Oh, look. It's what she said happened.
Log on for Ms. Banfield's profile at approximately 7:33.
I'm curious what is logging in. So I'm going to back that one up.
Can you explain this exhibit and how it's significant in terms of February 24th, 2023?
So this is analysis from Ms. Banfield's laptop. This recorded a Windows logon for Ms. Banfield's profile at approximately 7:33 on the morning of the 24th. It's significant in that Mr. Banfield was at McDonald's.
Christine's laptop logged in at 7:33 a.m. They say it's significant because he was at McDonald's. Okay.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
His devices were at McDonald's.
It's significant that Mr. Banfield was recorded on surveillance video
He was,
at McDonald's. And
which is fair. That's a fair clap back from the expert. Excuse me. Is the prosecution now going to argue that he wasn't at McDonald's? He's on surveillance, counsel. Calm down. That's fair. I'll give that one to the expert.
Ms. Magalhães' step count and devices appear to reflect inactivity corresponding with the time she may have been in her car outside of the house. Which, to me, that leaves, potentially one person in the house who, just by process of elimination, would have been responsible for this activity.
Objection calls for
So what he's saying is that it seems that Juliana is parked in the cul-de-sac. Her phone indicates that she is. It seems that he is at the McDonald's and that Christine's computer is logged in. Okay. Then what does the computer do?
speculation.
Sir, we'll move on to Defense Exhibit 363.
I'm actually very interested in what happens after
Sir,
the
can you identify
computer
that?
logs
Okay.
in at 7:33
And what, if
a.m.
anything, did you rely on this as your analysis for digital
I really
forensics?
want to know.
I did.
Here, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 363.
Any objection?
No objection.
363?
Sir, what, if any, significance does this have as to the analysis of February 24th, 2023?
So this is, I've spoken a number of times, I believe, about security identifier profile or security ID or SID. It's the long number. We can see in the highlighted row in the middle. It also appears on the right. This is just a look at that security identifier and the details.
Hey, chat, no. No. To answer your question, no. They've never confirmed what type of login or passcode or anything was on the computer. They never said what type of login was on the computer. I assume there had to be one. They say that there is a security number or identifier that shows that her account was logged in, but they've not told us what type of login that is. Or if it's like the daughter's birthday or whatever. They've never told us that.
Was associated with it. So this is looking on the far left, we can see this is a look into the user accounts that are present on this laptop with this security identifier highlighted. And then on the right, we can.
So there's no other user. There's a guest account, there's an admin account, and there's her account. So there aren't multiple profiles really on this computer. Okay.
See all of the details, obviously the full name of Christine Banfield, the username, which is an email address, and the rest of her profile attributes.
And sir, based upon all of these exhibits that you've now explained to the jury, did you have an opportunity to come to a opine about the devices that were being used this day to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I did.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that opinion is?
Okay, everybody. Here's their expert's big conclusion. Optimistically, we're on the day of the murder. You got to be almost done. I might even put it at 1.25 just to be generous momentarily. What is your conclusion about what was happening this day? Take it away.
I believe Mrs. Banfield was awake that morning.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained, we have to stick with the devices. Yes.
Mrs. Banfield's laptop was manipulated at a point where other devices had left, I believe, had left the residence, and before anybody, to include Mr. Ryan, had arrived at the residence.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I don't have any further questions for.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Chat, we made it. Chat, we made it. We made it. We made it. We made it, everybody. We made it. We made it. Miguelina, will you let the app know that we are finally to cross of this expert? Finally. We're getting one step closer to catching up in real time. Y'all don't want to go anywhere today. Today's not the day. Today's not the day. You want to be sat. Today is the day. Cross-examination after this man is now on the stand for the third day. Great. Mm-hmm. Any minute now. We're still at 1.25. Any moment. We're getting there. Hey, counsel's got a jacket with the red dress today. I like it. I like a jacket in court. I dig it. I'm here for it. And I'm not dissing counsel's style. I like counsel's style. Sometimes it's just not giving murder trial.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Oh, you don't want a prosecutor to smile at you quite that big when she's getting ready for cross. The glee. The glee.
Well, thank you.
All right, so let's just go chronologically. I think it's probably a bit clearer that way. We start back on January 9th, 2023, 11:10 p.m.
I think it's a bit clearer that way. Look at how fucking happy she is.
How are you?
Well, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so let's just go chronologically. I think it's probably a bit clearer that way. We start back on January 9th, 2023, 11:10 p.m. The Gmail account is created on a Samsung device. Is that correct?
Mobile device, yes.
Okay. And a Samsung S21 is owned by both Christine and Brendan Banfield. Is that correct?
His government phone.
Okay. You told us that Juliana's phone is not in the house on that day, but Brendan Banfield's devices are both present, correct?
Ma'am, you're going to get a little of regular speed because you're ready to just air this witness out. And I'm here for it. We actually might get a normal speed cross because you're ready. You're ready. Oh boy.
To my knowledge, they were, yes.
Okay. When we then move to January 17th, 2023, we have what I'm going to ask the court share as defenses 128 previously admitted. If I can have just a second.
I mean, we've waited days for this cross. We might as well take a minute. We're not going anywhere.
This is the photograph that we know to be taken of Christine Banfield by herself at Lifetime Fitness. Were you able to establish, as our investigators did, that this was Lifetime Fitness?
I saw.
Were you able to establish, as our investigators did, that this was a selfie in the bathroom of the Lifetime Fitness? The Lifetime Fitness that has a big old pool? Probably has an inside pool and an outside pool. Were you able to establish that? We did. Yeah.
That they had established it, and I didn't see anything to.
Okay. So, and this is taken at 7 p.m.-ish, correct?
This is actually the sending of the photo from Mrs. Banfield to Mr. Banfield. The prior slide was the taking of the photo at 7:20, but this is the photo that was taken.
Perfect. You're moving us right along. So she's
Golden Mare in the chat said, leading, yes, this is cross. Uh-huh. This is welcome to the big show, dog. Let's go. Yep, this is cross. This prosecutor's never been more excited this trial. This is the happiest I've seen her in like 2 weeks. She's fucking thrilled. Yep.
sends the photo to her husband, who then comments, nice, right?
Yes, down at the bottom, in the middle.
Okay, so while she's at Lifetime Fitness, she takes this selfie, sends it to her husband via Facebook Messenger. He comments, nice. And then just before 10 o'clock, someone with access to cbanfieldrn@gmail.com logs onto a laptop in the Banfield home, accesses Facebook, and pulls this picture down. Is that correct?
Yes,
Yes.
that's correct.
And then sends this picture using CBRN 920 to CBRN 920, correct?
For those of you just joining, hi. I know if your mind is numb from everything that happened earlier today, welcome. It's time to re-engage. The CBRN 920 account is the account that was used to set up the FetLife account. The other C Banfield account seems to be the Gmail that the victim used. Notice the pacing of her questions and the reluctance of his answers on cross. Right. That's why I wanted to slow this down for real time.
Yes.
Okay, and then this picture is taken and added to the new FetLife account, correct?
It was manipulated in between.
Okay, so by manipulated, it was cropped, correct?
It was cropped.
Okay, so the laptop in the house.
What do you want to bet that when the photo was cropped, that the Little Mermaid swim toy was cropped out of the photo? Mm-hmm.
Belonging to the Banfields, joins FetLife, all while logged in as CBRN 920 at Gmail, right?
My understanding is the laptop was actually owned by Anova. And
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant the house owned by the Banfields.
I don't know how the stream got out of sync. I mean, the house owned by the Banfields? That's funny.
my understanding is the laptop was actually owned by Anova. And
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant the house owned by the Banfields. The laptop that we're examining here is in the house owned by the Banfields, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that laptop,
I have no idea how that got out of sync, but I'm going to just refresh this real quick because the out of sync is going to just absolutely do me in. So thank you, chat, for the briefest of moment while I just refresh this to see if it'll fix. It's a long day. It's a long day into testimony today, and I want to make sure we don't miss that cross-examination because, well, honestly, I have been waiting days to see what counsel has to ask of this witness. So I want to make sure I'm in the right spot on the feed because it took us a long time to get here. So let's see. Thank you. I know it was frustrating for me too. Oh, it backed up way too much. That's not where we needed to be. We wanted to be on cross. We cheered and everything. We were very excited.
correct?
It's a portion of the activity that occurred that evening.
All right. We're a little ahead of ourselves. Hold on. There we go.
If that could be shared with the jury.
Yes.
All right.
All right, so this is the photograph that we know to be taken of Christine Van,
Perfect. We're just a little bit in time on that.
and this is taken at 7 p.m.-ish, correct?
This is actually the sending of the photo from Mrs. Banfield to Mr.
Okay, perfect. That's what we just saw. We're going to get to, no, the house. The house owned. Perfect.
Sends this picture using CBRN 920 to CBRN 920, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then this picture is taken and added to the new FetLife account, correct?
It was manipulated in between.
Okay, so by manipulated, it was cropped,
We're
correct?
just
It was cropped.
overlapping a little, but I didn't want to miss it.
So the laptop in the house belonging to the Banfields joins FetLife all while logged in as CBRN 920 at Gmail, right?
My understanding is the laptop was actually owned by Anova. And
Nope, didn't
Oh, I'm
fix
sorry, I
it.
meant the house owned by the Banfields.
Nope.
The laptop that we're examining here is in the house owned by the Banfields.
Totally didn't
correct?
fix it.
yes,
Hopefully the
Okay,
feed
and
fixes
that
itself.
laptop searches for
I tried.
FetLife, correct?
yes,
And that laptop joins FetLife under the CBRN 920 at Gmail email,
It's not your internet. It's not your feed. It is still messed up. Hopefully it resolves.
right?
it does.
Okay.
I have
And the
no idea what
laptop
happened.
edits the Lifetime Fitness photo.
Yes, not all in order, but yes.
Okay. And meanwhile, all of this is going on the laptop. On the phone that we understand to belong to Christine Banfield, someone is using WhatsApp to talk about Valarie's day, right?
Yes,
And then by 10:45-ish, someone is Googling Lululemon, frozen tickets, and the story about the child who had their leg amputated, correct?
yes.
And then checks the C Banfield.
It is painfully out of sync, but I'm hoping that it fixes. It's not y'all. The feed is painfully out of sync.
Gmail account at 11:30.
There's only so much we can do with stuff coming out of
I
court.
believe that's correct.
Okay, so you acknowledge we're talking about two different devices, right? The laptop and the phone. Two different things happening.
Yes,
Okay. And you can't
This is the court feed. So just try to listen. It'll be better. The audio is great, but it is hopefully it fixes, but it's the feed.
say who is in control of either device. All you can tell us is what the devices are doing. Correct?
correct.
Okay. And in fact, let's look at this. Apart from this usage on January 9th, 2023, the date of the initial creation of the CBRN email and the receiving of the Telegram two-factor authentication, I think, Christine Banfield's cell phone is never used to further this scheme, correct?
Oh, there it's
That's inaccurate.
It's fixed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you tell us where Christine Banfield's cell phone was used?
Babes, I had this question too. I wanted to know the whole time this witness was on the stand, girl. I wanted to know, did Christine Banfield's phone ever log in to the CBRN account, ever send a message on FetLife, ever send a message on Telegram or anything? I wanted to know that too. Yes. Did she do any of it on her phone? Tell me.
Cell phone is never used to further this scheme, correct?
That's inaccurate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you tell us where Christine Banfield's cell phone was used to communicate on FetLife or Telegram?
It was used for FetLife on February 14th, 2023.
Ooh, show me.
You had not testified to that before. I'm sorry. When was it used on February 14th?
Just after midnight.
The phones, Christine Banfield's cell phone.
Show me.
The same model cell phone, yes.
Okay. A Samsung S21 was used on FetLife on January 14th.
Correct.
Okay. So going back to, we have
Same model cell phone. Who has the other cell phone? Brendan does. Brendan Banfield and Christine Banfield have the exact same model number. And FetLife doesn't seem to have IMEI. It just seems to go make model. There's two of the same make models. So
no other usage of FetLife or Telegram with Christine's phone as this progresses beyond January 14th when we have an unknown S21 using FetLife, correct?
February 14th.
he just said 13th. Now he's saying 14th. They are referring to the subpoena returns from FetLife. And it seems that the subpoena returns from FetLife do not have IMEI. The thing that I want to know, though, they had Christine's phone completely dumped. So was it anywhere in her cell phone extraction?
But correct.
Okay, sorry. All right, so
Oh, he said
when we
14th
then
now.
look
Sorry, that was me.
to,
My bad. Valentine's
let's say,
Day.
our
My bad.
next event on January 23rd, you've told us that 1122, the CBRN at Gmail, CBRN920 Gmail is logged into on the laptop, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you gave us 6 exhibits to show that Brendan Banfield was not at home when the FetLife chat was initiated, some 7 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you have not told us where Juliana Perez Magalhães was, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Where were her
And
devices?
we see from the FetLife chat, I'm going to ask the court to share Defense 191.
Chat, dump a 1 in the chat. Dump a 1 in the chat if you think this is the I don't want no scrub chat. Dump a 1. Is this the I don't want no scrub chat? You guys, do you feel that? Do you feel it? Chat. It feels like we're in trial. It feels like we've fallen back into trial. Look at that. Back in trial, everybody. All of
I've
you.
got 181.
All of you.
191.
191.
Everybody,
But Judge,
we're-
I have 181 pulled up instead. We can just talk about it.
We're back.
In Defense Exhibit 191, one of the FetLife chats, we see the discussion between parties, and the Anastasia persona says, "How has been your experience so far?" Correct?
Correct.
Okay. On January 30th of 2023 at 10:47 p.m., the
She didn't pull them up so we don't get to see. Boo!
CBRN 920 at Gmail account logs in to FetLife again, correct?
It does. I believe.
Okay, and we went through 7 exhibits to show that Brendan Banfield was in Reston near the Lifetime Fitness at 10:52 p.m. But Juliana Perez Magalhães was at home, correct?
Her
I
devices
believe
were.
She was.
Okay, and had been since she left Lifetime ahead of Brendan Banfield, correct?
I believe she also arrived ahead of him, but yes.
Okay, And in Defense 194, we looked at the FetLife chats and we
Buddy, is your collar feeling tight? Sir, you're wiggling a little bit. Is it just, do we need a little more space up in there or no?
see, again, the phrasing, I don't plan on having many people anyways. That was one of the chats that occurred while Juliana was home and Brendan was at somewhere, correct?
It's a portion of the activity that occurred that evening.
Okay. Looking at February 7th of 2023, 10:02 p.m., CBRN logs into the laptop, FetLife, and we have 4 exhibits to show us that Brendan Banfield is at a Sunoco, correct?
I can't see them, but I believe that's
Okay,
accurate.
and we don't have any idea why he's hanging out at a Sunoco at 10 p.m., do we?
How long is he at the gas station for? How long is he at the gas station for? How long is he at the gas station for? I want to know.
I assume getting gas, but I don't know. I was not there.
He's there for a bit, correct?
3 minutes.
Okay, all right. So looking then at February 13th of 2023, 7:30.
Did he say 3 minutes? 3 minutes is not a bit to me. 3 minutes is pretty quick, actually. Did you say 3 minutes at the Sunoco? That's quick.
But I don't know. I was not there.
He's there for a bit, correct?
3 minutes.
Okay, all right.
20 minutes. 20 minutes. It take 20 minutes to get gas? 20 minutes?
So looking then at February 13th of 2023, 7:33 a.m., we have the CBRN login, again on the laptop, again to FetLife. And again, we have 7 exhibits to show that Brendan Banfield is not in the home, but we don't know anything about Juliana, but for the fact that she's at home, correct?
Yes, and the fact that
Well, that was the answer to my question. Thank you. On February 17th, same story, 11:19, CBRN login on the laptop. He's not at the house. 6 exhibits to show us he's not at the house, but we got nothing on Juliana Perez Magalhães, and we have a FetLife exchange that asks something about liking Nurse in the Scrub, correct?
We knew it was going to come up. Banfield's not home. And Nurse in the Scrub. There it is, chat. No, I don't want no scrub. Nurse in the Scrub. There we are.
again, not seeing it, but it sounds accurate.
Okay. February 19th, 2023.
I'm not seeing
The
it.
laptop is looking for secure messaging apps. You brought out the fact that the 2-factor authentication codes that are sent to
Oh, I
the
have questions about these
phone are not
too.
deleted. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but these are text messages that come through. You have requested this code if you didn't call for help, right? Something to that effect. We all get
Essentially.
those all the time, right?
We do.
Okay.
I do.
I do. All right. And when we move on to February 20th, 2023, at 10:58, we've got the laptop at home.
So what she was getting at with the 2-factor authentication messages, I think is that, do they say what they're for? Like what platform they're for? Or is it just like the code you requested is? And she moved right on from that.
In use. And again, the location data suggests that both Juliana and Brendan are at Lifetime Fitness, right? Do you remember this one? This one's noteworthy because she's not on FetLife.
She being,
Christine, presumably, right? The laptop is not on FetLife. The laptop is not on Telegram during this window when Juliana and Brendan are both absent from the home.
that might be. I'd have to look, but I think there was a period of time. There's obviously a period of time before the activity occurs where
Okay.
I don't know where everybody is.
Right. Well, but we know that the adults are out of the house, but for Christine, presumably, and she's not using this opportunity to hook up online, right?
I guess that's fair.
So all the other devices are out of the house. The only devices in the house are Christine, and Christine's not sending these messages when she's at home alone? Huh.
Okay.
That's a very good point.
But as soon as Juliana gets home, which we know because her iPhone connects to the home network at 11:06, by 11:08, we're logged on talking on FetLife, right?
Possibly, I'd have to see the slides, but that sounds right.
Okay, I'm just noting from your testimony. If it sounds incorrect, let me know, we can dig in, but to the best of your recollection, did you testify that 11:08 CBRN is logged on, and then from that point, we move forward to chats with FetLife?
It sounds accurate, yes.
Okay. At 11:58 that same night, Christine Banfield's phone sends a text message to Brendan Banfield, I think it's Facebook Messenger again, saying that she's going to bed, bring up the toilet paper, and Brendan responds, I'll be up in a couple, correct?
I remember that, yes.
Okay, and then we
Sir, that wasn't in any of your testimony. That wasn't in any of your testimony. I'm going to bed, bring up the toilet paper. That wasn't in any of the testimony. What's FetLife doing after that?
see that Christine's phone, again, the phone, continues to browse Sheen, nursing schools, and pens, right?
Ooh, what kind of pens?
Sounds familiar.
Okay. Meanwhile,
Sounds familiar to us too, sir. Really normal cell phone search activity.
literally 2 minutes later, Telegram is in use on the laptop. Correct?
Sounds accurate.
Right, so on the dot, midnight, that Telegram call takes place on the laptop. 2 minutes after her husband says, I'll be up in a couple. Correct?
Sounds accurate, yes.
Okay.
So wait a second. You're telling me that Facebook Messenger messages from Christine to Brandon Banfield, going to bed, bring up the toilet paper, and then she's scrolling on her phone looking at pens. We're all just going to assume it's jet pens, right? Just looking at pens. 2 minutes later, the Telegram call happens. The Telegram call that is we need to have like a video call before I come over and have this situation. 2 minutes later? Huh. Bring up the toilet paper. But hold on, let me get on a Telegram call with the person that I want to meet up with for a very specific activity. Sure.
Moving to February 21st, this one didn't fall into your timeline, but did you see the Google return? And let me just show you Commonwealth's 243, Judge, I would offer at this point in time.
So, how y'all feeling about this testimony?
All right.
Mr. Lidsky, do you recognize this magnet report? I'm going to scroll down so you can see the processing details, and then
I don't know if prosecutors should get to
the
have this
extraction
much fun at
location,
work.
and then here we have
She's practically
The
tippy-toe
activity.
dancing in court.
is this a magnet report from
I can hear it in her voice. She's gone full don't threaten me with a good time. She's just like she just having the best time ever. Because she gets to make it clear. She's on cross. She knows this information. She didn't call this expert, and she gets to walk this expert through exactly what she thinks about the case. And the defense isn't objecting when she says Juliana's not home. The defense isn't objecting, saying Juliana's devices aren't home. They're just letting it go. And she's just having the best time.
the Commonwealth's extractions of the devices?
This is not one I've seen before.
Okay.
You were provided with everything. What do you mean it's not one you've seen before?
If I were to draw your attention to the device as a Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, which we understand to be Mr. Banfield's phone. Does that help you identify this document?
I believe that's the model phone he has, but this document looks like it was generated 2 days ago.
Correct. Because again, it's an extraction, it's a report from the previous extraction. Are you telling me you don't recognize?
You have the extraction, don't you? Are you telling me you didn't look at his personal phone? She was working over the snow break, sir. You're not familiar with what's on his phone?
From the previous extraction. Are you telling me you don't recognize the phone as the defendant's?
I believe that's the model phone he had, yes.
Okay. Do you need another minute to look at this?
I haven't really seen anything that.
How about that? Is that helpful?
But you said you saw all the extractions.
Okay.
Okay. And we can see that we've got the extraction, we've got the dump data, and then we see that this is a search performed on Google by Mr. Banfield's phone on February 21st, 2023 at 11:35 a.m. searching delete your activity, Android, Google account help. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, the Commonwealth would offer this in evidence as Commonwealth's
I'm the captain now, sir. I'm in charge now, Phasma. February 21st, 2023, Banfield's phone is searching what, chat? How to delete your shit?
a.m. searching delete your activity, Android, Google account help. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, the Commonwealth would offer this in evidence as Commonwealth's 243.
Any objection? Put your microphone on again.
Your mic,
What's your
counsel.
legal objection?
Legal objection, it's hearsay. It's Detective Miller's report. It's a way of getting around their.
It can't be Miller's report if it was generated 2 days ago, counsel. It's not hearsay. It's a party opponent's statement. If it's his phone typing into Google, and you have agreed that the extractions were done properly. So this is a report generated from the extractions that you agree are done properly and have already admitted the entirety of the extraction. And since you've already admitted into evidence the entirety of the extraction, counsel is allowed to derive exhibits from the entirety of the extraction that you yourself admitted into evidence 2 days ago. Not how it works.
Expert coming to testify.
All right.
Judge, it's an extraction and a magnet report based on the extraction, the same thing this gentleman's been testifying to as materials that he reviewed to
Statement of a party
perform
opponent.
his analysis.
If you want to approach.
Sure.
I just haven't seen.
They already admitted these into evidence. They're going to approach sidebar. And they already admitted the entire extractions. If the entire extraction's already admitted, then snippets from the reports can be admitted. However, the fact that he verified that that's what it is, she could probably bring in an expert on rebuttal if needed, but the testimony's out there.
243 in evidence.
Thank you.
Oh, and she won at sidebar. And she won at sidebar.
243 in evidence.
Thank you. All right. So again, we've identified this is a Google search for delete your activity, Android, Google account help, correct?
It is.
Okay. February 23rd, 2023, we've got at 9:25 p.m. is the night before the murder. All of the devices are home, correct?
Can you say the time again, please? I'm sorry.
9:25 p.m. February 23rd, 2023, night before the murder. All of the devices are home.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And from
Sir.
9:25
Sir, you previously testified that all the devices were home like 17 times. We went over and over and over and over and over again. Why are we backing down now? I believe so. It's not going to help.
To 9:40, the laptop is looking at Dominican resorts, correct?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Okay, but for 2 minutes, 9:35 to 9:37, when someone hops on Telegram real quick, sends a message, and then pops back off, right?
That is accurate, the
Okay.
timing.
We don't see Telegram in use on the laptop again until 11 o'clock that night.
Correct?
The same time that we see Christine Banfield's phone pick up the search for Punta Cana resorts, correct?
It wasn't a search, it was a message with a link to a specific resort.
Okay, great. The phone gets busy planning this vacation. Accurate?
Sure, yes.
Okay. You pointed out that there was a gap in the phone usage from 9:51 to 11 o'clock when it picks up with the resort, correct?
That was only with regard to either messaging or website visitation.
Okay. You can't say that Christine and Brendan weren't planning a family vacation. Can you?
I can't say they weren't.
Correct. You don't know. They could have been sitting at the kitchen table planning a family vacation that night. You have no way of knowing, right?
I do not.
Okay. And we only have those 2 minutes of Telegram usage. You can't say that he didn't hop on the laptop really quick, check Telegram while she was in the bathroom, hopped off before she got back to their vacation planning. Can you?
I cannot.
Okay. But at 11 p.m., we know that the two devices diverge in what they're doing. The laptop moves into heavy, sustained Telegram usage with Joe Ryan, and the phone goes off to bed searching for vacations.
He's not going to agree that it goes off to bed.
Didn't say, and I don't think I could say that the phone's necessarily separated physically. There's no evidence to suggest that they did or didn't.
Okay. Okay. But their usage certainly separates in tenor, if you will.
The laptop transitioned to Telegram and FetLife centric activity, and the phone, started with the vacation.
How much you want to bet that every juror sitting there goes, yeah, I can totally see someone taking their phone off to bed and continuing on whatever. I really wish she would ask about the phone syncing, but right. Every juror sitting there being like, and the phone just off to bed and the other stuff was doing the other stuff. Right.
Messaging, and then
the image has already been painted for them.
Minimal benign activity after that.
Okay.
All right, Judge, I would ask the court to share Commonwealth's 209.
The prosecution has taken 3 days of the most painful spreadsheets we've ever seen and has been like, okay, but you can't say this.
Mr. Lidsky, does this...
When Christine's home alone, she's not chatting with anybody on FetLife. It's only when someone else is in the house with her. Uh-huh.
One look familiar to you?
It does. It doesn't. It doesn't.
You sound so defeated.
Okay.
It does.
Well, do you recognize this as a report?
What? What's on the screen? It does. Yeah, it does. What happened?
From the extraction of Christine Banfield's cell phone?
I believe that's what it is. I thought the extraction from her cell phone had a different name, but otherwise it comports with that, yes.
And you were able to register from this document the activity of Christine Banfield's cell phone on the morning of the murder. Is that correct?
Yes, I see that.
Judge Commonwealth would offer this as Commonwealth's 209.
Any objection?
There.
Okay, 209.
Okay, and we can see from this document that at 6:46 a.m., Christine Banfield's phone is shut down, correct?
This would indicate that a shutdown profile.
Right. Because Juliana said that the phone was powered off before it was put in the drawer downstairs in like the bar cart. And want us all to believe that, or the defense does, that Christine Banfield is home on a day that she was going to work and she arranged to not work. That's what we were told. That she has Joe Ryan coming over to the house for a first time encounter of a new and specific nature to her, someone who she's never met before, and who, if we are to believe the defense, has asked them to engage in some activity that might be risky for her because she has a blood disorder and she doesn't have her phone on the bedside table. And then add to that she's a mom of a 4-year-old and a ICU nurse, which based on her communication seemed like she might be a PICU nurse. And you're telling me that she doesn't have her phone on her, she doesn't have her phone near where she is. So they are now using this witness to confirm that the phone was powered off and at what time the phone was powered off. At 6:46 a.m., Christine Banfield's phone was powered down.
File was initiated, yes.
And Judge, if I can cut and move to Commonwealth's 207. This is do you recognize this document?
I believe I've seen this, yes.
Okay. And this is just the deeper dive into what the phone did as it began its shutdown procedure. Is that correct?
Correct.
Commonwealth would offer this as 207.
Any objection? 207.
So with Christine's phone powered off at 6:46 a.m., we then know that Mr. Banfield is, as you correctly stated, seen on surveillance video at the McDonald's at 7:29 a.m., correct?
I think from about 7:20 to 7:37, yes.
Okay. He's there a while, correct?
He leaves and returns.
Okay. And then he goes into the bathroom for 7 minutes.
Notice how he didn't answer he's there for a while. He leaves and then he returns. He goes into the McDonald's, he walks back out to the car, and he walks back in.
Right?
I believe that's about accurate, yes.
And at 7:24, you've told us that Juliana's steps stop. She's just waiting in her car. Correct?
I don't know where she was or what she was doing, but her step count stopped, and I believe that's consistent with
Not moving.
what I, from interviews and other witness statements, yes, that comports.
Sir, in your previous testimony, didn't you say that her phone and her activity was consistent with her being in the car parked in the cul-de-sac?
Okay, but you didn't track her travel to someplace else, correct? You said you don't know that she's waiting in her car, but you know she didn't go anywhere else, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And at 7:37, you know from the call records that Mr. Banfield receives a phone call from Juliana, correct?
Correct.
Look, we have a
He does
timeline.
not call 911, correct?
I don't believe he did.
Okay.
Look, a
And
timeline. Look,
at
everybody, a
7:42,
timeline.
You told us that Juliana is moving again.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so from approximately 7:25, 7:30, we have both Juliana and Mr. Banfield just not going anywhere, correct?
And out of the house, correct.
Okay.
So now you agree they're out of the house.
Couple of things I want to ask you about. Not
So it's like they're waiting. It's like they're waiting for something to happen. They're both just frozen where they are, waiting for something. So am I still waiting? So weird.
not sure if you can answer, but did you notice that on January 13th and 14th, there was no activity on FetLife or on Telegram?
Oh, we're getting back to the evidence that wouldn't have come in but for the defense witnesses. The evidence, chat, because I know that the last couple days of this trial have been almost impossible to track because they have been a slog. But in one of the other defense witnesses, the fascinating thing that came in was that during the time that both Juliana and Brendan Banfield were gone on vacay, once to New York and once on a Banfield work trip that she joined along with, during the time that both Juliana and Brendan Banfield were out of the home, there was zero activity on the FetLife account. So she's home all by herself, and there's no FetLife messages at 11 p.m.? Not a chitty chat? But the other expert did not bring in the dates, because one of the questions was, but is this after the FetLife account is created? And I think we're going to get the dates.
Couple of things I want to ask you about. Not sure if you can answer, but did you notice that on January 13th and 14th, there was no activity on FetLife or on Telegram while Juliana and Mr. Banfield were out of state?
I'm not sure I noticed all of those things put together.
Everybody listening in the background, come on back, because you're going to need to look at this witness's face. Everyone, come on back. Come on back. Put your eyeballs on this man's face. Eyeballs on the screen. Everybody. Oh boy.
No activity on.
Let me back up and let her whole question sink in. We've waited days for this. Let me just let her whole question sink in.
Ask you about, not sure if you can answer, but did you notice that on January 13th and 14th, there was no activity on FetLife or on Telegram while Juliana and Mr. Banfield were out of state?
I'm not sure I noticed all of those things put together, but I know there were periods of inactivity, yes.
Okay, and another such.
Weren't you looking to see if there was a catfish or not? Because what does that face say? What does
Out of state?
Huh. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Code Brown, sir. Code Brown. Today's your day for Code Brown. Oh boy.
I'm not sure I noticed all of those things put together, but I know there were periods of inactivity, yes.
Okay, and another such period of inactivity was January 31st to February 1st when Brendan and Juliana were together in Winchester, Virginia?
That I am more familiar with, yes.
Okay.
There were the dates again.
And just to be perfectly clear,
there are the dates again. We didn't get into that with the specific dates. We heard about the New York trip. We heard about the work trip. Counsel has now reminded the jury of the New York trip and the work trip. And the witness sat there and went, I'm not sure I noticed. When I was looking to disprove the theory of catfishing, I'm not sure that I noticed that while home alone in her house, all by herself, there was zero activity twice.
We've been through a lot here, and we've made it very clear, I
No
think,
shit.
that you can only testify to what the phones were doing. You cannot tell us who was manipulating the phones. You cannot tell us who made the phones do the things. You can only tell us what the phones were doing, what the laptop was doing, and where it was located when those acts occurred, correct?
That's one part of my analysis.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further, Judge.
Redirect.
Oh, well, damn. Y'all, you never know what's going to happen in live trial. How long was that cross-examination? Because all of a sudden, we have a timeline and 300 exhibits. And we get to, so when Juliana and Brendan were out of the home, there was no activity on FetLife and no activity on Telegram. I don't think I noticed that. Oof. Well, sir, I think that the prosecution kind of made their point there, didn't they? We're moving on to redirect. Yes, chat, we have to. He's allowed to redirect. No, that's not a mic drop. That's counsel bumping into the mic. But that, I think, was an impactful cross. It was
Mr. Lidsky, in terms of your
energized.
testimony, when you're looking at devices, you're looking to determine if there are points or there are times when devices can be taken or can be moved or taken away from the person who would otherwise be.
Counsel, you've missed the point. Sir, you're looking for when the device can be taken from someone, because there obviously can't be use of a device if it hasn't been stolen from someone. That's not accurate. You're just wrong. Let him ask his whole question at 1.25 speed.
Looking at devices, you're looking to determine if there are
We're going to 1.25.
points or there are times when devices can be taken or can be moved or taken away from the person who would otherwise be.
It doesn't feel
who
like
would
I
be their
sped up at
device,
all.
correct?
Yes, in a scheme, as the one described in this investigation or the one alleged in this investigation, absolutely.
And you're talking about a scheme, you're talking about a catfishing scheme, right?
That is correct.
And so one of the items that you look to is where are gaps where control can be lost, correct?
Yes, not only gaps where control could be lost, but gaps where there was positive control, if that makes sense.
And what do you mean by positive control?
Well, on the night of the 23rd of February, we have sustained activity from 10:59 p.m. through 11:49 p.m. So that's a full. It's almost an hour. It's 15 minutes. So there's an hour where a laptop, to Ms. Sands' point, that maybe was being shared at together as a vacation was being planned.
So you agree? You agree? So you agree? Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
We have a phone that's still active and in use. So that's a full hour where a laptop is just missing based on one aspect of this theory. And that's inconsistent with somebody who might be used to having their device close by on the night of January.
someone who's used to having their device close by probably wouldn't turn it off before a first of its nature encounter like the type that we've seen planned, sir. But a phone is much more persuasive in that than a laptop that is in the crime scene photos sitting on the island in the kitchen. Because that seems like a reasonable place for a laptop to be. You know what doesn't seem reasonable? The phone turned off downstairs in the middle drawer of the bar cart. That doesn't seem reasonable to me. But go off, I guess.
January 17th, we have the FetLife photograph downloaded to Ms. Banfield's laptop at, I think, 10:03 p.m. And then 45 minutes later is when it was edited and uploaded to the FetLife site. So whoever performed the activity at 10:48 that evening and manipulated the photo and uploaded it and created FetLife had to have known and been the one that downloaded it 45 minutes earlier at 10:03. So that's a gap where either they...
So the person who downloaded the photo had to have been the person that started the FetLife account. But if you had the photo on your phone, wouldn't you just upload it from your phone? Why would you go to Facebook Messenger, download the photo that's on your phone from Facebook Messenger, put it in an email it to yourself, then crop it, then post it? Who would have known that the photo was in Facebook Messenger? Christine, who sent it to her husband.
Entire laptop was, out of Ms. Banfield's possession through the government's theory, or somebody went in, performed some activity, got out, came back 45 minutes later, took a laptop and continued what they were doing. So there are stretches. It may not just be for a 2-minute instance when somebody's at the bathroom. And my analysis and my opinions transcend the entirety of the window here from January 9th up to the morning of February 24th. So one instance.
Your analysis is transcendent, sir? I think that might be the stretch.
Out of Ms. Banfield's possession through the government's theory, or somebody went in, performed some activity, got out, came back 45 minutes later, took a laptop and continued what they were doing. So there are stretches. It may not just be for a 2-minute instance when somebody's at the bathroom. And my analysis and my opinions transcend the entirety of the window here from January 9th up to the morning of February 24th. So one instance might be explainable. 3 becomes a bit of a pattern. More than that becomes a trend. So I'm looking at this activity over time, over space, happening again and again and again and again, and whether or not.
I just want to ask, because the trend that I see is that none of these communications happen when Christine Banfield's in the house by herself. Am I looking at the wrong trend? Because that's the one that has been speaking really loudly to me. Chat, you let me know what trends you've seen in this testimony.
It makes sense that the mechanics of the theory of catfishing sort of sustain over that time period. And I hope that makes sense. I'm also looking for consistencies in witness statements. I'm looking at whatever other data points I can observe in the analysis.
Now, with regard to a theory such as catfishing, there are inconsistencies that you'd look for if you're
Objection leading.
Correct? What, if any, inconsistencies would you look for if you were investigating catfishing? Or consistencies?
Well, there are a number of things that to me don't make sense. So the idea of, say, deleting the Telegram two-factor authentication message so that Ms. Banfield would not see it in the morning and realize that somebody had tampered with her device.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Should I rephrase or?
You should stop
Yeah, we can next question.
Okay.
and wait for the next question.
In terms of the data that
Right.
you've analyzed, well, let me start over and ask you this way. These 3 accounts that were created in January are inextricably intertwined, correct?
They are.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, connection is there between these 3?
What, if any, is not a cure-all? And sir, you're not on cross. You don't get to lead. See, that's, this is your witness. So you don't get to lead. You didn't lead when you were on cross. I'm shocked that you're doing it now.
Accounts.
They are intertwined. As I believe I testified, the Gmail account was used to set up the FetLife account. The FetLife account was used to transition certain parties over to Telegram communication, so that whoever set up the FetLife account needed to have access to and be aware of the Gmail account. Whoever was using the Telegram account in this instance needed to be aware of the FetLife account. And the Gmail account, unless you knew it existed and knew what the password was, you wouldn't log into it. You couldn't log into it. It's, you know, it's like every other Gmail account we don't know about.
And that would get everything else started, correct?
Objection.
You can't log into an account if you don't know it exists. Agreed.
Leading.
Sustained leading.
And would that be required for the other two accounts?
Yes, the Gmail account was required to set up the FetLife account, access to the Gmail account to confirm the FetLife account, and the Telegram account was dependent on the FetLife account. So anybody who has knowledge of any one of the three accounts, it owns them all in essence. You wouldn't stumble upon the Telegram account and just pick up a conversation that's been
Objection
on.
calls for speculation.
Speculation.
What's the likelihood of discovering an account such or
Objection. Foundation.
Finish your question.
I think
what's
that's
the likelihood of continuing conversations that you discover that come from FetLife or from Telegram?
Objection. Foundation.
Sustain is the foundation, if you know the foundation.
In terms of
Oh boy.
in terms of the theory of catfishing, did you have an opinion as to whether the alleged scheme by the Commonwealth is consistent or inconsistent with catfishing?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Have I asked that question?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yes.
I need to hear what the court said because I blurted out before the court got a chance to answer. But have I asked that before? Yeah. Yeah, you have.
The Commonwealth is consistent or inconsistent with catfishing?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Have I asked that question?
And many more, but yes.
Yes.
Judge A said, and many more. Yes.
Let's call your attention to 7:33 on February 24, 2023.
Yes.
Do you remember what 7:33 a.m.?
Yes.
Do you remember what device was being used at that time?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
What, if any?
Oh boy. No, chat, the internet didn't freeze. It's not
Based
you. It's
upon
not your device.
What you know?
404, lawyer not found.
Were you able to conclude whether or not Christine Banfield had lost control of her device on that day?
Objection calls for speculation.
It's also asked and answered.
Objection.
You're on right. It's based upon his
We don't want to
investigation.
approach to talking objections.
Do you believe that there's not enough water in the world for you, sir? Do you believe that Christine Banfield lost control of her devices? I don't believe she lost control of her devices. She had her laptop. She lived in a house with other people, and there were times when her devices were used. But the full pattern of the behavior speaks fairly loudly, as does the time that those accounts are not accessed. That is one of, I think, the strongest points that the state made. That none of this activity is happening when Christine Banfield's in the house alone, which just doesn't logic. If you are setting up this extramarital activity, wouldn't it be most active when everyone else is out of the house? Or wouldn't one expect that? All right, back from the bench for redirect.
In terms of January 9th, is it true that, what if
Objection
anything
leading.
would someone need to know in order to carry on these other account openings?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled if you answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
As to January 9th, what, if anything, would someone need to know in order to open up these other accounts?
So January 9th was the email account opening, the Gmail account opening. You just have to know how to open an account on Gmail, I guess. I'm sorry if I'm missing.
Well, okay.
But we're all
if-
missing the point.
If you did not open up that account on Gmail, how would you know, what other means by which could
Huh?
you know about these other accounts?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection to that.
In examining the accounts that are at the heart of this, which would be the
Yes, Chad, we're at 1.25. Yes, we are.
Gmail account, the FetLife account, and the Telegram account, we've already gone over. Gmail is crucial to that, correct?
It started, yes, it was required for the FetLife account.
And in order to open the Telegram account, you would need the Gmail account.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
It has been asked and answered.
If you were not present at the Gmail account, would it be possible to open up the Telegram
How are you present
after
at an
it had
account?
been created?
Huh?
The Telegram was not dependent on the Gmail account, but it fed off the FetLife account, which was dependent on the Gmail account.
Okay, and so the same question, if you weren't involved,
It didn't feed off the FetLife account. You don't need a FetLife account to open a Telegram account. The person who had the Telegram account communicated that to the FetLife account, but they're not dependent on one another. Damn.
in setting up the suspect Gmail account, would you be able to communicate on FetLife?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled if you can answer this.
I'm sorry, could you ask it again, please?
If you weren't involved in setting up the Gmail account
question.
on January 9th,
That's a bad question.
would you be able to participate in FetLife conversations when that was open on January 17th?
No, you couldn't operate FetLife without.
That's not what he asked. The defense said, if you didn't open the Gmail account, could you communicate on FetLife? Yes, you could, if you had the account credentials. You don't have to be the one to open it to have the account credentials.
Access to the Gmail account.
He fixed it by saying access to the Gmail account. Yeah, you have to have access to the Gmail account. That I agree with.
Counsel has said to you that you can't know who's behind any particular device, correct?
Correct.
And in digital forensics, that's generally the way it goes.
Objection leading.
correct?
Overruled if you answered.
Generally, but inferences can be made with additional context and additional data points.
And so the analysis and the experience that one requires in order to come to those conclusions is in replace of having an eyewitness or having a camera or anything like that.
Objection
correct?
leading.
Sustained.
What are the tools that you use in order to arrive at conclusions?
Asked
Other
and
than
answered.
having a
Objection
camera?
asked
Asked and
and
answered.
Sustained, asked and answered.
Asked
Other
and
than having
answered.
a camera on someone and knowing if they're using a device,
Asked and
what, if
answered.
anything, can you do as a digital forensic examiner in order to arrive at opinion?
Asked
relating
and answered.
to, use of device or not using their device?
Asked and answered.
Well, quite simply, if there are three people involved in an allegation and two people could be confirmed out of the house, then I think a strong inference can be made that the third person in the house is responsible for device activity or internet activity, account activity that occurs from the house.
And the funny thing about that is there is nothing in this case that shows that when two people are out of the house, Telegram, FetLife, or the second Gmail account were ever accessed. There is nothing that shows that. So would the inverse also be true?
House.
Now, was the Telegram application always on the laptop?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
There's nothing above you that's going to help, sir. Counsel.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can have a seat, sir.
You guys, we made it. 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 Huzzah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see where we
I
go
assume it's
from
not
here.
subject to recall, correct?
No.
Okay, you're free to go if you like, or you can stay. All right,
You're not subject to recall. Fucking finally.
thank you. I think we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break. That sound good? All right, let's go ahead and take our 15-minute afternoon break. Please don't do any outside research and do not talk to anybody about the case, okay? Thank you.
I want to see if the court says anything to the lawyers. We have now been streaming for over 5 hours. I'm going to have to run to the restroom. That is going to be a run.
If I could have the attorneys approach for us for a second.
All right. She has asked the attorneys to come to sidebar. I imagine the question is, who is your next witness? Defense? Yep. Y'all, go get a snack. Go get some water. Because we're not going to want to miss the next witness. I'm going to zoom us past the break. I'm going to the restroom. Y'all, it's time. It's time. 5 minutes. Get some water. Take a break. Let me try to do a summary. Before we get to this next witness. Because I have got to go to the bathroom. Don't worry, we've got time. But I have got to go to the bathroom. Give me 1 second. Let me try to do a summary. So at the afternoon break, the witness who has been on the stand for days is finally done. The prosecution's cross-examination began with the prosecutor basically giddy. If she could have been walking up to "Don't Threaten Me with a Good Time," that's the soundtrack that was playing in her head, unless it was something perhaps a little bit harder. So the prosecutor walked up to this witness and said, "Let me get this straight," and laid out a timeline of the devices. And when she got to the end of her cross, very notably pointed out the 2 time periods when both Juliana and Brandon Banfield, the defendant, were out of the home together. One in New York, one in a work trip. Both of those trips were after the FetLife account was opened, after the second Gmail was opened. And there was no activity on FetLife or Telegram during the period of time that both Juliana and Banfield were out of the home. Christina's home. When they went to New York, they took Valarie with them. So Christina's home. Everyone else is out of the house. 0 activity on FetLife. 0 activity on Telegram. And when she asked the expert about that, he went, "I hadn't quite connected it like that." And it was one of those moments in trial that is fairly rare, where the expert was absolutely stopped by cross-examination. Just stopped in their tracks. Oops. And what is even more stunning to me is that it looks like that expert has been sitting in court for days. It came up with other witnesses. This is not the first time we've heard this. It was asked, I believe, of Miller in cross-examination. We heard this from other witnesses, which means it's probably in Miller's report as well. So, days of testimony where the defense sidestepped the issue. Look, Brandon Banfield's not in the house at the time that the FetLife account is talking about whether you like a nurse in scrub. But Juliana's devices are there. I wonder if the jury is just done at this point. I really do. All right. 5 minutes, you guys. I'm going to send you an app notification when I am back. I'm going to grab some water. I'm going to run to the restroom. We are going to get through the rest of this day in court. And you don't want to miss the rest of day 8. No, you don't. Get the Lawnerd app at lawnerd.com. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Then you can chat in the chat. Best chat on the internet. You won't find a better chat anywhere. Best chat on the internet. Best chat on the internet. All right. Away we go. Lawnerd, I will see you in a minute. I cannot wait. Let's go. All right, chat. Are we ready? Are we ready to go back to court after the break? I think so. I think we're ready. Look, end of the day, that was some of the most painful testimony I think I've ever seen. Judge A got real sassy with the defense at points, and then that cross-examination was, well, at least it was something. It feels like we have not already been here for nothing, but the thing is, we can't skip all of it because ultimately we want to see what the jury has seen. We've gotten a lot less of a painful experience than they have. I don't think I've ever felt as bad for a jury as this jury. I feel for them. But the defense had said they had 3 witnesses left. They called the audio expert. They finished with their tech investigator. So that leaves 1. That leaves 1. I don't know if the audio expert's ever going to come back, but that leaves 1. So let's get back to court.
All right.
And see who that
Because you could just stand for a moment.
one is.
I'm just going to ask you a few questions, okay, sir?
Oh, looky here. We're going to do a colloquy with the defendant, are we? Why are we doing a colloquy with the defendant, Your Honor? Is it because you need to advise him of his rights so that he can testify?
Yes.
All right. There we go.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Banfield, do you understand you have a constitutional right not to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you speak up just a little bit for me? I'm sorry.
Your mic,
Okay.
defendant.
With this right, the jury cannot take it into consideration or hold it against you if you choose not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And I also would instruct them on this right. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. By testifying, you understand you waive this constitutional right.
Yes.
By testifying, do you understand that this waiver is unconditional? In other words, even if your attorney only asks you questions about certain topics, the Commonwealth will have the ability to ask you about other topics as well, even if they were not brought up on direct. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you discussed with your lawyer about testifying or not testifying?
Yes.
And after discussing it with him and considering what I just told you, is it your decision today to testify?
Yes.
And are you entering this decision to testify freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
All right. Sir, I do find your decision to testify has been made knowingly, intelligently, and with the knowledge of the consequence of the waiver, and I'll accept your waiver at this time. You can have a seat, sir. All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
boy.
All right. Just to let counsel know, the jury can come on Friday, 10 o'clock to 4:30 p.m. Okay. Somebody has an appointment at 4:30 and somebody's has an appointment at 9:30 or going to be here at 9:30. So, but they can do 10 to 4:30 on Friday. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Perfect.
Your Honor, I can't, but all right. We'll figure that out. So the defendant is going to take the stand. Bold strategy, defense. You think the defendant wanted to rethink that after seeing the last
Okay,
cross-examination,
that's
or no? You think he was just like, we're good, let's go. We're good, let's go. But the jury's coming in. He's ready to testify. And we'll see how long he's on the stand, because it might be quite a while. It really might. I think I'm going to leave him in real time. I'm going to zoom as the jury comes in. If it gets really slow, I'll speed it up. But
Ladies and gentlemen, your next witness.
Your Honor, I call Brendan Banfield.
All right. Could you just move the microphone up for you?
Your Honor, I call Brendan Banfield.
All right.
the the defendant takes the
Swear or
stand.
affirm to testify truthfully in this case.
All of you are
that
asking about the app notification. We sent it. So you guys should have it because we sent it. So let's see what he has to say,
I'll say it law. Thank you.
because I'm very curious. I'm glad the court made him walk up there. Don't have him sitting there when the jury gets in. Call your next witness, counsel.
Sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Where did my closed caption
Brendan
go?
Banfield, BRENDAN,
And Brendan, how old are you?
40.
And You were married to Christine Banfield, correct?
Yes.
And
Wow, the sound is
how
just
long were you and Christine together?
special.
We were together since we were 18.
Really?
And how did you meet?
We met freshman year at college at Quinnipiac University.
Now, you're, where are you originally from?
I am from Long Island, New York.
And is that where you grew up?
Yes, I lived there the majority of my life.
Now, what prompted you to come down to Virginia?
I received a promotion from my job with the Internal Revenue Service. I previously was a tax compliance officer, and I received a promotion to special agent with IRS criminal investigation.
Okay, we'll get back to that later. Let's talk about your family. Before Christine's
Why?
death, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your family was.
My family was me, Christine, and my daughter, Valarie.
And what kind of things would you do? And well, prior to you having Valarie, what kind of things would you and Christine
Counsel,
enjoy together?
what?
Christine and I had a very active social life. We spent a lot of time with our friends. This included playing board games and cards, as well as going on vacations together, and going on vacations with other couples that we were friends with. We did a lot of hiking, going to different forests and different mountains kind of around the country. We also spent some time. We played kickball together. We did quite a bit intramurally.
Okay. And when Valarie came along, were you in New York or were you in Virginia?
We were still in New York at that point.
Okay. And so how old was she when you left New York?
She was not one yet. She was 10, 11 months.
Okay. Now, what kind of things, and sorry, once again, before Valarie, what kind of things would,
Counsel.
in addition to the hiking, what kind of things would you and
What?
Christine enjoy doing together?
Asked and answered. Counsel, really? He already discussed it. Ugh.
I would say that we spent a lot of time together. When we weren't working, we did a lot of work around our house. We had two dogs, two huskies that we took care of. We're often taking them on our walks and hikes.
Okay.
And so, in addition to those things, you also both
You really
worked?
got
Yes.
nothing
And
else
what
there
did
then, huh?
Christine do for work?
Christine had several different jobs. Her primary position was as a pediatric intensive care unit nurse. At other points,
We saw that Christine's communications were with others identified as working in the PICU. So I am not surprised that this confirms that she was working in the PICU. I'm not sure if those are his parents or her parents. It's not her dad because we saw her dad testify. They could be his parents. I'm not sure.
she did private health care for an individual family. She also did some product training for medical devices, and she also worked as a sexual assault nurse examiner for several years.
Okay. And
What did you just say? What did you just say? I'm going to need you to say that again.
family. She also did some product training for medical devices, and she also worked as a sexual assault nurse examiner for several years.
Oh. So she was a SANE nurse. And you have now told this jury that she was a SANE nurse, and you are going to try to argue that she set up this encounter with Joseph Ryan with having the blood disorder that she has? Wow, I don't the code audacity isn't enough. All of you are just like, it's a code red. I mean, it is almost wild to me that he shared that. I'm surprised that he testified to that. But the fucking audacity. Okay, chat has moved for code red. I agree that it's past code red. We can go to code red, but then we have nowhere else to go. I'm surprised. But a lot of you are asking, and then we're gonna let him continue. Why didn't the prosecutor bring this up? They didn't have a witness to bring it up with. The prosecutor didn't have a witness that would be able to bring this up, and it's objectionable. Because if the prosecution tries to elicit it, the argument would be they're eliciting it for sympathy. The prosecution could try to argue that it goes to state of mind of the victim, but that's really difficult to do. So this is the first time the jury's hearing this, and I think it's probably more impactful than if anyone else brought it up. So interesting. Interesting that the jury gets to learn that. I'm glad that they did. Chad, I'm down for code audacity because we have nowhere else to go. I mean, it's all the audacity. If you believe the prosecution's theory of the case, but it makes it harder to believe the defense theory of the case. The more we learn about the victim. Wow. For those of you that are new here, we're just going to code green. There are no words other than the audacity. I agree with you, chat, because the fuckery, but also the fact that the defendant shared this information is leading me to audacity. If he hadn't shared it and then got clocked with it, then fuckery. Audacity. We're going to audacity first. We gotta have somewhere else to go today. Mm-hmm. All right. I'll try to make it a little more green back here while he's testifying, but I'm shocked. That's quite a reveal.
Okay. And where was that? Was that in New York?
Those were in New York, and when we came to Virginia, she continued as a pediatric intensive care unit nurse and trainer for Inova here in Virginia.
Okay. Now, in terms of your work, when you were in New York, what did you do?
I mostly worked for the Internal Revenue Service. Before I came to Virginia, I was a tax compliance officer. I also worked at a math tutoring center known as Mathnasium, where I was center director, and Christine actually worked there with me as well.
Was this a business that the two of you owned?
Yes, this was a business that we owned together and worked at together.
Okay, and how did you divide the duties in this small business?
Generally, we had about 5 to 7 employees.
Okay.
In addition to ourselves. I ran most of the day-to-day activity which would be the after-school hours for when kids would come and study math with the tutors. I did math assessments. I spoke to the parents about where their child was and how we could generally get them to where they would be needed to be, where at their current grade level. Christine helped quite a lot with the hiring process. She worked on marketing. She also spent a lot of time tutoring some of the younger students.
And how long did the two of you run that business together?
About 3 years.
Okay. And when you moved from New York to Virginia, what, if anything, did you do with the business?
Prior to moving to Virginia, we sold the business because we weren't going to be able to operate it from Virginia.
Now, you indicated
The what if anything
previously,
kills me.
that Valarie was born up in New York.
Even on direct.
How old was she when she came down to Virginia with you?
He
I
already
believe about
testified to
11
that.
months. I don't know the exact date that we moved here.
Yeah,
but
he already testified to that.
yes.
Now,
Mhm.
in terms of Christine's career and your career moving from New York to Virginia, were you both in line with coming down here for your job?
It was a promotion for myself, but it was also ended up being a promotion for Christine when she applied to Inova, because she was going to be training the newer hires as well after she finished her own orientation period. And so this was going to be a pay raise, and she always liked mentoring new nurses when she was at Stony Brook Hospital. So this allowed her to more formally control some of the training process of the nurses in the pediatric ICU.
And so
Okay.
did she look at this move, even though it was for your job and your training?
Calls for
did she
hearsay
look
and
at this as
speculation.
something that was a positive, or?
I would say that once she started applying to positions here, because she applied to like Children's National Hospital and a few others, and she realized some of the opportunities with her background, that this was going to be positive for her career as well. But I mean, she was also concerned because we weren't going to be next to our family, which was mainly in New York at that point.
Which is hard
Okay.
But there was a lot of benefit. And
when you have a
we
kiddo.
viewed that it was beneficial to us and our family and Valarie.
Now, you met when you were 18, so how long were you together, including your non-married life and married life?
About 19 and a half years.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Christine?
For the most part, we were pretty inseparable. We were together.
But what about when you were having an affair with your nanny? I have some questions about that period of time.
The entire time, we didn't break up at any point. We were from college to our first jobs after college, to buying our first house together, to marriage, to getting a dog and a second dog, and then moving down here. We were always together, always planning for the future. This was part of our life.
Were you present in court the day that they talked about your semen being in the nanny's bed? Were you present for that day? Because they tested the nanny's bed sheets, and that's what they found there. So I just had some questions about that. And then after Christine died, and all of the photos of her were gone out of the bedroom, and the nanny's clothes were moved into the main bedroom closet. I have I just have a few questions about that too. Maybe we'll get there.
Now, let's talk a little bit about
maybe we'll get
Valarie.
there.
Were you and Christine actively involved in Valerie's life?
Yes, I would say that we were very active in Valerie's life.
Okay, when you invited Valarie into the family, when she came into the family, how did that work?
When you invited Valarie into the family? You mean when Valarie was born? Or counsel, are you trying to talk about the nannies? What do you mean when you invited Valarie into the family? It's the weirdest question. And also, chat, I don't think that he's to be proven guilty or not based on having an affair. I just call bullshit on some of the things that he is sharing and the way that he is sharing them in light of what we know. Because he hasn't so much as said our relationship got more difficult. He has not so much as said anything about that at all. But inviting Valarie into the family is a real weird question. Real weird to me.
In regard to your family dynamic?
Mr. Carroll, I think you had the wrong name. When you invited Valarie into the family?
Their daughter.
The daughter?
Even Judge A is like, bro, what? And he's like, no, I meant that. No, I meant that. Judge A corrects you, and then you double down on, no, that's what I meant. On, no, that's what I meant.
Family dynamic.
Thanks, Judge A.
Mr. Carroll, I think you had the wrong name. When you invited Valarie into the family?
Their daughter.
The daughter? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Judge A's like, oh, you meant that.
When Valarie was born, I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
So I'm sorry, there's a little confusion. I apologize. Valarie.
I'm sorry, there's a little confusion. It's direct examination of your client. Get it together, man.
Your daughter, I said invited her into your life.
Yeah.
When she was born, how did that affect the relationship, and how did you all kind of change to take care of Valarie?
I would say that Valarie brought all of our family closer together, including my mother and our in-laws. It kind of brought everyone near to each other. There was a lot of overlap, a lot of family visits, a lot of care from specifically both grandmothers, helping both me and Christine when Valarie was born, and that it was a very joyous moment for our family. She was really the first grandchild for both sets of grandparents.
And so when she was born, it sounded like a positive thing for everything.
Yes.
And what, if any, involvement do you have, and what involvement did Christine have, knowing that you're both working full time?
Counsel, I really was worried about where that was going to go on what involvement everybody had in bringing Valarie into this world. I was really, really concerned for a second there. They were both working. You can just ask them why they brought in an au pair. It's fine.
So our schedules are a bit strange for childcare purposes. Christine would work 12.5-hour shifts, which generally meant that she was leaving at 6:30 in the morning and would be coming back at roughly 7:30 at night. When I was in New
nurses
York,
with their
I was
easy
working
schedules.
6 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. And so on days where both of us were working, generally one of the grandmothers was the primary caregiver when Christine's maternity leave and my leave ended after Valarie was born.
Okay, and so it worked out between all of you?
Yes, it seemed to be going pretty well.
Okay. Now, how old is Valarie now?
Valerie's, she'll be 8 in March, so 7 currently.
Okay. And do you,
Dude, it's January. Okay.
since this situation has started, do you have contact with her?
Yes.
I would object to that.
Talk to her basically every day by video chat, often also by phone.
Now, when she was younger, what kind of involvement did you have with her education?
I spent a lot of time on her education. I guess I've spent a lot of time teaching math over the years, and even from before she was in preschool, I spent a lot of time basically what I would call numerical fluency, starting with counting and moving up through. I've currently been working with times tables with her, which is above grade level. So I've been doing math work with her basically from 2 until present. But I also monitor quite a bit of what work she does at school. And with this, I spend a lot of time reading with her, and we do, I guess I would say that I make, I call them activity pages, but essentially they're like crossword puzzles and word searches, rhyming words, or consonant combinations, such as like ST or CK. And then I'll give a description of a word, and then the word will match. So if it was like TR, and this is a plant that grows tall, she might write tree, things like that, so that she would work additionally on whatever letter combinations they're currently working on in school as additional practice. I do a lot of design work for that also.
Okay, and you're designing.
I do a lot of design work for that. Graphic design is a passion. I do a lot of design work for that. Sir, have you met Sarah Boone or no? What design work are you doing with a pencil in custody? I'm just curious now. I really am curious about your design work. Why are we doing this? Okay.
These things for her to be able to continue kind of working with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about things like science and engineering and all that sort of thing? Did you ever get into any of that with?
So
who
we
cares?
always did quite a bit of Legos, basically starting at like 2, but after that, we started doing these projects from Kiwi Company, where you would.
Okay, but legit, the KiwiCo boxes are pretty great. KiwiCo's like, please leave me out of this murder trial. The boxes are definitely pretty fun. At this point, I would probably object, because at this point, what are we doing other than trying to elicit sympathy from the jury? How is this relevant to anything other than eliciting sympathy? How? I don't see how it's relevant. It's a strategy for the prosecutor. The prosecutor gets to have their strategy. The prosecutor also gets to look at the face of the jury. The prosecutor can also sit there being like, oh, nope. Say whatever you want, because you're just making the jury sit there and go, gross. So that's a strategy looking at the jurors. But yes, this is leaning towards just trying to elicit sympathy. A number of you in the chat asked if he's been in custody the whole time. He's not been in custody since the murder. It took them quite a while to arrest him. They didn't arrest him until September 2024. So he was out of custody for quite a while on this. And then Juliana took the proffer in October 2020. No, 24, 25. It might have been 25. I need to look at my notes. And then we jumped ahead to trial here. But no, he was out for quite a while after the murders.
Where you would do things like make a little device that would spin a coin for you, or that would launch a disc and you could aim it at a target. We went past that, and now we do we were doing these crunch lab boxes where we were working on things like rocket launches. And
a Mark Rober fan, I see. All right. Also not a sponsor. Also not something that anything Crunch Labs wants to be connected with, but there we go. STEM is great. STEM is great. Yes, sure. But also, are we just leaning into sympathy?
And there was quite a few others. There was designing of animals and like stuffed animals, and there was also like different circuits where you would have
Did you go to Build-A-Bear?
It would show you how to design basically a button, and then when pressing the button would allow like animations to move or things like that.
Did you build a Raspberry Pi
details
too?
Of how a lot of electronics would work.
What kind of things would you and Christine do with her?
We spent a lot of time in nature, the three of us. Behind our house is Frying Pan Farm. So walking distance, we have.
Did he say Frying
walking
Pan
trails,
Farm?
and we can walk to Frying Pan Farm where
He did.
Valarie would definitely like to see the animals.
The walking trail behind your house that led you to want triple paned windows? Because there's walking trails back there? That one?
We had
Just
a
curious.
membership to the National Aquarium in Baltimore, and that was, we went there frequently.
Aquariums are great.
I'm sorry, was there more to your question?
It was about the three of you doing things together.
Uh-huh.
We would go on vacations. There was quite a bit of spending time with family in terms of going to the water, whether going to the beaches or even with my in-laws going to on their boat and going fishing.
Your
How did you find?
Chat, your internet didn't freeze. That's how long the defense is waiting to ask a question of his client. On direct of his client. Uh-huh.
How did you observe the relationship between Christine and Valarie?
Why is his observation of the relationship between the daughter and the victim relevant? Why is it relevant? I agree. I'm happy to hear more about the victims, but why is it relevant? Okay.
Christine loved Valarie very dearly. And Valarie was very attached to her mother. It was tragic, their separation, but
Their separation?
when
I need to, we're at 5:44:36 for all the body language analysis channels. This part can just do this part. Chat, it's not our world, but someone needs this timestamp. So I'm just gonna back up. I withdraw my why aren't we objecting to this? My objection is withdrawn. Let's see how this goes.
Christine loved Valarie very dearly. And Valarie was very attached to her mother. It was tragic, their separation, but, when
But
Valarie was always very excited as soon as Christine would get home from work. She would run up to her mother and say, be happy and call her mama.
or mommy.
They spent quite a bit of time doing art-related projects. Christine would often bring Valarie to dance when she was not working.
Can we go back to it was tragic, their separation, but I have some questions about that.
Did you love your wife?
Very much.
Did you want to continue your marriage with your wife?
Yes.
Excuse me?
Do you love your daughter, Valarie?
More than anything.
Your Honor, I'm going to try to show some pictures
Okay.
if I can.
Sir?
All right.
The prosecutor's face. This is a hard call for the prosecutor. Do you object? Do you not object? She can object. It is objectionable. But also, the defendant's fairly objectionable. So do you just let it roll?
I might need some assistance from
All right. Sir,
Mr.
can you help him?
Lidsky.
Oh, Mr. Lidsky's sitting at counsel table now. I have never seen a defense expert just go plop their butt down at counsel table. How does the jury even look at this expert as neutral at this point? Okay, sure, Mr. Lidsky, get up from counsel table and come help him with his presentation so that the jury can all ponder what their separation is tragic but means. Sure, let's do that. Great. This is a moment for all of you who are like Emily 1.25. Maybe as we get further on in this testimony, I just want to see how the defendant responds to his testimony.
Sir, can you see the picture?
It's hard to accurately get that vibe sped up.
That's on the screen?
Yes.
Your Honor, we identify that as defense exhibit number 220.
Even though it's painful,
Situation?
you got to kind of see
yes, I
this
do.
in real time.
Okay, and Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 220.
Any objection?
If we could lay some foundation.
All right, just a foundation.
Do you recall this event?
Yes,
When was that?
This event?
this was a trip that we took that was in Pennsylvania. We had gone to the Poconos, and we.
Chat, thank you for no name calling. In some cases, it's harder than others, and I appreciate you. You can do hard things. I know it's a challenge. I feel you. I do. I'm wondering now if the defense strategy is for defense counsel to be less likable than his client. Maybe counsel's strategy is that he could change his affect so that his client's affect comes across less off-putting, perhaps. Maybe.
We spent some days there in a cabin. This was during that trip. We went to a mud run called Warrior Dash.
And do you remember when that occurred?
I mean, not the exact date, but
That's why he brought it
I
in.
would say that it was.
I see you, counsel. That's why he brought the mud run in. He asked the victim's dad about the mud run.
So I would say it was in 2018.
Okay, so would that have been?
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
So no foundation because we don't know when it was? Great.
Yeah, probably, sorry, I think it's closer to like 2015.
Okay, so that would have been
So
when you were
no
living in
foundation?
New York?
Yes,
And that would have been prior to Valarie?
yes,
And is this Christine with you?
yes, it is.
And Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 220.
Judge, I'm not sure how a 10-year-old photo is relevant, but given that,
Do you have an objection or not?
no, it's fine.
No objection, 220.
No, counsel, just save it for cross. It's not relevant. It's not. But the defense wants to say that
And so.
Warrior Dash is
Was
a
this a plan
contact
that you
sport.
made to go to the mud run, or is this something that you just,
No,
how did it come about?
we planned a whole trip to the Poconos. We went to a concert while we were there. We spent time,
What concert?
we spent time in a cabin. We did quite a bit of hiking.
What concert?
It was a fun trip.
How are we saying we went to a concert and we don't even name what the concert is?
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
That will be identified as Exhibit 221. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Was this the same race?
It is not.
Where is this located?
This one took place on Long Island, close to our house in, I believe, Calverton.
Okay. Your Honor, move that in
When?
as Defense Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
Any foundation?
No.
221.
The prosecutors is like, go for it.
Sorry, Your Honor, to the next slide. Exhibit 365. Is that a picture? What is that
They're
a
not
picture of?
showing any of these to
This
the
is a
jury.
picture of me and Christine
It seems, because we haven't seen them on
on
the screen.
a fishing boat that leaves out of Port Jefferson.
And do you know when that was?
Probably 5 or 6 years ago.
I have a
I'm sorry,
question.
Your Honor. I think I said, I didn't, I think it's 365. Did I say that?
Yeah, you said.
Who went and grabbed, who said probably a Coldplay concert? Chat, the humor. Who went and grabbed all these photos for you? Just curious.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, move that in as Exhibit 365.
Any objection?
No.
365.
And sir, do you see this video or this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Coldplay does not approve
And
this
who's
message.
depicted in this photograph?
This is me and Valarie and Christine's face
It is?
as
Is that
well.
her in there? Okay.
'Cause
And
all we got was
do you know when that
counsel's
was taken?
This appears to be
background.
when Valarie was 4, probably the fall before Christine died.
Your Honor, move this in as Defense Exhibit 366.
Any objection?
He was incredibly emotional watching, purported to be incredibly emotional watching the body cam footage. The photographs of his wife, the photographs of his daughter, and just nothing.
No, Your Honor.
And also, yes, chat, it's interesting if he is going to say that this was in self-defense and that Joe Ryan killed her. Wouldn't you say before she was murdered? Why are we, if she was murdered by someone else, why wouldn't we just use that word? Because it seems odd to me, because generally the loved ones of victims who have been murdered are fucking pissed, in addition to being sad. So it's just interesting to me that we didn't say it that way.
Probably the fall before Christine died.
Your Honor, move this in as Defense Exhibit 366.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
366.
Sir, do you see this one?
Yes, sir.
And who is that with you?
Christine.
And is that, well, tell me what it is.
I believe that this is at a rehearsal dinner
A
for
full
one of our
slideshow?
friends' weddings, the day before their wedding.
And
A
where did
full
that take place?
slideshow.
New York or Virginia?
New
What
York.
year was this?
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 367.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
367.
I would have been like, is
Sir,
there
do
a
you see that?
date?
Yes.
And what if,
I absolutely would have. I would have been like, is there a date? Remember, I thought we cared a lot about dates. Is there a date?
who are the people involved in that?
This is
This
me,
is-
Christine, and Valarie.
Wild. This is a wild
And,
choice.
Do you remember that?
This
Full
is
fucking
a
slideshow.
flight from here in Virginia to Florida before we were going on a cruise. This would have been in 2022.
Your Honor, I move that in as Exhibit 368.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
368.
Relevance?
Sir, do you recognize this picture?
Yes, this is me, Christine, and Valarie on the cruise after that flight.
What kind of
Your Honor,
cruise
I move
was
that
it?
in as 369.
All right. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
369.
Y'all going on a Disney cruise? Because everyone I've ever met calls it a Disney cruise. It's not just a
And
cruise,
sir,
it's a Disney cruise. I have questions
yeah,
and judgment
remember
at
this.
this point.
Yes, this is on the same cruise at a formal dinner that we went to there. And this is Valarie is excited for, I believe, dessert to be coming, and Christine seems very happy about it.
Your Honor, I
Uh-huh.
move that in as Defense Exhibit 370.
This is
Any
a
objection?
No, Your Honor.
370.
this is a strange thing.
Sir, do
Oh,
you
I
see
love a
the
Disney
exhibit
cruise
on the
too, Chad.
screen?
Yes, I do.
No, I also love a Disney cruise. And given that they had birthday and they had things listed out that were princess dresses and she was searching for Frozen tickets, it would make sense. It's just the way he is going through these photos is interesting.
And what is that?
We took 2 cruises in 2022. This would be the one that's in November. This was the first time Valarie went ice skating. I took her ice skating on the cruise ship.
Okay, so
And
that
was
one's
that Christine taking the picture, do
not
you know?
then.
Um,
Which cruises have an ice
I
rink?
think I took the picture myself.
I truly just
Okay.
don't know.
Was Christine on that cruise?
Christine was on that cruise, but she did not go ice skating.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as,
Excuse me. Sorry, I just put a milk dud in my mouth. Excuse me. Excuse me. Why didn't she go ice skating? I have a question. Why didn't she go? Excuse me. Why didn't she go ice skating? Sure curious about that. Sure curious about that. Mm-hmm. What a picture to choose. What a picture to choose. I bet the prosecutor's going to have some questions about that.
Defense Exhibit 371.
Any objection?
No. Thank you.
371.
And sir, do you see this?
Yes.
And what is this a picture of?
This is on that same cruise. We were with our friends. Another couple. They have a son that's the same age as Valarie. They would be the ones that took this photo.
Your Honor, I move that in as Exhibit 372.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
372.
Do you remember this picture, sir?
Yes.
Where was that?
This
Some of you in the chat are catching up with this trial today, and I apologize for not being mindful of that. The victim's father testified at the close of the prosecution's case that the victim, Christine Banfield, had a blood disorder They were not allowed to get into the medical of it more, but he talked about the fact that she bruised incredibly easily. She had, she needed medical intervention to stop bleeding. When she was a kid, she would get a lot of bloody noses that just would not stop, that medical intervention was necessary to safely plan for her to give birth because she would just continue to bleed, and that she was at risk for internal bleeding, etc. He talked about the fact that she couldn't really, without tons of precaution as a kid, go rollerblading. She could not participate in contact sports, etc. So when we get to, oh, Christine's not ice skating, it really harkens back to what her father said and makes the fact that she would be seeking the type of encounter that she was seeking less likely. Mm-hmm.
This is in New York, when Valarie was still less than 1.
And did Christine take this picture?
Yes.
Your Honor, move that in as Exhibit 373.
Any objection?
No objection.
373.
The prosecution's buffering. Remember when we were in Massachusetts with the Walsh case, they blurred out the victim's face because they did not want sympathy. And here we are with all of the sympathy. He hasn't asked to publish them to the jury. I don't know if the jury's seeing them. Some of these have kids in them. The photos with kids in them are not going to be shown online. The ones that are available, I'm sure we'll see after. But yeah, we don't have dates on any of these.
Like 20.
Yeah, I must have.
I have no idea why we're doing a full photo slideshow. It's not appropriate, and the prosecution is just letting it roll.
And your mother to come down to help out with the kids.
I don't, the feed just jumped. That was weird, but that's not your internet. The feed's been a little
And your mother to come
picky
down
today.
To help out with the kids.
Well, there's only Valarie, but yes, it is.
You're on trial for murder. And your defense attorney looks at you and says, taking care of the kids? Sure. I'm sure you're feeling that
Well, there's only Valarie, but
confident
yes,
about
it
your
is
lawyer.
extremely common that the grandmothers came to visit us. Oftentimes, each of them may come almost as every 4 to 6 weeks, and they may spend between 5 and 10 days. As I had said before, Valarie was the only grandchild of both sides of the grandparents, and so there was quite a lot of support from the grandparents with Valarie.
Okay. Now, January 13th and January 14th, was that one of those days when someone was visiting, or that weekend?
I mean, they visited frequently, but I don't remember specifically that they visited that weekend.
Okay. Now, let's talk about February 24th.
Okay.
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what were you doing that morning? What was your plan for the day, with work or with the family or?
Sure. February 23rd is my birthday, and the evening.
So the prosecution in opening statement said that February 24th was his birthday. And I don't know if we saw that corrected on the record or not. So February 23rd is his birthday. which is not what the prosecution said in opening. So I guess that's clear now. Either that or I got it confused. It's also possible. So day after the birthday.
Sure. February 23rd is my birthday. And the evening, I was planning to drive to New York with Valarie. My friends in New York had planned a birthday party for me in New York.
Huh?
And I'm sorry, the 23rd was your birthday. Are you talking about the next day?
The previous day.
Previous day of 23rd?
So I believe February 23rd was a Thursday, which was
Right.
my 38th birthday, and the
Okay.
24th was the day that.
Okay. And my question was, when you were talking about going up, your friends were having a party. You're talking about the 24th?
He's looking at his attorney like, huh? Oh boy.
Well, yes, because that was Friday, and I had to work on that Friday still, so I was going to go to New York in the evening.
Okay. So
On
the
what
24th
day in the evening?
your day was planned, and what did you fill your day with in terms of your plan?
So, but in terms of the day was an important day for me at work as well. There was a important meeting for one of my cases. There was going to be a undercover operation for one of my cases. And we were meeting with the undercover officer, a senior special agent, and my manager. And that meeting was scheduled for 9:30 that day. This was a particularly important meeting for me, as had been indicated that success in this case may lead to me getting a promotion to a senior special agent.
Okay. So had you ever heard that kind of talk before?
Huh?
Yes. Other people that were hired at a similar time as me, you have to hit certain milestones before you could progress to being a senior agent.
So Friday, February 24th, 2023 was potentially a milestone for you
Yes,
in terms of your career?
it was supposed to be the meeting that would set up for the undercover operation, which was going to take place most likely on Tuesday. So we were going to go over all the documentation and the plan for the operation on Tuesday, the following week.
All right. A number of you are like, did we miss something when the feed jumped? I don't know. Because it was strange. I can check. Give me 1 second and I will check a different feed and see if I can sync us up to that spot, which I think I can, because counsel was just like, you're going to this part. But the feed jumping is just really frustrating. It is what it is, but we have other options. Chat, we have other options. So give me 1 second to get us close in time to where we were in his testimony. He doesn't have a ton of testimony. The problem is we are going to lose closed captioning, which is frustrating. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find one. Let me look for one other feed and see if we can keep closed captioning. Give me 1 sec and we'll give it a try. We'll give it a try, but it is what it is. So give me a second. Let's see. This one looks like it has closed captioning, which is fantastic. Let's see if it actually does, because half the time the feed says they have closed captioning and then it actually doesn't appear on the feed. So that is what I'm looking for. I'm frustrated though with the jumps. There's only so much we can do. The feed skipped over some useful information. Good to know. It skipped a lot. it's frustrating when it happens, but I am trying not to lose our closed captioning, and that's tough. All right, which there's not much we can do about because, all right, well, we are going to, I don't want to miss a minute of testimony. So we're going to have to roll without, we're going to stay in regular time. Why did it jump? I have no idea why it jumped, but we're going to have to stay in, we're going to stay in regular time anyway. So it will be fine. Let me just grab the spot that we were at in his testimony and go from there. So we didn't zoom it, it skipped. But I really try to have closed captioning on, and it's frustrating to have a feed that doesn't. However, all things considered, I rather not miss testimony than have, and if we're not speeding up, then it should be fine. All right, give me one sec. It just makes it a little harder to find the right point in time with the testimony of where the feed skipped, but we're gonna do our best, chat. So thanks for bearing with me. And this is why we leave ourselves Zoom room, so we can shift when we need to. All right, let's see if this gets us close to where we were, because I remember us seeing the prosecutor's facing.
Rhyming words or.
So, oh, that's way back. All right. At least
Defense Exhibit 367.
Any objection?
At least it's easy to find that he was still slogging through photos.
Who are the people in that photo?
This is my grandmother. Valarie calls her Gigi.
All right, and we skipped while they were still going through photos. We did not hear about Gigi in the photos. We had gotten to where he's like, I think you skipped some photos, and then that was it. Okay, so great.
Yes.
And what is this a picture of?
This is on that same cruise. We were with
Perfect.
our friends. Another couple. They had a
All right.
son that's the same age as Valarie.
So for all of you listening along on the replay crew in the background, the feed I was using skipped, and so we have jumped back in time to try to catch where the feed that I was using skipped.
They would be the ones that took
So
this
yes,
photo.
it's repeating a little.
Here, I move that as Exhibit 372.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
372?
Do you remember this picture, sir?
Yes.
Where was that?
This is in New York when Valarie was still less than 1.
And did Christine take this picture?
Yes.
Here, I move that in as Exhibit 373.
Any objection?
No objection.
373?
Yeah, and this is a little duplicative of what we heard, but it will get us to where our feed skipped, and that is
I think you skipped
where we're
like
at.
20.
Yeah, I must have.
That's where our feed skipped. So apparently the feed was like, skip, you say skip, let's skip. Which, is not helpful. Great. This is fantastic. Now, counsel was just sitting there trying to find the photos. Mm-hmm.
Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And who are the people in that photo?
This is my grandmother. Valarie calls her Gigi. And this is Valarie when she was still 0. This is at my mom's house in New York.
All right, move that in as Exhibit 374.
Any objection?
Judge, at this point, I am going to
You wanna
object to
approach?
relevance.
You want to approach?
Of course. The prosecution has gotten to the point where they were like, okay, Your Honor, what in the world are we doing? And now they are approaching sidebar. Okay. We're going to We're going to try to skip past the sidebar, but not skip past the point where our feed skipped. The photos have gotten out of control. Out of control.
What's the significance of this photo in terms of your family?
The defense expert is just sitting right behind counsel table. It's wild. Absolutely wild.
This is taken in Georgia, in Brunswick, Georgia. This is the day of my graduation from the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center Academy. And Christine and Valarie had visited me for the graduation ceremony.
Your Honor, move this in as Commonwealth's or Defense Exhibit 377.
I'm sorry, Judge, same objection, relevance and cumulative.
Sustain the objection. Relevance and cumulative.
Sustained. It's when I graduated and got to carry my gun all the time. Sustained. And she told them that at sidebar, and here we are. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Sir, let's move on. Did you have a relationship with Juliana Perez Magalhães?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when did that start?
Well, thank you, chat, for being like, girl, your feed skipped past. It skipped to my lewd. Okay. Okay. Sure. Just out of the blue. This is a photo of me and my family at my graduation. Sir, did you have an affair with your au pair? Yes. What? That was a strange ordering of questions.
I guess the relationship started as professional in October of 2021 when she came to be a au pair or a nanny for our family.
Okay, and she came through an agency?
Yes, from Cultural Care is the agency.
What were the parameters?
They would
of
like
the-
to not. They would probably like to not be named. They would probably like to not be named.
cultural care exchange that she came through? Do you know?
She would come and provide childcare for the family. It would include room and board, that she would be able to take educational opportunities, such as at a local community college. She can work, I believe, up to 45
It sounds like she learned a lot about forensic evidence.
hours a week, and she would generally provide a loving environment and activities for Valarie.
Okay. And had you had a previous?
Why were you struggling with saying what she provided, sir?
A loving environment and activities for Valarie.
That was a weird answer.
Okay. And had you had a previous au pair before her?
Yes, we had an au pair prior to her. Her name was Amanda. She was with us for 2.5 years.
And so Juliana was your second au pair?
Correct.
And so explain kind of from when she got there in October 21, what were her duties and how did you utilize her time when you and Christine were working?
So
Compound
once we
cause for
moved to Virginia,
speculation.
our work schedules were, I guess, more erratic because my work schedule was not set any longer as well. So Christine would still be working generally the 12.5-hour days. But
I may have to work at hours that could start at 5 in the morning and sometimes could be going late into the evening. So while generally I would know what I had to do for the day and maybe how long it would take, it wasn't convenient for conventional childcare in terms of having Valarie go to, say, a daycare, because generally they're not open.
He's explained this a couple times, and it's not, I mean, I don't know what they will talk about, but with the other au pairs, but it's not unusual that au pairs work a year or two and then don't. That's not, that doesn't seem super odd to me, but we'll see.
At 6:30 in the morning until nighttime. So generally, the au pair that we had would work similar hours to that Christine had. And when I got home from work, the au pair would be no longer working for the day, or if it was on the weekend that Christine had to work, the au pair generally would be off. So the au pair kind of worked basically 3 12-hour shifts coinciding with Christine's job most of the time. But sometimes if Christine didn't have that many hours during the regular work week, Christine may choose to have the au pair work other hours so that Christine could get things done around the house or other activities that she had to do.
So she could sleep.
So in terms of your contact with Juliana, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what kind of contact?
No.
would you have on a
I'm gonna need you to rephrase that. Rephrase.
Basis prior to having a relationship?
Prior to having a relationship, it was mostly logistical. I may inform her when I was going to get home from work, if I had any delays, making sure that Valarie was getting to, say, dance lessons if Christine and I were not available then. Juliana would generally bring Valarie to preschool on the days that she was working. And we might just talk about activities for her to do with Valarie on days that they were working.
Okay. And
So if you guys hardly interacted, because by the time you got home, the au pair was already done with work, and it was mostly logistical, kid needs to go here or there, then,
when was it that this turned from a working relationship to something else?
In August of 2022.
Okay. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened.
Excuse me, was that around the same time that you were shopping for double paned windows? Because it seemed like they came out about the windows in July of 2022. So is this around the same time that the windows were a thought? I'm just curious.
So in August, Juliana and I were home alone. I had to work on both Saturday and Sunday. So I believe the original day was a Friday. Christine and Valarie were in New York, and Juliana started texting me while I was preparing food in the kitchen. It was an unusual line of text as she was complaining about.
Let me, if I may just
Sure.
interrupt. Where was she and where were you in the house?
I was in the kitchen. I believe she was upstairs in her room.
Okay. Sorry. Please go. Continue.
It was an unusual text conversation in terms of that Juliana was complaining about her dating activity and the people that she was seeing at the time.
Uh-huh.
I don't particularly like texting, and I think I basically said that if she wanted to talk, that she could come to the kitchen.
Uh-huh. So you were her boss and you had no conversations except for logistics, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, she starts texting you about the people she's dating? Uh-huh. Okay.
Okay, and what, if anything, happened?
At that point, Juliana showed me quite a few screenshots of her dating app. I believe it was Hinge. And
Screenshots?
the people that were in the
Are you trying
Hinge
not to
app
smile?
all had similar names to me. Their names were Brendan and Brandon and Brennan.
Apparently there's a lot of them. Were they also named Miller? You're trying so hard to not smile. Was anybody named Brendone? For anyone who missed that day of trial, I'm sorry. Someone in the chat will explain to you B1 and B3 and Brendan and Brendone. Oh boy.
And these were people that she had matched with on the app.
I feel like we're missing the beginning of this
And
story.
so,
I feel like we've jumped into the middle of the Hinge
and
screenshots.
how did it progress from there?
So when you told her that she needed a new iCloud account and she needed a new iPhone, is this why? Because there's nothing in her phone data dump that could confirm or deny this. Because she said she got a new phone and a new iCloud account because he told her to. That's interesting.
And so, and how did it progress from there?
She was making quite a few jokes about it. At some point, I finished cooking and was eating. I don't believe that Juliana actually ate dinner at the same time. We talked about other unrelated things. Talked about there was some family history of alcoholism and how her family in Brazil was dealing with that. And
what? Did you talk about Bruno?
We'd spent
I got questions.
maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours talking about
Casual
some random
conversation.
things, but also about her dating history. During this time, when she was talking about different people, she was
So
described
your face.
people that she was interested in, people that were taller, people that were older, and it appeared to me that she was, along with the photos, the screenshots that she had shown me of people that she had matched with, that she was basically describing me. Also, I guess when we were having this.
So you think you're tall?
Conversation, we were sitting at the island in the kitchen, and she scooted her seat closer to mine a couple times.
This is a
And so what did
choice.
you do at that point?
I did not stop her advances. At some point, I told her that I was going to go upstairs, indicating that I was going to go to bed. And she said that she was tired and that she was going to do the same. A little bit of information about the upstairs of my house. Once
What?
you go upstairs.
Excuse me, chat, I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, just so you can understand a little bit of information about the upstairs chat. Let me just, hold on. Before we get upstairs, let me just explain a little bit about the upstairs chat. They've watched the body cam footage like 17 fucking times. Let me tell you about the upstairs.
The master bedroom is to the left, and all the other bedrooms are to the right. So her bedroom, a guest bedroom, and Valerie's bedroom are to the right. When I went upstairs, I went to the left, and she also took a step towards the left with me.
Oh no.
And we had a brief conversation there. And then she came with me into my bedroom.
Yes, your 15-year younger employee is just the one in control of this situation. Okay.
Did you ever,
So you said, girl, what are you doing? My wife's out of town, and now we're going to have to find a new au pair. Go pack your stuff. I'm getting you a hotel. You need to. You're fired. You need to go. No, that's not what happened, is it? Wow. At least the body language channels are going to be thrilled with this testimony, because the rest of us just kind of want to puke. Okay. Let's continue. Everybody, here we are. Here we are.
Came with me into my bedroom.
You can't even not
did
smile.
you ever talk to her?
Chat, no. Chat, 15 years younger. She was not 15. She was barely 21, if not 20. No, 15 years younger. She was not actually 15. No, just so there's no confusing. Sorry for any confusion. Just want to make sure that's
that
clear.
night or later about a continuing relationship?
We did not talk that night about continuing a relationship. We did talk about, I would say, in the next few days, I guess we spoke a little bit about the relationship. She had indicated that she was concerned that I was going to tell Christine and that she was going to be essentially fired and sent back and lose her job, which I indicated that I wasn't going to tell her.
Okay. Did you tell her anything about what had just happened and what that was?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I mean, that would be that we were having an affair. I had also indicated to her that I had previous affairs. On that.
Bitch, what? What? Oh no, don't worry. I'm a professional. I've had numerous affairs. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it, girl. I've had numerous affairs. It's fine. Is it because you're so tall? Is that what you're going to tell the jury next? Oh no. I've had Numerous affairs. Don't worry. I know how this goes. Oh my God. Oh my God. Also, how would the prosecution know this to cross-examine you about it if you weren't sharing it? Why are you choosing this? Why are you happy about this? Oh no. Don't worry, baby. I've had plenty of affairs. But baby, I love you. Oh my God. Yeah, I did not expect this at all when I said we needed somewhere to go from Code Audacity. But the beginning of his testimony was perfect marriage. Everything's great. No. Yeah, had plenty of affairs. Oh, for the love. Code red. Yeah, code red. Yeah. For anyone new to the chat, welcome. No, not every trial is like this. No, I have no idea why he chose to testify, unless he's really excited to tell the jury about this. And if you are new to the chat, I love our code red bumper. It is a little flashy. So we're going to code red in 3, 2. What the fuck? Okay. It is. It's giving I'm kind of a big deal energy. It really is. Here's my photo from my law enforcement graduation. Sir, first of all, to think that that's what the jury wants to see from your graduation becoming an IRS special agent is also noted. Here's the graduation photo of me and my wife and my kid, and the jury's going to want to see this. And now let me tell you how I'm starting my affair with the nanny, and she followed me up the stairs. And then let me tell you that she was worried she was going to lose her job, and I was like, oh no. I've had numerous affairs. Sure, bro.
Yes, I mean, that would be that we were having an affair. I had also indicated to her that I had previous affairs.
Plural.
And that really this was just an affair and not.
Just another day, everybody. It's just a Tuesday. Affairs, plural.
That there would be no other relationship, that there's. And that basically that this is something that I have had affairs previously, and that there's nothing that changes in mine and Christine's relationship.
Now, was Christine aware of your affair?
I don't believe she was aware of the affair between me and Juliana.
Was she aware of your previous affairs?
She was aware of at least 2 previous affairs.
Okay, and
this woman was brutally murdered in her home. And you are going to get up on the stand and be like, she was aware of at least 2. She has no way to refute that or tell you that or whatever. But are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Survey says.
Well, sir, at least the jury's not going to have to worry about whether they believe Juliana or not. I mean, I think your testimony is probably going to clinch it for them. So, great. Sure.
likewise, were you aware of her affairs?
Yes.
No, you did not. No, you did not. No, you did not.
Previous affairs?
She was aware of at least 2 previous affairs.
Okay. And likewise, were you aware of her affairs?
Yes, I was also aware that she had affairs.
Okay. And how did the two of you manage in your relationship moving forward with those facts?
So I guess in about,
I don't think that's what her devices bore out. They looked at her online history back into the mid-2000s, sir. Okay.
2013, it was found that we had quite a few discussions. At that point, Christine was working at the private healthcare, and she would travel for work for an entire week at a time, basically. And during this time, she would not be available to come home. Her shift was literally the entire week.
Your wife was traveling for work, and you're like, she was gone a whole week and not able to come home. This is why you were having an affair? This is why? Because she was working? Uh-huh.
It was found that we had quite a few discussions. At that point, Christine was working at the private healthcare, and she would travel for work for an entire week at a time, basically. And during this time, she would not be available to come home. Her shift was literally the entire week. So we were separated a lot. My job, I wasn't in at my previous position, but my job also required some travel. I spent about 6 months in Jacksonville. I spent another month in Kansas City, and I was living in New York, but I also spent some time here in the DC area. So we were both traveling quite a lot for work.
It's amazing how many people make that work.
That was poor for our relationship at that point. We had gone to therapy.
The beginning of your testimony to now is, it's just not quite tracking for me. Okay.
We went to couples therapy for several months. We had decided that we were going to continue our marriage.
So now back to 2022.
Okay.
You and Juliana were having a
I'm trying to make my
affair
lights more red.
outside of the
I don't think I
of the
can.
knowledge of Christine.
Yes.
And how did that look on a daily basis?
No, I don't want to know. Ew, no.
I mean, it's not the same.
No.
It's not the same all the time, but I guess it depended, a lot on Christine's work schedule. So Juliana may spend time with me and Valarie during the day instead of when I would get home from work. Juliana used to just kind of leave. She might go to her room or she might go out prior to our relationship. And afterwards, it was more like she chose to do whatever I was going to do with Valarie, whether it was going to be stay home or, like I was Valarie's soccer coach. So,
of course.
When I would go to soccer practice, sometimes Juliana would go, even though I wasn't interacting with her at all. Basically,
you guys, she followed him to soccer practice. What's he supposed to do? Okay. The prosecutor looks like her one eye is just going to start twitching. Like the prosecutor dressed in code red today. And the prosecutor's just like, what is happening? Prosecutor's a vibe.
She was choosing to be with me whenever she could choose to be with me.
So let's move toward the October timeframe.
Excuse me, I have a question. The day of your wife's murder, I'm sorry, you referred to it as the day your wife died. That's right, the day your wife died. Can you please explain to me why your daughter was asking the nanny, can I call you mommy now? Are you going to marry daddy? I have some questions.
2022. Did you ever create any sort of a plan with Juliana?
No, there was no plan. At this point, our relationship is maybe 6 to 8 weeks old. I think that it's
Excuse me, I think that's 0. 6 to 8 weeks, I think, is 0, right?
an absurd line of questioning for something that is not serious, that a plan was made to get rid of my wife. That
Get
is
rid of?
absolutely crazy.
So with no plan.
Y'all, it's crazy.
Let's talk about Silver Eagle Armory.
Sure.
Okay. So how did that happen where Juliana went to you or went with you to the Silver Eagle Armory?
So it was basically one of those things where it was something that I was going to be doing outside the house. Generally, I would go to
Oh, she followed you.
a shooting range every month, every other month,
She's
to
like-
practice before my qualifications for my job.
Let's all
And how
go.
many times did you have to qualify?
Let's all go. Sure. How about the work trip? How about the trip to New York? I have so many questions. She just followed me to the gun range, you guys.
For your job?
You have
Seriously.
to qualify twice a year, but there's practice there's practice on the opposite quarters. So there would be, I guess, 2 trainings and 2 qualifications. And generally I would go practice prior to having one of those training sessions or qualifications at my job.
And how is it that Juliana ended up coming?
I was going to be going there anyways. She thought it would be fun to attend as well, as it was going to be out of the house. It was something that there wasn't going to be risk of being found out by Christine.
Okay, so the
We went to a small little restaurant in Concord where no one would notice us. Okay. Right. We went to a little gun range where no one would notice us. I doubt he has last season Prada shoes on in court, but okay.
the relationship continued into that October, December timeframe?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're in terms of training for people that go to Silver Eagle, is there any sort of training class or
Oh
anything like that?
God, counsel.
The first time you go there, they do a safety class, making sure that you understand the fundamentals of using a firearm, that you treat all firearms if they're loaded. You never
Oh,
point a
sure.
firearm at anything that you're not willing to shoot.
I mean, you should have had a conversation with Alec Baldwin, but sure, teach the jury about what you need to do to maintain your concealed carry. Sure. The jury's thrilled. They really want to know more about why an IRS agent is armed. Sure. Yep. They want to know.
Things like that, making sure that you understand the safety mechanisms of a
Right.
firearm. And,
Right.
making sure that you understand range etiquette, that the gun should always be pointed down range, it should never be pointed at another person, things like that.
And is this something that you knew through your training?
Yes, this is something that is also discussed in my trainings.
And so would this training that you're talking about at Silver Eagle be for someone who's never shot a gun before?
Yes, it would be for a kind of a beginner lesson.
Okay. And she went with you twice.
So if you're going to train for your retest, why do you want to hang out while she's doing basic firearm safety? Okay.
Twice, correct?
Yes, she did.
Now, was there, in having her come to the range, was there any plan that she was going to back you up on some plan?
I mean, there was no plan at this point when we had gone.
There was no plan at this point. Mm-hmm. Y'all, I'm struggling to listen to this man. I got to be honest. I was very interested to hear him testify. And now, much like Charlie Adelson, I just want him to stop talking. Yep. I am both fascinated and horrified. But there was no plan at this point. I'm going to let him finish his sentence because maybe it connects logically. But sure am curious.
In having her come to the range, was there any plan that she was going to back you up on some plan?
I mean, there was no plan at this point when we had gone to the range. There was none of the suspect email account. There was no FetLife account. There was no Telegram messages. None of that existed at the point that we went to the range.
Huh.
Okay.
Your
Now,
tone changed
did
a little there, buddy.
FetLife or Gmail or Telegram ever exist for you?
I did not know about them until after Christine died.
Died?
I didn't get to see them until after Juliana's arrest.
I didn't get to see them until after Juliana's arrest. Your answers have changed. It was much easier when you were talking about how many affairs you had on your wife. And now all of a sudden the questioning is getting a bit weird for you. Huh. On trial for your wife's murder, more comfortable talking about how often you cheated on her. Less comfortable talking about going to the gun range and the accounts. Interesting. I mean, at least he doesn't have snot on his face like Murdaugh, I guess.
Ever exist for you?
I did not know about them until after Christine died. I didn't get to see them until after Juliana's arrest.
And you're talking about the criminal reports, the police reports, things like that?
Yes.
The things that the Commonwealth gives?
Yes.
Okay. So let's move toward, so let me ask you this. There's some dates that came up recently.
Towards some more solid questioning, counsel. What is happening?
Some dates that came up recently relating to the FetLife account and lack of activity. Do you remember
again
what occurred?
It seems based on the jury instructions that he is going to testify that he came home and shot Joseph Ryan in defense of Christine Banfield after she had been stabbed. So if you are going to testify about somebody coming into your home who you don't know, murdering your wife, why are we still saying the day that she died?
What was going on January 13th and 14th of 2023?
Not specifically, I don't.
Okay.
I do.
You remember?
I do. It was It was the time that you were in New York and Juliana was in New York with you and Valarie, and you were visiting your mom and your grandma, and Christine was at home, and there was no activity on the FetLife account or the Telegram account during that period of time when you guys weren't there. Just to help.
A weekend in Winchester.
Yes, I do remember a weekend in
Who was
Winchester.
with you in Winchester?
I went to Winchester for
That's
work.
non-responsive.
I was going to be there. I was going to be there for
Who was with you?
2 days. I was going to be there for 2 days.
Who was with you?
There was so I had a hotel, and Juliana drove there herself, not with me. Later the evening of the first day, if I remember correctly.
And she stayed there with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember what was going on at home? Who with Christine and Valarie?
I believe my mother-in-law, Linda, was with Christine and Valarie.
Okay. That was on the 31st of January and February 1st?
I don't remember the exact date of Winchester, but
Chat, he doesn't remember the dates. I know how much that irks defense counsel. He doesn't remember the dates.
Okay. Would that be common for your mother-in-law or even your mother to come down to help out with the kids?
well, there's only Valarie, but yes, it is extremely common that
That's
the
twice.
grandmothers came.
That's twice that the defense counsel said to help with the kids, and he has said there is only one. That's twice, counsel. Can you not tell that your client's pissed off by that?
To visit us. Oftentimes, each of them may come almost as every 4 to 6 weeks, and they may spend between 5 and 10 days. As I had said before, Valarie was the only grandchild of both sides of the grandparents, and so there was quite a lot of support from the grandparents with Valarie.
Okay. Now, January 13th and January 14th, was that one of those days when someone was visiting? Or that weekend?
I mean, they visited frequently, but I don't remember specifically that they visited that weekend.
Okay. Now, let's talk about February 24th.
Yeah. Well, chat, when the feed skipped, it really skipped fairly spectacularly. It didn't skip back. We just caught up. We caught up to where it had skipped over. So we are now caught back up. And oh man, how much did we miss? So that was wild. So thank you, chat. Again, chat is bae. Because now we are back to, let's talk about February 23rd. The feed was like, yeah, no boy, we're not listening to you. Not at all.
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what were you doing that morning? What was your plan for the day with work or?
He had a big meeting, guys.
Family or?
Big meeting.
Sure.
Big,
February
huge.
23rd is my birthday, and the evening I was planning to drive to New York with Valarie. My friends in New York had planned.
Hey, chat. As someone who grew up in Southern California and just driving to another state casually is not something that is even possible. What is the drive between Virginia and New York? Anybody? I'm just curious. I truly don't know. But he's talking about what a big work meeting he has on the 24th, and yet he's going to drive to New York to go hang out with his buddies on the evening of the 23rd. It seems like it's far. But okay.
A birthday party for me in New York.
And I'm sorry, the 23rd was your birthday. Are you talking about the next day?
The previous day.
Previous day of 23rd?
Huh?
So I believe February 23rd was a Thursday, which was
Right.
my 38th birthday, and the
Okay.
24th was today that,
Okay. And my question was, when you were talking about going up, your friends were having a party. You're talking about the 20th.
Counsel, he's popular. His friends want to throw him a birthday party. It's his 38th birthday. He's going to drive up to New York on his birthday to go be with his friends because he has friends because his friends are throwing him a birthday party in New York. He had a big work meeting, huge work meeting the next day, but he was going to drive to New York and back for a party. Counsel, his friends.
24th?
well, yes, because that was Friday, and I had to work on that Friday still, so I was going to go to New York in the evening.
Okay. So the 24th.
On the 23rd?
Your day was planned.
Or on the
And,
24th?
What did you fill your day with in terms of your plan?
So, but in terms of the day was an important day for me at work as well. There was a important meeting for.
Chad, I agree. He probably was talking about Friday that he was going to drive up after work. It was just so confusing the way it came in. It's just wild. And then he's looking at his attorney and he's like, no. Yes, I think he meant he was driving to New York Friday. I do. But the way it came out is just so confusing.
One of my cases, there was going to be a undercover operation for one of my cases. And we were meeting with the undercover officer, a senior special agent, and my manager. And that meeting was scheduled for 9:30 that day. This was a particularly important meeting for me.
And we heard this
As,
part before.
Had been indicated that success in this case may lead to me getting a promotion to a senior special agent.
Okay. So had you ever heard that kind of talk before?
Yes. Other people that were hired at a similar time as me, you have to hit certain milestones before you could progress to being a senior agent.
So Friday, February 24th, 2023 was potentially a milestone for you
Yes.
in terms of your career?
It was supposed to be the meeting that would set up for the undercover operation, which was going to take place most likely on Tuesday. So we were going to go over all the documentation and the plan for the operation on Tuesday, the following week.
Okay. Now, so what did that mean in terms of your normal
You guys, it's a big
waking
deal.
up or any other
And this is where we rewound
usual
it back.
habits?
So that's why we're hearing this twice. Now we're all caught up.
I woke up a little bit earlier that day. I was planning to get to my office, which is in Vienna, a little bit earlier so that I could set up the conference room, have my documents ready, have my presentation ready, have the document for the operation available so that it could be signed off by management.
Okay.
So if something was so serious that you rerouted from heading to work to going to your house, why didn't you call 911? Like, this was such a big deal at work that you rerouted to miss your big meeting. Why didn't you call 911 on the way to go to work or the way to go back to the house? Because obviously this was not a work day you could miss.
And so what time did you wake up that morning?
I believe I woke up 6:30.
Okay. And do you remember whether or not Christine was up?
Christine I had seen
Were you up? Was she up or?
seemed to be awake and on her cell phone when was getting ready and taking a shower to get ready for work.
Okay. Now, did you have any sort of interaction with her at that time?
Yes, she was aware that I had this meeting.
How did we go from she seemed to be awake to we were chatting?
That day. She wished me luck. She said that she would talk to me before.
So she didn't seem to be awake. You were talking? Okay.
Before I headed to New York with Valarie. Told me she loved me and have a good day.
Okay. So you carried on with your morning. What did that entail?
I went downstairs and got my work laptop out of the basement. My work from home space at that time was in the basement. I have a desk. I have a desk down there. It's because it's quiet.
Thanks
So I got
for the
my
explanation.
work stuff ready. I made sure that I had all of my equipment. Getting ready on a typical day would mean that I need to have my credentials, which includes my badge, my
Sir?
firearm, my holster, my handcuffs, two magazines, a belt clip badge, my work cell phone, and then generally I would also have my personal cell phone, my wallet, and my keys, which includes to my government vehicle.
And so you had a holster
Okay.
that would hold the gun?
Yes,
And to what side was that holster?
it's on the right because I'm right-handed.
Okay. And so presumably you're putting it in the right and the gun comes out of it on the right side?
Correct.
Okay. Now,
Counsel.
who else was up when you, and what else was going on in the house that you were involved with?
I know Juliana was downstairs when I came upstairs from getting my work stuff out, my work laptop out of the basement. I don't remember exactly what she was doing. I think she might have been getting stuff ready in the kitchen.
Let me just stop you right there. Prior to that time, which
Okay,
was February
counsel.
24th, had you ever taken Christine's laptop or taken her phone out of a bag near the door?
Counsel, you trying to
No, I have-
switch topics here?
I don't take her laptop. I have no reason to use her laptop. I don't have access to her laptop. It's not a password that I know. I have my own work laptop. I have my own home desktop.
Not a
I have my
password that I
own-
know, guys.
Actually, I have two cell phones. I have a personal cell phone and a work cell phone. Our devices were completely separate.
And so, in terms of, that's fine. In terms of the idea of the laptop, where it would be on a regular basis, do you have a recollection of where she would put her laptop?
Wait, are Rob
Christine
and
kept
Runkle
her
in the
laptop
chat?
actually in
Hey, guys.
several places. Some
Apologies. I'm sorry. I'm so locked in on whatever this is. I'm trying not to read chat too much because I will derail and never be done streaming today. But hi, and also what?
Sometimes
What?
it is by the front door
Is
when she
happening?
gets home. She would have a backpack and she would bring the backpack and drop it off and generally go visit Valarie and our dog and me. And but usually she would go upstairs and she would bring her backpack with her. And her desk is in the sitting area of our master bedroom. So if you were to go into the master bedroom, you can kind of either go left or right, and to the left is the sitting area, which is where Christine does her work and has her desk and her file and has her.
The way he describes other things in the house versus when he tries to describe what she was doing in the morning, it's just so different. It's just so different. The way that he talks when describing the positioning in the house and the things he needs in his pockets for work. And it's really interesting seeing how smoothly he testifies to some things and how, well, not other things are.
Files for her job. And if you went to the right, it would be where the master
Right.
bedroom is, and for a little bit further, the master bathroom. But she didn't also only keep her laptop at her desk. I would say the majority of her use would be sitting in bed with her back against the headboard, while she had TV on or something like that. And when she would be done, she might put the laptop in between her nightstand and the bed, or on the nightstand itself, or back on her desk, generally at night.
And so, and what about her
Okay.
phone? Where would there be a particular place where she might leave her phone?
I mean, her phone was basically always connected to her. It wasn't.
What's that you say? You're telling me that the PICU nurse always had her phone with her? Shocking, I tell you. Shocking. I am stunned that she basically always had her phone with her. Except for this morning when her phone got turned the fuck off and then was in a middle drawer in the bar cart down in the kitchen near the door. Except for that. So weird. So strange.
Always connected to her. Her phone wasn't really away from her basically ever.
Huh.
She would keep it in her pocket.
I believe that.
So following up on the discussion we had about a plan, was there ever any time, and I think you indicated that you never went and grabbed her laptop or whatever, was there ever any time you observed Juliana going to grab her laptop or her phone?
I never observed Juliana grab her laptop or her phone. Juliana also has her own laptop and phone.
When did she get a new one?
Now, what, if anything, was Juliana and what were Juliana and Valarie supposed to be doing on February 24th?
Christine had scheduled for Valarie and Juliana to go to the zoo, at the main zoo in Washington, D.C.
Christine scheduled it?
Okay. Did you have any role in that?
I didn't have any role in
Not what
planning the
Juliana
trip.
said.
I was aware of the trip.
And how did you become aware of the trip?
Christine had told me that that was something they were going to do.
Okay, so you never kind of forced that on her for the 24th?
No, it was also written on our calendar that was shown earlier. Christine had written it on the calendar. She had also written it on Juliana's work schedule in her au pair book.
Now, what, if anything, did you know about the plan for that day for them?
I knew that they were planning to go in the morning. I don't recall if I knew what time they were supposed to go, but I knew they were going in the morning, and I knew that when I saw Juliana in the morning, that's what she was working on doing, was getting Valarie ready. But Juliana had actually asked me to go get Valarie from upstairs. At some point in the morning, I heard Valarie's feet, meaning that she got out of her bed and pounded down the hallway and ran into my room.
Okay.
And so Juliana had asked me to get Valarie, because Valarie wasn't in her room, to start getting her ready. So I got Valarie out of my bed, which happened after I had finished getting my equipment ready.
My
did you see
bed,
Christine there?
my room.
Yes, when I had gone back upstairs, Christine was there, and she was sitting up. She was sitting up in bed. She had the blanket over her lap. She had both her laptop and her cell phone.
Okay, and what, if anything, did, so when you took a look, Valarie, where did you take her in order to?
Valarie was
Okay.
sleepy, so when I picked her up, she was still kind of limp.
I'm sorry. The 4-year-old who pounded down the hallway and ran into her bed was just so sleepy that she was just kind of limp. So she was just still asleep. I'm sorry. Is she bounding down the hallway or is she still sleepy? I'm curious because that's not quite how 4-year-olds work, but all right. You're not picking her up out of her bed. She was bounding down the hallway, I thought. Where are we? We are lost in the sauce at this point.
And what, if anything, did, so when you took a look, Valarie, where did you take her in order to?
Valarie was sleepy, so when I picked her up, she was still kind of limp, and I carried her downstairs to Juliana, and Juliana got her, kind of woke her up gently and changed her out of pajamas and
What? What?
into her clothes for the day.
Okay, did you take any part in getting ready, get sandwiches ready, get anything like that ready?
No, I was getting ready. I was getting ready to leave myself. I wasn't.
What time?
Besides collecting Valarie, I wasn't doing anything to help them get ready for the day.
What time did you get out of the house that day?
Do you remember what your
Do you have any
phone
Roughly 7.
Do you remember what your phone extraction says or nah? Or nah?
Okay.
A couple minutes
and
after 7.
Would that be a usual time for you to leave?
I would say a more usual time for me to leave is roughly 7:30.
Okay. And in this instance, you were going earlier for what reason?
He already said, asked and
I was
answered.
going earlier to just make sure that I had plenty of time in Vienna to.
He needed plenty of time at the bathroom at the McDonald's, counsel. Come on. Keep up.
Get my presentation ready and have the conference room ready for when management was going to inspect my operation and documents for the operation that was supposed to happen on Tuesday.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said Vienna. Why Vienna?
So you were going to New York over the weekend when you were getting ready for an undercover operation? Sure.
Vienna is where my office is. We have a couple offices, but that's the one that I'm stationed out of.
That's the home office for you?
Yes, that's my home office. The main office is in Washington, D.C., but this is one of the satellite offices, and that's the one that I work out of.
And what time was that meeting set for?
It was set for 9:30.
He's told us that
So
like
you
4
left
times.
at 7 for what reason?
Oh my God,
I
ask
left
and
at 7.
answer.
I was going to go get breakfast, and after breakfast, I was going to get on the 267 toll road and head towards my office.
Okay. And where did you end up going to breakfast that morning?
We
I
know.
went to McDonald's for breakfast.
Okay.
What did
Is
you
that
order?
Is that a common occurrence for you?
I would say that I occasionally go to McDonald's, but I often pick up breakfast on my way to work. Not necessarily McDonald's. Sometimes it's bagel places or place to get an egg sandwich.
Okay.
Things like that.
So it's not uncommon. You don't usually make.
I hear that Corey Richens also likes an egg sandwich, sir. Just a note.
your breakfast at home?
On the weekend, I usually make a bigger breakfast for everyone. But no, normally I don't make breakfast for myself before work.
So when you went to McDonald's, there you saw the video of that the Commonwealth showed of you driving up to the drive-through,
Yes.
and it looks as though, well, it appears you go past the drive-through at one point. Is that?
Oh my God, counsel. For those of you just tuning into this case, because the defendant is on the stand, first of all, welcome. Second, if you want to chat, just subscribe to the channel. Third, why in the world does the breakfast matter? Because the co-defendant testified that he had said more than a month before the murder that he needed to change up his pattern of life so it didn't seem suspicious that he was leaving the house earlier on the day of the murder, and that he needed to change up his patterns, and that he was doing that. So counsel's trying to establish, no, he wasn't changing it up. This is just what he always did, you guys. He needed to go get an egg sandwich. That's what he always did. Sure.
Correct.
I did. I circled the drive-through.
What was the reason for that?
The McDonald's app has a QR code so that you get reward points and you can use the deals that you get. And when I initially opened it, it didn't provide me with my code. And that's why I was like blocking the drive-through. And so then I basically just got back in line once the code came up.
Okay, and so
Chat, do you believe this is about getting his rewards points? Or do you believe it's about making sure that there was a log that he was at McDonald's in the morning? Let me know what you think.
It was pretty quick.
and you had that app on your phone at that time?
I've had the McDonald's app for several years.
Okay. Now, when you, so I'm sorry, explain to me a little bit about that app. I'm not familiar with it.
Oh, God.
You
Counsel,
can
just let it
order
go.
directly from there.
Excuse me, counsel. Judge A chatted with you Friday and said you're such a techie guy. You're a self-proclaimed techie guy. What's a McDonald's app? What the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? I'm not familiar with that app. How does it work? Nobody cares, counsel.
But that's generally not what I do.
Tell me more about your app using habits, sir. Please, please tell me about your app. Please do.
Several years.
Please,
Okay.
go ahead.
Now,
Yep.
when you, so I'm sorry, explain to me a little bit about that app. I'm not familiar with it.
You can order directly from there, but that's generally not what I do, because then the food gets made before you get there. So normally I just open up
I believe that. I 100%, I believe that. I believe that answer. Yep, I believe that.
QR code section, and you can look at the deals, and the deals tell you, you can get a free hash brown with your breakfast, and you can load that, or you can get a orange juice or coffee with it, and then you'll get reward points, and you can use the reward points to get free food too. So
Okay.
it's kind of a loyalty app you would find for many restaurants.
And so, when it didn't work the first time you came back around?
Yeah.
And did it work?
Yes. Then my QR code came up and I went to order.
Okay.
Did you get
So
free hash browns?
When we see you in your work vehicle with your sunglasses on, you got your food after
The
that?
detail, counsel.
Yes.
Okay.
The
And then
detail.
what did you do?
I pulled straight forward.
Okay.
The McDonald's, the shopping center that the McDonald's is in, the McDonald's is kind of a standalone building.
Uh-huh.
But basically you cross over the road. It's a road in the parking lot.
Okay.
You cross over the road. It's only, it's a two-way road. And basically right on the other
How much more information are we going to get about the road?
side of that road is parking spaces. And I was going to sit there to eat my breakfast.
Okay. And
How far
what
away
was
is work?
the-
Why didn't you take it to work?
The parking space, what?
I
was
thought
the
you wanted to be there
landmark
soups
next to your
early.
parking space?
It's kind of in front of Chuck E. Cheese, but it's really only a few feet from the exit of the drive-through.
Okay. And so.
I thought you were in a hurry to
you
get to
went
work.
there to go eat your sandwich?
Yes, but I started with eating a cookie from Midnight Treats that my friends had brought me for my birthday the day before.
You guys, he has friends. He has friends. They brought him cookies. And he didn't eat his breakfast first, everybody. He had a cookie first. Chat. This is what he wants you to know about him. His friends brought him cookies. Spidey's going to have a 17 video series on this because I don't have words. He's so happy about this.
Of Chuck E. Cheese, but it's really only a few feet from the exit of the drive-through.
Okay. And so.
If you
went
have a
there
friend with a
to go
cookie.
Eat your sandwich?
Yes, but I started with eating a cookie from Midnight Treats that my friends had brought me for my birthday the day before. If you're familiar with a place like Crumble, they're large cookies.
Okay.
I ate that first.
Okay. So you ate the cookie and then what happened?
Oh my God. This is not real. This is not real. This is not real. When the feed glitched, I feel like we all glitched. This is not happening. What is happening? Also, what is happening? So after you ate the cookie, is this, you guys, it's a murder trial. And this is the testimony about having a cookie first from Midnight Treats that his friends brought him the night before because it's his birthday. This man has mentioned his birthday more than any 38-year-old I know. This man has mentioned his birthday more than my children mention their birthdays. I have thoughts about that too. But what is this testimony of? I ate the cookie first. Are we just trying to get to the end of the day before they ask you actually about going home? Is that what we're trying to do? Chat, no, he's 40 now. It was his 38th birthday. What flavor was the fucking cookie at this point? I had to back it up.
Cookie from
The lawyer is the catfish at this point. The lawyer is the catfish at this point. I don't know how this is a real trial. I don't understand how this is real testimony. If Judge A wasn't there, I would honestly think that we were just being punked and they're like, hey, what if we get a pool camera and pretend it's a trial and see if anybody can tell? I don't know what's happening.
That my friends had brought me for my birthday the day before. If you're familiar with a place like Crumble, they're large cookies.
I'd want to know, what's the flavor of the
I
fucking
ate that
cookie?
first.
I'd want to know.
So you ate the cookie and then what happened?
I ate that
I
first.
started my car back up and went back to McDonald's to use the restroom.
Okay. And is that in the video, the second parking or the first parking space that you went into?
Yes,
That's what you get. That's what you get when you eat the cookie first, sir. Apparently, your tummy can't handle, the tum-tum can't handle the cookie. Apparently.
cookies.
Okay.
I ate that first.
Okay. So you ate the cookie and then what happened?
I started my car back up and went back to McDonald's to use the restroom.
Okay. And is that in the video, the second parking or the first parking space that you went into?
Yes, so you see me park next to the side entrance of McDonald's.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And
And then, and
what
then,
if
and
anything?
then.
I mean, you went to the restroom.
And then?
What happened then?
Counsel, that's the question. What happened next? No more what if anything. Counsel, you're not in control. What happened next? If you didn't even ask what flavor the cookie was. What happened next? Just what happened next? That's it. What happened next?
As I was finishing up in the restroom, I received a call from Juliana.
And without saying what she said, what did you do?
I left the restroom and went back to my car
Excuse me.
quickly.
Did you
Was
wash
she
your
alarmed
hands?
at the time?
She sounded that she was very stressed.
She
Okay.
appeared to be.
And did you tell her that you were coming back?
I did not tell her that I was coming back on that original phone call. On the original phone call, I told her that I was going to call Christine.
Okay. And did you do that?
I did try to call Christine, but I did not reach her.
Okay. And so in terms of your communications with Christine, was that unusual for her to not pick up the phone?
I wouldn't say that it's unusual for Christine not to pick up the phone, but I would say it's unusual that her phone would go directly to voicemail. Many times if I would call her, she could be busy at work, but her phone would probably be on silent, and therefore it would ring and then go to voicemail. And then she might text me or call me back and let me know when she can call me back.
That's a lot of
But it was
detail.
unusual that her phone went directly to voicemail.
Okay. Now,
Her phone was
and
turned
so
off.
what did that cause you to do?
I believe I tried to call Christine again, of which it went to voicemail straight again. After that, I called Juliana back, and I told Juliana not to go in the house, and that I was going to return to the house.
So you were going to call 911 or no?
And did you do that?
I did.
How long did it take you to get back to the house?
Wait, chat. You're telling me that it is a vegan cookie shop, so not in fact like Crumble. And so he had vegan cookies before his McDonald's breakfast? Okay. 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 Sure. So when do you call 911, sir?
10 minutes.
Also, if you're getting breakfast at McDonald's, why are your friends spending the money to get you vegan cookies?
11 minutes, 12 minutes, hard to say.
How long would it normally take?
What is,
I guess it depends on, there's a couple traffic lights. 8 to 12 minutes.
Were you, at that point, were you rushed?
notice he didn't say how long it felt like it took him to get home. Anyone gotten that call? Anyone gotten that call? Where you know? Yeah, what you're not describing it as is, oh, well, there were a couple of lights. What you're describing it as is always going to be, I was trying to get there as fast as I can and it took forever. Well, there were a couple of lights, you guys. There were a couple of lights.
I guess it depends on, there's a couple traffic lights. 8 to 12 minutes.
Were you, at that point, were you rushing? Were you?
Objection leading.
What if, at that point, how was it that you were proceeding back to the house after the two phone calls that Christine didn't answer and the phone
Travis
calls
came in
you
and was
received
like,
from Juliana?
I started driving quickly back to the house. I took the most direct route back to the house.
Okay. Now, if I can just stop you right there.
and
Was there any plan?
are you trying to stop him so he can remember that he's talking about driving to his home where he finds his wife dead? Or are you, what, oftentimes when people know what they're about to see, you generally see some emotion as they're trying to process and talk about that. We saw that in the Walsh case from her friends talking about the night that they later learned was the last night they would ever see her. And they are trying to talk about things happening that night. And they are trying to describe what's happening, but they also know that that was the last time that they were going to see her. And you could see them fighting to try to tell what's happening that night and how upsetting it was to them because of what they now know, but trying to tell you in real time what they knew then. And that's not what we're seeing at all here.
For how something would happen with Juliana on February 24th.
I don't know who's I don't know who's operating cameras in the courtroom, but if you're listening in the background, just come on back and take a look at the pan over to the prosecutor as he's talking about trying to speed home. Oh boy.
Was there any plan for how something would happen with Juliana on February 24th?
There was no plan there was no plan with Juliana on February 24th. As far as I knew,
funny.
Juliana was going to be going to the zoo with Valarie, and Christine had just taken off from work, and I understood that she was going to be home, but
You understood that she was going to be home? Sir, however many minutes ago it was before I lost my mind over a cookie, you said that she told you that she loved you and wished you luck on your big day at work. I understood that she was going to be home? Not I had just talked to her? Not we had just said goodbye? No? Huh.
I didn't know anything else at that point. I was more concerned with my day of what I had to do at my job.
Prior to leaving the house, did you do anything with anyone's devices other than your own?
I didn't touch anyone else's devices that I remember that morning. I was just getting ready for work.
Okay. Specifically, did you touch Christine's devices, either of those?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Meaning the laptop and the phone?
No,
Yeah,
I did
counsel,
not
we
touch
got
her devices.
Mr. Carroll, is this a good time or do you have more questions?
May I just look one
Sure,
second?
Oh, counsel, come on. You know you're not almost done. Let me just look and see how many more questions I have.
Judge, this might be a good break.
Okay, this is great. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, since it is 5 o'clock right now, so we'll go ahead and take our evening break. Please do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. I understand that everybody is available for Friday. Again, I'm
No.
sorry that I have to thank you for being flexible. I'm sorry that we have to keep changing things. I know somebody
No.
can't get here until around 9:30. We'll wait for you whenever you can get here, and we will stop at 4:30 on the dot for somebody who needs to leave as well, okay? So that'll be at the Friday schedule, okay? All right, have a good evening.
Oh, boy. Well, tomorrow's going to be interesting, isn't it? I want to see if Judge A says anything to the lawyers before they leave. No, I think there's going to be court tomorrow as well. And then talking to them about court on Friday because they are trying to finish this case.
All right. And Mr. Banfield, since you're in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody at this time. That includes your attorney, okay?
Okay.
All right, you can have a seat back with your attorney. Is there any other matters for this evening?
Judge,
Yes.
if I may,
Yes.
I was remiss in not asking, is Mr. Miller still subject
Is
to
Mr. Miller still
recall by-
subject to recall? Detective Miller, is he still subject to recall?
Oh, God.
Did I do that?
Yes, you did, but that's okay.
No. You recalled him 7,000 times. Did I do that? Who, me? No. Stop it. This isn't real.
Mr. Miller still subject
Is
to
Mr. Miller still
recall by-
subject to recall? Detective Miller, is he still subject to recall?
Did I do that?
Yes, you did, but that's okay. If you're,
I don't plan on calling him, Judge.
okay, so he can be released then.
Thank
Detective
you.
Miller can
And then
be
as I
released.
had indicated this morning, I would like to request that Detective Stephen Augustine be permitted to watch the testimony for his expert.
Okay, any objection to that?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll take care of that tomorrow and help out Friday morning at 9:30, finish up the jury instructions. We don't have much left.
Judge, we should be able to do it. I anticipate we can do it at the end of tomorrow.
Okay, do you want to do the jury instructions at the end of tomorrow? It's just, I mean, we only have basically the charging instructions left and the waterfalls.
We should be able to do it.
Okay, and there's just one thing with that while I have you here, because I
Are
know
we
it's
almost
only,
done?
you have the
counsel?
2 charging instructions for aggravated murder, okay?
Yes,
But for the record, I have 4 counts.
you do.
So are we going to select like
We
count
are.
1 and count 3 or count 2 and count 4?
We are.
Or just as long as I can get that on the record, I would appreciate that.
Once-
Just to clean it up.
Once this has concluded, then we
Perfect.
will be able to let Your Honor know how we elect to
Okay.
proceed with the charges.
Excellent.
Once
that's
we're
great.
done with
Okay,
all
so
of
we'll see you in the
this.
morning then at 10 a.m., okay?
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Well, we learned some new things at the end of the day. Let's see if we can recap that. I'm going to try to answer a few questions, and then my family is like, "Where are you?" And then I'm gonna go do that. So I don't know if we're gonna get to too many questions. Apologize. I don't think they're gonna call back the dog expert. Who knows? Maybe they will. I don't know if the prosecution's even going to bother with rebuttal witnesses. They said they had 2 previously. I don't know if they're going to just go right to closing arguments or not. We're going to have to wait and see. But at the end of the day, the defense called their client, Brendan Banfield, to the stand, and there aren't a lot of words for that testimony because not only did they go through like a slideshow of photos of the victim, the questioning by counsel was awkward, but that's what we expect at this point. The answers of Brendan Banfield are going to speak for themselves because there are some points of his testimony that are very easily answered, very clear and linear conversations. And there are some things in there that are just really difficult for him to answer. He's not quite clear. And as we got to the day of the murder, even talking about what was happening that morning got jumbled. The defendant talked about their daughter, Valarie, running down the hallway and kind of bounding into the bedroom. And then at another point said that no, he was carrying her to give her to Juliana to get ready for the day, and she was limp. That was his word, not mine. And that Juliana kind of had to coax her awake and then start getting her changed to go to the zoo. Well, is it a bounding 4-year-old running down the hallway with footprints or footsteps that you were describing? Or is it a very sleepy 4-year-old who you are carrying down the stairs in your arms and then to the nanny who is then coaxing her awake? Which is it? And that wasn't the only time that we saw that in his testimony. He also talked about how his physical affair with the co-defendant Juliana began. That was something. And then after that affair began, he discussed with her that no, this was just an affair, that this would not be a relationship. And in fact, he has lots of affairs. You guys, he has lots of affairs, multiple affairs, lots of affairs, all of the affairs, infinite affairs. And that maybe Christine knew about 2 of the affairs and they had gone to marriage counseling, but also that she was having an affair or had affairs, which he didn't get much into more. And I think the prosecution probably would have objected if he had, because Christine's not here to speak for herself and there's nothing to corroborate that. But then he was explaining that sometimes she worked away from home for a week at a time. And sometimes he worked away from home for time. And then as he started to talk about the morning of the murders, if you go back and watch his testimony, watch how he answers when he's talking about getting his things together for work, and watch how he answers when he's talking about what people were doing. It's interesting to see the shifts in his testimony. It's interesting to see how he testifies about all of the affairs that he had, and how he testifies about how Juliana was coming on to him and flirting with him and showing her interest in taking their relationship beyond him being her boss that she lives with. It's interesting testimony, and I'm very interested to see how the jury responds to this case after they come to a verdict. If we see any interviews from these jurors, I'm going to be very interested. And it sounds like they are maybe planning on closing arguments for Friday. So fingers crossed. And I guess tomorrow, maybe the defense will be done with their case and we will see the rest of the defendant's testimony, because they broke at the end of the day, right around the time that we were getting to the defendant driving back to the home after Juliana called. So we're just going to have to wait and see how the rest of that testimony goes tomorrow. And don't worry, I'm going to let you know when we get to cross-examination. But I'm not sure what I was expecting from this testimony, but it was not this at all. So here we are. And after days and days and days of testimony that didn't really move the ball forward, I just wonder if any of it is going to matter after the defendant has taken the stand to the jury. Is any of this going to matter to them? Because I imagine that there will be parts of all that other testimony that mattered, but that this testimony is going to matter most. Lawnards, I will keep you up to date in the Lawnard app. It has been a very long day. I'm sorry that we did not get to the rest of the super chats today. We got to a lot of them earlier because we had a lot of time leading up to this. I will keep you posted in the Lawnard app. What time we're going to stream tomorrow. I just need to check in with family because we were getting notices from schools. It looks like everything is still closed for, well, the fact that quite a bit of where I live does not have power still. So I'm going to go check in with the family and I will let you know. We're going to have to leave a little bit of Zoom room. I just don't know how much because we want to make sure that we still have closed captioning tomorrow. So I'm going to talk to Team Baker about that. And day nine of trial coverage, not trial coverage, that's trial coverage, that is day 9. Oh, Lawnards, buckle up. Tomorrow is definitely going to be interesting because if nothing else, we learned something new today. We new information was learned for the first time in days. I guess I'm thankful for that. Hopefully you are too. All right, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Lawnard app at lawnardapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android so I can keep you in the loop because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here and thanks for being a Lawnard.